Chapter 1 My daughter has a high fever. Knock, knock, knock. Violent knocks on the door rang out at the health station in Daxing village, echoing through the silent night. Outside the health station, a young man was holding a little girl in his arms. The little girl's face had an unhealthy flush, sweat was oozing from her forehead, her whole body was burning hot, her little mouth was slightly pursed, and from time to time a slight groan of pain could be heard. Guhan's face was full of anxiety, and his hands holding Guziding were trembling slightly. Feeling the heat in his arms, Guhan's heart had never been so heavy. Fear and anxiety filled his whole body, and he knocked on the door with even more force. The lights in the health station finally came on, and an impatient voice came from inside the room. Who is banging on the door in the middle of the night? Can't we rest? The shuttered door of the clinic was finally opened. Old Joe, who was wearing pajamas, looked a little dissatisfied and rubbed his misty eyes. When he saw Guhan, who looked anxious, and when his eyes swept over Guziding in Guhan's arms, Old Joe's expression suddenly became solemn. Old Joe, my daughter has a high fever. Hurry, hurry. Guhan's voice was trembling. He ignored Old Joe and walked towards the clinic holding Guziding. So hot? Guhan, go get a towel, soak it, then go to Laoli's grocery store and get 2 bottles of iced drinks. Lao Joe did not stop Guhan, the second-rate guy, outside the house. Instead, he took off Guziding's clothes while giving orders. Okay. Guhan responded and started to get busy. The wet towel had been handed to Lao Zhou, and 2 bottles of iced cola were placed on the bed. Lao Zhou began to skillfully wipe Guziding's forehead and neck with the towel, and then placed the 2 bottles of iced cola under Guziding's armpits. Guhan watched Lao Zhou busying himself, but he could not help at all. He could only stay by the side anxiously, looking at Guziding with her eyes closed on the hospital bed. Guhan only knew that when he woke up, Guziding had already developed a high fever and her whole body was burning hot. Then he impatiently took Guziding to the village health station. In fact, until now, Guhan is still a little confused and hasn't even fully recovered. That is right, Guhan's soul traveled through time and space and entered this body. The miraculous thing of occupying the magpie's nest happened to him, and Guhan also turned from a hard-working social animal into a scum at the bottom of society. The original owner was named Guhan, 24 years old. He had never been to school since he was a child and had always been hanging around in Daxing village. He was also a well-known gangster in the village and liked to do some sneaky things on weekdays. When he has money, he goes out to spend it. After spending it, he goes out to look for more money. Guhan has many ways to make money. He is proficient in all kinds of cheating and fraud. As long as it is an activity that can make money easily, Guhan is involved. If you really can't get any money, just stay in the police station for a while, where you will be provided with food and drinks and live a relaxing life. But it is such a social parasite that has a well-behaved daughter. Guhan has good looks and a good figure, and he often flirts with girls outside. It was not known whether it was God's blessing or just bad luck, but one night 3 years ago, when Guhan got up in the morning, he saw a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes placed outside his door. In the swaddling clothes, besides Guziding, there was also a letter. It was a letter a woman left for Guhan, which clearly recorded Guziding's birth date and also described in detail everything that happened between Guhan and the woman on that stormy night. So, Guhan had a daughter named Guziding. As for who Guziding's mother was, Guhan still couldn't remember. Maybe she was a hair salon girl wandering around the town, or a young and ignorant female student, or one of those female gangsters he met every day. There were too many of them. It was impossible for Guhan to remember which cruel woman left the child outside his house among so many girls who were related to him. This is a bit like those little yellow-haired guys in later generations, who have only a few dollars in their pockets, but can make an appointment with a few young girls with just one phone call. Countless memories filled Guhan's mind like cramming, causing Guhan to shake his head helplessly. Guhan never thought that his soul would be transferred to the body of a penniless guy, and he never thought that he, who had never even had a girlfriend, would inexplicably have a daughter. Everything was too fantastic, so fantastic that Guhan felt it was unreal. But what followed was a lot of curses, and he kept cursing God for playing such a big joke on him. If he were to be reincarnated, he would at least find a good family for himself. Even if he couldn't be the son of an official, he should at least be the son of a rich man. The temperature has dropped. Fortunately, you brought it here early. If it had exceeded 40 degrees, it might have really burned his brain. Old Joe breathed a sigh of relief at this time, looking at Guhan, who was in a daze with some disgust. Guhan has a very bad image in the village. Not only is he a real gangster, but he can't even take care of his daughter on a daily basis. If it weren't for Guhan's elder brother Guha who took care of Gu Ziding on a daily basis, Gu Ziding might have starved to death on the street long ago. Old Joe, thank you this time. As for the amount, just owe it to me first. I will pay you back when I make money in a few days. Guhan said to Old Joe with an embarrassed look on his face. Guhan had no money, but his pockets were cleaner than anyone else's. He just ran to the grocery store to get a drink, and Guhan could only keep track of the bills. Well, I say you have hands and feet, and your daughter is 3 years old. Don't be idle all day. It's not difficult to find a job to support your daughter. If you really can't, just do physical work in town like your brother and earn some money. Old Joe nodded and didn't make things difficult for Guhan. As a good man in the village, Lao Zhou is relatively kind to others, and he understands Guhan's current predicament. I know. Guhan said embarrassedly, his hand unconsciously reaching into his pocket, and took out a pack of cigarettes. After tremblingly opening the cigarette box, there was not even a single cigarette of tobacco inside. Here, have mine. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take Ziding back and she'll be fine after taking the medicine for 2 or 3 days. Also, if you have a high fever in the future, don't be silly and wrap yourself in a blanket. Use physical methods to cool down. Lao Zhou took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Guhan. Taking the cigarette, Guhan lit it skillfully. The thick smoke slowly dissipated in his lungs. Guhan's hands calmed down a little, and his body no longer trembled slightly as before. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when they left the clinic. Guhan held Gu Ziding in his arms, feeling the baby's breathing gradually become steady and her body temperature was no longer as hot as before. Only then did he feel relieved. A small house in the corner of Daxing village. The house was left by Guhan's parents. It is not big and very dilapidated. The only thing worth mentioning is that it has a small courtyard. The house was small and dirty, with dust everywhere and cobwebs in the corners. The interior was extremely simple, with only a tattered wooden bed, an old TV, and an empty refrigerator. Apart from that, there were only a few salted fish drying outside the door, and nothing else. Guhan felt helpless as the family was penniless. The original owner was too incompetent and the family was extremely poor. He simply put Gu Ziding gently on the bed and let the little girl have a good rest. Guhan also walked out of the house alone and sat outside the small courtyard, looking at the stars in the sky and the bright white moon hanging high in the sky. It's already 2008, and you're still in such a miserable state. By the way, system, what on earth is that sea hunting system? Guhan muttered softly. As soon as Guhan finished speaking, a simple interface suddenly appeared in his mind. In the interface was a system mall. The system mall was filled with a wide variety of goods, and the redemption points were clearly marked under each product. Dip net, ground trap, sand shovel, spike rake, fishing net, sea rod, sonar fish finder? Guhan muttered softly. Guhan had no experience at all in catching seafood. In his previous life, he just watched some videos about catching seafood. He was particularly fond of watching those people catch big lobsters and crabs on the beach with a sand shovel and an iron hook. They could easily sell them for hundreds or even thousands of dollars in a day, which made Guhan, a social animal, very jealous. He was particularly keen on watching those who used pumps to pump water out of the sea pits. Whenever he saw those people pumping water out of the sea pits at low tide, Guhan would always silently send a comment, asking those anchors to pump water on the other side, as there were more fish on the other side. After all, the other side of most sea pits was the sea. What Guhan didn't expect was that he actually obtained such a sea hunting system. For a man who grew up in the inland in his previous life, this was nothing short of a huge joke. Fortunately, Daxing village is now located on the seaside. It is a small seaside village. Most of the left-behind elderly and children in the village always go for a stroll on the beach when the tide goes out to see what they can pick up. Some even go out to sea to become fishermen. However, in recent years, fewer and fewer people are engaged in this industry, and more elderly people who stay behind do this kind of work. As for young people, most of them still go out to work and find something to do. After all, reality is not like those videos of people catching seafood, where you can't easily dig up lobsters and crabs. Going to the sea depends a lot on luck and the weather. There are a lot of seafood to pick up during low tide, but even if there is something to pick up during low tide, it is mostly just some small fish and shrimps. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you can only pick up some worthless bitter snails, some oyster meat, and some small clams in a day. By the way, where do these points come from? Guhan said softly. As the thought popped into his mind, the annotation of the points appeared in front of Gu Han. Every time the host obtains fish, the system will evaluate the species according to its rarity and value, and give corresponding points. Points can be used to purchase system tools through the system mall, and using system tools can greatly increase the fish catch. After seeing the annotation about points, Gu Han also completely understood how to obtain these points. In short, just go out to catch fish. The more fish you catch, the more points you will get. It seems that I will have to make a living by catching seafood in the future. Can I really make money by catching seafood? But it's better to have some money than nothing. Let's make a living first. My previous life was too fucked up. Gu Han said to himself. Chapter 2 I won't leave anymore. I won't leave anymore. The next morning, Gu Han got up early as usual. As a social animal in his previous life, Gu Han did not have the habit of getting up late. He touched Gu Ziding's forehead with his hand and it was still a little hot, but compared to last night, the situation was obviously getting better. Feeling his stomach growling, Gu Han got out of bed carefully, fearing to wake up the little girl who was still sleeping soundly beside him. I rummaged through the rice jar and found that there was not even a grain of rice in it. There was nothing else in the kitchen except a spatula. Damn it, the original owner is such a scum. Gu Han cursed softly. Walking out of the house, Gu Han looked at the dawn that had just appeared in the sky, and watched the morning light slowly rising. He took a deep breath and walked towards an equally dilapidated house not far away. Brother, are you up? Gu Han knocked on the door. Soon, the old wooden door was pushed open, and a man who looked somewhat similar to Gu Han but more mature and stable appeared in front of Gu Han. Gu Hao, the elder brother of the original owner, is an honest and hard-working ordinary person. He is 4 years older than Gu Hao. At the age of 27, he works as a porter at the dock in the town and can earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. Regarding the salary of a laborer in 2008 was not too low. Construction site, porter. If you are a waiter or cashier, it must be more than 1,000 yuan, and the living standard is not that low. I was in high school at that time, and the monthly living expenses were 1,000 yuan for a day student. And at that time, many classmates in the class bought N70 or N72, 3,000 to 4,000 yuan each. Location, Guangdong Province. The money was not much, but it was enough to support a family of 4, although life was a bit tight. Gu Han, you got up so early? Gu Hao looked at Gu Han with a surprised expression. Gu Hao was very familiar with his younger brother. He never got up until noon every day. Now that he saw Gu Han appear in front of him, Gu Hao began to doubt whether the sun rose from the west. Brother, do you have rice at home? Can you give me some? Ziding had a high fever last night, and I planned to make some porridge for him, but I have no money. Gu Han still found it difficult to open his face, looking a little embarrassed. After all, he is no longer the original owner. Gu Han finally understood the meaning of the saying that the collapse of an adult always starts with borrowing money. Ziding has a fever? Is she okay? Gu Hao looked a little anxious when he heard that Gu Ziding had a fever. Gu Hao loves Gu Ziding very much. After all, Gu Hao now has 2 sons and has always wanted a daughter. Now Gu Ziding is the only girl in the Gu family, so Gu Hao naturally cares about her very much. When he came home from work on weekdays, he would bring some candy for Gu Ziding from time to time. I went to the health center last night. Mr. Zhou prescribed some medicine and I'm fine now. Gu Han said hurriedly. Well, wait a minute, I'll get it. Gu Hao did not let Gu Han enter the house, but turned around and went back to the house to search. Soon, Gu Hao brought a small bag of rice and a piece of lean meat and handed them to Gu Han. He also took out 100 yuan from his pocket and stuffed them into Gu Han's hands. Gu Han, take these 10 kilograms of rice and this kilogram of lean meat. Use them to supplement Ziding's nutrition. The little girl has a fever and needs to be nourished. And take this 100 yuan. I don't have much money now. You should know your sister-in-law's side. There are 2 children to raise at home, so there is really not much money. I'll give you some more when I get my salary in a few days. Gu Hao looked at Gu Han and said. Gu Hao's wife is named Zhao Ximin, an ordinary woman. Since she married Gu Hao, she has been staying at home and controlling the whole family. Zhao Ximin doesn't like Gu Han, and Gu Han knows this better than anyone else. After all, no one wants to like a brother-in-law who steals and cheats all day long. What's more, what Gu Han has done over the years is really shitty. Not to mention stealing and cheating, he is often locked up in the police station and eats free meals, and he doesn't care about Gu Ziding at all. No one would like such a person. If it weren't for the fact that Guhan was her brother-in-law, Zhao Simin would have chased Guhan away with a broom. Brother, I understand. Guhan nodded, feeling as if sand had entered his eyes. The only downside to the seaside village was that there was a lot of sand. Well, let's go back to make porridge for Zitting. Gu Hao glanced at Guhan. Guhan took the rice and meat, clenched the 100 yuan in his hand, turned around and left. Watching Guhan turn and leave, Gu Hao opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He sighed dejectedly, closed the door, and turned back into the house. I have said words of advice so many times, but each time it was in vain, and each time it was like a stone falling on the sea. In the kitchen, smoke was rising. On the stove, a large pot was cooking rice porridge. Guhan also cut off some of the large piece of lean meat and chopped it into small cubes. Sitting beside the stove and looking at the blazing bonfire burning in the stove, Guhan's expression became more and more determined. We need to improve our lives. At least they can't be as fucked up as before. Guhan muttered softly. He stirred the rice porridge in the pot skillfully. When the porridge became thick, Guhan put the diced meat into the pot and sprinkled a little salt for seasoning. Soon a pot of diced meat porridge was ready. Guhan was familiar with cooking. After all, in his previous life, Guhan had spent 2 or 3 years in the kitchen and had learned some pretty good cooking skills. Guhan brought 2 large bowls of minced meat porridge into the house. Perhaps she felt the noise, and the little girl opened her eyes in a daze. Gu Zitting is very beautiful, with black hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her little face is pink and fair, and she is as delicate as the little girls in the animations. Dad? When the little girl saw Guhan appear, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she called in a baby voice. Gu Zitting was very dependent on Guhan. Sometimes when she heard the adults in the village complaining about Guhan, she would always shout out loud, "Dad is not a bad person." It's a pity that Guhan didn't seem to care much about Gu Zitting in the past, and he wouldn't even play with Gu Zitting at home. However, the only humane side of him was that Guhan never laid a hand on Gu Zitting. Are you awake? Does your head still hurt? Guhan quickly put down the bowl, walked to the bedside and touched the girl's forehead, his tone as gentle as possible. It doesn't hurt anymore, Zitting is fine. The little girl grinned, forced a smile, and said to Guhan. Seeing Gu Zitting like this, how could Guhan not guess that the girl was forcing a smile in order not to make him worry? The little girl has been sensible since she was young, and her kindness makes people feel distressed. Come, lie down, and Daddy will feed you. Guhan picked up a pillow and let the little girl lean on it. Then he brought a bowl of minced meat porridge, cooled it down a little, and put it into the little girl's mouth. It's delicious. Is this cooked by Daddy? The little girl smacked her lips and looked at Guhan with joy in her eyes. Well, if you want to eat it in the future, Daddy will cook it for you every day. Guhan touched the little girl's head lovingly. Okay, then Dad, will you still leave? There was a hint of anticipation in the little girl's eyes. No, I'm going to stay with Zitting from now on. Guhan felt as if there was sand in his eyes again. He once again cursed the original owner in his heart for being a bastard and ignoring such a well-behaved and lovely daughter. Well, Dad, you eat too. The little girl pushed the spoon in front of Guhan. Eat, let's eat together. Guhan nodded and said. From the little girl, Guhan felt the warmth of home and the most genuine family love. In his previous life, Guhan was an orphan and had been in an orphanage since he could remember. Now, he has inexplicably come to such an era and into this body. This is the first time that Guhan feels the warmth of family. Whether it is from Gu Zitting or Gu Hao, he can feel that sincere family love. Chapter 3, Carrying Buckets to Go to the Sea. For the first time, Gu Zitting felt tenderness from Guhan. Although Guhan's action of feeding her porridge was a little clumsy, the little girl's eyes were still full of joy. Her eyes curved into a crescent, which was very beautiful. The little girl quickly finished the whole bowl of porridge and burped with satisfaction. But she still looked a little tired. Her high fever had just subsided. Although the girl wanted to force herself to stay with Guhan, the dizziness in her head made her willow-like eyebrows slightly frown from time to time. Zitting, eat and have a good rest. Guhan tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. This was also the first time he took care of someone. Dad, are you leaving? The little girl propped herself up, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. No, Daddy will stay with you and sleep with you. Guhan couldn't help but refuse when he saw the pitiful look of the little girl. Yeah. The girl nodded slightly and said. Guhan tucked in the sheets for the little girl and just stayed quietly beside her, watching her slowly fall asleep. When she was completely in a deep sleep, Guhan got up and finished the remaining bowl of porridge on the table. He stood up and walked carefully to the kitchen, scooped out the remaining porridge in the iron pot and put it in a small soup pot. Then, carrying the small soup pot, Guhan left home again. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door rang again. A confused voice came from Guhao's house, and soon a girl who was slightly older than Guhan appeared in front of Guhan. Zhao Ximin's appearance was not outstanding, her skin was a little dark. She had lived in a small village by the sea for many years. The skin of women here was a little darker, not as fair and delicate as that of city people. Girls in rural areas usually get married early. Zhao Ximin married Gu Hao 5 or 6 years ago and now has 2 lovely little boys. Since marrying Gu Hao, Zhao Ximin has been staying at home, taking care of her husband and children and busying herself with various housework, just like many ordinary women. When the door opened, the moment Zhao Ximin saw Guhan, a hint of disgust flashed across her face unconsciously. Sister-in-law, this is the minced meat porridge I just cooked. It's still hot. You can eat it with Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian later. Guhan held the soup pot in his hand, and there was still some residual warmth of the minced meat porridge in the pot. You? A hint of disbelief flashed across Zhao Ximin's eyes. This was the first time she saw Guhan get up so early, and also the first time she saw Guhan cooking. I just got up early and cooked some porridge. Ziding had a high fever last night. But now the fever has subsided. She just drank some porridge and went to bed. Sister-in-law, I want you to help me look after Ziding. I have to go out for a while. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. Guhan looked at Zhao Ximin with some embarrassment and said, handing the soup pot to Zhao Ximin. Guhan had no choice. There were not many people he could rely on in the village. His reputation in the village was too bad. Only his eldest brother's family was relatively nice to him. Apart from the eldest brother's family, the only one left was Lin Dai, but that guy was just like himself, a person who just lived to eat and wait for death. Guhan would still feel uneasy if he really handed Ziding over to Lin Dai. Okay, I understand. I will go see Ziding later. When she wakes up, I will bring her here. Zhao Ximin did not refuse Guhan. In fact, even if Guhan didn't say it, Zhao Ximin would go to see Gu Ziding every day and bring Gu Ziding home. Zhao Ximin liked Gu Ziding very much, such a well-behaved and lovely girl. Thank you, sister-in-law. Guhan said seriously. We are all family. I will take care of Ziding even if you don't tell me. Zhao Ximin nodded, then took the pot into the house, with no interest in continuing to talk to Guhan. The disgust that comes from the bottom of one's heart cannot be improved simply by doing so. Looking at the wooden door closing again, Guhan touched his nose helplessly and walked towards his dilapidated little house. Seeing that the little girl was still in a sound sleep, with her little nostrils twitching slightly and snoring from time to time, Guhan left home carrying a bucket of water. The sun has risen in the sky. The summer morning comes earlier than other times. It is just over 6 o'clock, but the morning light has already spread all over the earth, dyeing it with a layer of golden color. Not far from Daxing village is a beach. It is not like those swimming pools at the seaside, with endless silver beaches, fine sand, and clear blue sea. The water on the beach outside Daxing village is not clean, and even seems a bit turbid. Every impact of the waves always leaves a pile of yellowish foam. The beach is also full of shells, which makes it a bit painful to walk on. Not far from the beach there are a few not-so-large fishing boats, drifting with the waves. The beach in front of him was quite different from the beach in Guhan's impression. It was dirty and messy. But think about it, if it really had a clear blue sea, if it really had a fine 10-mile silver beach, Daxing village would not be so poor and would have become the most popular tourist attraction long ago. Holding a bucket with a pair of scooping pliers and a small shovel in it, Daxing village is a small seaside village and almost every household has such tools. Guhan's family was the same, with some small tools for catching fish. They were left by Guhan's father and had not been used for many years. Some of them had long been covered with dust and rust. The only things that could really be used at home were a pair of tongs and a small shovel. Early in the morning, there were already some women on the beach who were using special sea hooks to dig out small oysters attached to the rocks on the rocky beach not far away. Their movements were very skillful. The iron hooks in their hands fell gently, and they could pry open the oyster shells in almost the blink of an eye. Then, with a pull of the hook, a piece of oyster meat was pulled off, and the bright and delicate oyster meat was thrown into the bucket next to them. The series of movements were performed with such skill that they could be completed in just the blink of an eye. Guhan looked at the women in front of him with some surprise. He never thought that digging oyster meat would be so easy. In his previous life, when Guhan was helping in the kitchen, he also tried to pry open large oysters, but each time it took a lot of effort to pry open the tightly closed oyster shells. "Aunt Wang, how do we pry out the oyster meat?" Guhan remembered that the woman in front of him was called Wang Suihua, the wife of the lame old manly in the village. "Guhan, why are you here?" Wang Suihua glanced at Guhan and frowned. It was obvious that she did not expect Guhan to appear here. After all, generally speaking, Guhan should still be sleeping at this time, or he has not returned home all night. Now, seeing Guhan appear in front of her carrying a bucket, Wang Suihua was slightly startled. "I wanted to go fishing and see if I could get some seafood and make some money." Guhan has become accustomed to everyone showing either surprise or a hint of disgust after seeing him. Guhan didn't care about this. After all, it was really hard to like someone like the original owner. "Going to the beach? Then you've come at the wrong time. It's low tide today and there's nothing to pick up on the beach. Even if the tide is going to ebb, you'll have to wait a while. Even if you go to the beach now, you won't find anything," Wang Suihua said patiently. Chapter 4, Oysters. What Wang Suihua said was not wrong. In fact, there are tides every day, and the high tide and low tide of each tide are separated by 12 hours. That is to say, there are 2 low tides every day, but the extent of the receding tide is not the same. There are 2 high tides and 2 low tides every month. The so-called high tide means that the tide rises very quickly and recedes very deeply. Whenever the high tide comes, you can always see the coastline receding far away. The low tide means that the tide rises very slowly and recedes not far. Hence, there is a folk saying that goes the tides are high on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, and there are beaches everywhere on the 8th and 23rd days of the lunar month. It means that on the 1st and 15th day of each lunar month, the tides rise and fall sharply. On the 8th and 23rd day of each lunar month, the high tide level is very low, the tides rise very slowly, and you can see the beach all day long. "Chow chow?" Guhan asked with some confusion. The tide is dry in the morning and evening on the 8th and 23rd, and low at noon on the 1st and 15th. Today is the 20th day of the lunar calendar. According to us, the tide will not recede to the lowest until around 9 o'clock. So if you want to go to the beach to pick up something, you have to wait a little longer, Wang Suihua said patiently. Guhan didn't know how to read the tide, but he knew that the tide was related to the moon. "Thanks, Aunt Wang." Seeing the impatience in Wang Suihua's eyes, Guhan didn't say anything more. Carrying the bucket, he slowly came to the edge of a reef. After getting away from Wang Suihua and the other women, Guhan slowly squatted down and looked at the oysters clinging to the rocks. There are quite a few oysters on the stone, but each one is not big, and the largest one is only the size of half a cigarette shell. There are actually quite a few small oysters on the beach, but they are not worth much. Because they are small, no one comes to collect them. Generally, rural women dig them directly, pry open the shells, and sell the meat. A pound of small oyster meat can be sold for 3 to 5 yuan. Small oyster meat cannot be sold at a high price, and people often just collect it to make fried oysters or make soup. Oysters are like this. The bigger the oyster, the more valuable it is. Especially those oysters that weigh half a pound or a pound can often be sold at a high price. Not to mention those oysters that are labeled as produced abroad in later generations, which can easily cost tens or even hundreds of yuan each. This thing is not valuable, but it would be nice to pry some out of it. I wonder how many points I can get by prying this oyster out. Guhan muttered softly. Guhan was thinking about his own seafood hunting system. According to the notes in the seafood hunting system, he can only increase his points if he got good results at sea. As long as he got enough points, he could also redeem things from the system mall. There are a lot of things in the system mall, including all kinds of sea hunting tools. Not only that, there are also various fish and crab seedlings and other items. What Guhan is thinking about now is to get the corresponding catch and see how much his points can increase. Because he didn't have a sea hook, Guhan couldn't pry open the oysters and take out the meat as easily as Wang Suihua and the others did. Fortunately, Guhan brought a shovel with him this time, which could be used to pry open the oysters. All Guhan could do was to pry the oysters off the rocks, put them all into a bucket, and then go home to find tools to pry open the oysters. While Guhan was clumsily prying the oysters, he could hear bursts of light discussions from time to time. The women in the village are like this, always like to talk about gossip, especially Wang Suihua, who was a famous loudmouth in the village. As for the people who were talking about this time, Guhan knew without thinking that they were talking about him. Meow, look at the sun, is it rising from the west today? The second kid from the Gu family is actually here to catch fish today? At this time on weekdays, isn't this guy usually sleeping at home? Maybe he heard that old Joe got some red crabs a few days ago, so he thought he could make some money. The second son of the Gu family is just a lazy person who just wants to eat and wait for death. A few years ago, I thought he would change his personality after he had a daughter, but who would have thought he would still be the same? He is really a hopeless case. Luckily he's not my child. If my eldest child was like him, I would break his legs. Keep your voice down. If Gu Laura hears you, your glass or door might get smashed. That guy is totally unreasonable. I heard a few days ago that he was detained in the police station for several days. That guy is just bullying in the village. When he goes out, he is more cowardly than anyone else. He has no money in his pocket, but he likes to show off everywhere. If his brother wasn't there, he would have starved to death long ago. Listening to the intermittent whispers coming from not far away, Guhan looked calm as usual, without any big waves rising in his heart. After all, the most difficult thing to accept in this world is the truth. Although those women like to gossip, what they said is completely correct. The shovel in his hand kept waving, and Guhan's movements went from being a little clumsy at the beginning to gradually becoming skillful. It is actually not difficult to pry oysters off. Oysters are always attached to rocks. You just need to use a shovel to find the sticky place and pry it gently to pry off an oyster completely. The really difficult part is removing the meat. It requires a skill to pry open the tightly sealed oysters. There were quite a lot of oysters on this rocky beach. In just an hour or so, there were already dozens of oysters in Guhan's bucket, weighing a total of 5 kilograms. It looked like a lot, but if you actually took out the meat, it would probably not even weigh 1 kilogram. We've only been prying for more than an hour and blisters have appeared? Guhan looked at his hand holding the small shovel and frowned slightly. But fortunately, 5 kilograms of oysters also gave me 5 extra points. The oysters were really not worth the price, and I worked for more than an hour, but only got 5 points. I don't know if other seafood can bring me more points. These 5 points can't even be exchanged for a fishing line. It seems that I still need to continue to exchange for some points. If nothing else, I have to get at least 100 points to exchange for some fishing nets and fish cages first. After more than an hour of digging, Guhan's system points increased from 0 to 5 points. It was a pity that 5 points were too few. Not to mention exchanging for any useful tools for fishing, he couldn't even exchange for a small shovel or a small sea hook. Chapter 5 Clam Digging. At this time, Guhan was also looking at the vast sea in front of him. The tide was slowly receding, and the coastline was retreating a little, revealing a muddy mudflat. With the appearance of the mudflat, Wang Suihua and several other women who had been prying oyster meat nearby arrived at the mudflat at some point. With tongs in their hands, they leaned over the mudflat and searched for various seafood left on the mudflat. Seeing that everyone had already taken action, Guhan naturally did not continue to stay on the rocky beach prying oysters. Small oysters are worthless. No matter how hard you try, you won't get much money from them, and they won't bring Guhan many points. The muddy beach was extremely muddy, and one step was deep and one was shallow when walking on it. Fortunately, Guhan was wearing water shoes and was not stupid enough to wear slippers or casual shoes to go to the beach. Guhan was still not quite used to the mud. On the contrary, Wang Suihua and several other women, who had lived by the sea for a long time, had already adapted to this environment. Their steps were not as fast as flying, but they were as smooth as walking on flat ground. They soon reached the depths of the mudflat and bent down to look for the seafood stranded on the mudflat. Guhan struggled forward on the mudflat, continuing to walk towards the depths of the mudflat. With a pair of bright eyes scanning the mudflats, Guhan also discovered that there were several small holes scattered in the mud. The holes were very small, only the size of chopsticks, and could not be seen at all without careful observation. There should be something here. I wonder if it's a razor clam or a mussel, or maybe a mantis shrimp or a small fish. Guhan leaned over and looked at the small holes in front of him, muttering softly. In his previous life, Guhan had watched quite a few videos about fishing at the beach, so he naturally understood that if there were some tiny holes in the mudflats, there would most likely be some small seafood trapped inside. Many seafood in the ocean have the habit of lying in the sand, whether it is crabs, various shellfish, or small fish and shrimps, they all have this habit, especially shellfish, which often lie in the mud and leave a small hole. Holding a small shovel, Guhan gently lowered it towards the hole and began to search. As the shovel cleared the surrounding sand and soil one by one, a clam the size of a bottle cap appeared in front of him in the mud pile. The clams are not big and are slightly oval in shape. The shells are covered with various gray and black patterns, which are messy and mottled, and the shell surface is a bit rough. Clams? Guhan looked at the clams in front of him, his expression not showing much joy. There are many kinds of clams in China, the most common of which are flower clams, hairy clams, manila clams, blood clams, white clams, oil clams, etc., and flower clams are one of the cheapest among them. To be precise, the prices of many clams are relatively cheap, and there are only 3 or 2 kinds of clams that are really expensive. For example, oil clams are one of the more expensive clams. 1 pound of oil clams can buy 2 or 3 pounds of flower clams. If you come across some larger oil clams, which are often called flower clams, 1 pound can also be sold for 20 to 30 yuan or even more. After putting the clam in his hand into the bucket, Guhan did not stop but started searching through several holes around it. Although it was a low tide today, there were still some seafood, the most abundant of which were naturally various clams. After searching for a while, there were many more clams in Guhan's bucket, and the types were also very simple, except for flower clams and white clams. The so-called white clams, also known as white clams, were very popular for a while in later generations. Garlic clams were once sold all over the streets. 1 pound of flower clams only gives 2 points, and 1 pound of white clams only gives 2 points. The points are still pitifully small. Whether it is flower clams or white clams, they are both varieties that cannot be sold at a high price. If this is replaced with oil clams, the points should be higher. Guhan whispered softly. Now Guhan has also figured out his own system of catching seafood. Although he can be given corresponding points for obtaining seafood, there are still requirements for the points. No matter whether it is the oysters he pried before or the clams he got now, points are given according to the weight. Only when the weight reaches more than 1 kilogram will the system give a certain amount of points accordingly. It does not mean that you will be given a lot of points at will if you find a certain seafood. The increase in points doesn't seem to be as fast as I imagined, but it's better than nothing. Going to the beach to catch clams is not an easy job. After just bending over and digging for an hour, Guhan felt waves of soreness in his body. At this moment, bursts of exclamations came from a group of women led by Wang Suihua not far away. Wang Suihua was seen holding an octopus with excitement. The octopus was not small, and its long and thick tentacles were wrapped around Wang Suihua's hand, struggling hard. It should weigh about 2 or 3 kilograms, right? This octopus is really big. I'm really lucky. A hint of envy flashed in Guhan's eyes. Octopuses are not rare at low tide, and lucky people may be able to come across 1 or 2. However, if one encounters an octopus weighing 2 or 3 kilograms like Wang Suihua, that luck can only be described as incredible. Wang Suihua's cheers echoed all around, but Guhan didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to bend over and search for the holes left on the mudflat. The movements in his hands did not stop, and Guhan threw clams into the bucket one by one. Suddenly, Guhan heard a sound. The sound was very slight and it was hard to hear clearly if you didn't listen carefully. Fetching water? Guhan looked a little surprised and hurried towards the small puddle in front of him where the sound came from. When he got closer, Guhan also saw clearly that there was a fish lying in the small puddle. There was not much water in the puddle, and the fish had already been lying sideways in the puddle, with its tail flapping constantly, causing waves of water. And I Meng? Guhan looked somewhat delighted. Lying in the small puddle was a mudfish, which people often call basket fish or stinky belly. This mudfish was not small, weighing about half a pound, with a flat body, hard spines on both sides of the ventral fins, and a yellowish-brown body. Looking at the mudfish in front of him, Guhan did not catch it immediately. After all, the hard spines on the dorsal fin and pelvic fin of the mudfish contain venom glands. If you get pricked by it, you will feel pain for several days. He picked up the pliers and slowly picked up the mudfish. Then, without touching it, he threw it directly into the bucket. It's a pity that it didn't reach 1 kilogram. If it did, I would have 3 or 2 points, and the living mudfish could still be sold for some price. If this thing is dead, it won't be worth much money. Guhan muttered softly. What Guhan said was right. Mudfish is one of the most common marine fish in the market. However, it is easy to die once it comes into water, and is worthless after it dies. Live mudfish are relatively rare, and when the price is good, they can be sold for 30 to 40 yuan per catty. As for if they are dead, they can only be sold as frozen fish, and the price is generally stable at around 10 yuan per catty. It is considered one of the more economical fish species and is also loved by some people. After all, mudfish has no fish bones and has a lot of fur meat. The only bad thing is that there is a special smell of algae-eating fish in the belly, which is also a common characteristic of algae-eating fish in general. This is especially true for the meat on the fish belly when it is fresh. If it is fresh, the bitter smell in the fish belly will be greatly reduced. This is one of the reasons why live mudskippers are more expensive. Chapter 6: An Unexpected Reward. Just as Guhan was about to turn around and leave, a head suddenly popped out from the gap on a stone beside the mud pit. The head was flattened on its side, and the mouth was open with dense teeth on it. The small head looked like a snake's head. When he saw the little head suddenly sticking out from the crack in the rock, Guhan was actually startled, thinking it was a snake. But when I looked closely, I found that it was not a snake at all, but a white eel. I never thought that there was a white eel hiding under the stone, and judging from its head, this white eel was not small at all, but about the size of a Nutri-Express bottle cap. Silver eel? Guhan looked at the rather sturdy white eel in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. The white eel is a special kind of seafood, which can grow in both fresh water and the ocean. Like salmon and other fish, it is a migratory fish. It is native to the sea, and will swim upstream to fresh water to grow up, and then return to the sea to lay eggs. So you can see white eels in the sea and in rivers. The white eel in front of him seemed to have sensed Guhan's naked gaze. It opened its mouth full of fine teeth, and its green bean-sized eyes were staring at Guhan. Guhan calmed his excited heart a little and slowly took out the sea pliers. The white eel is also called eel and white eel. This kind of eel has a characteristic, that is, it has fine teeth and a ferocious temperament. If you are bitten by it accidentally, you will bleed at best and lose a piece of meat at worst. In his previous life, when Guhan was an apprentice in the kitchen, he was bitten by a conger eel and a piece of flesh fell off on the spot. Even after the wound healed, a clear scar could still be seen. Guhan didn't want to be bitten by this white eel, so sea pliers was naturally one of the best choices. Guhan was still a little unfamiliar with the technique, and he wasn't as accurate as the old fisherman who had been staying by the sea for years. The body of the white eel was very slippery, and Guhan spent a lot of effort to get the white eel out from the crevice of the rock. After taking out the white eel, I felt a heavy weight coming from the claws. This white eel was about 70 centimeters long. Among white eels, this size is actually considered a relatively large individual, weighing about 1 kilogram. Wow, this is almost 2 kilograms. This thing is considered a relatively profitable seafood. When the price is good, it can be sold for over 180 yuan per kilogram. Even when the market is not good, it can be sold for 30 to 40 yuan per kilogram. Guhan said with a smile as he looked at the white eel that was twisting and turning in the bucket. The price of white eel is actually not low. It is a mid-range seafood product. Especially the wild white eel, its price is slightly higher. However, after the breeding technology of this thing was thoroughly developed in the later generations, the price also dropped a little. You should know that China is a major producer of eels, producing countless eels every year, especially white eels. The main export destination is Japan. The most famous grilled eel in Japan is most likely imported from China. As for those who often brag about how delicious Japanese eels are, what they are actually talking about are eels produced in China. Not only that, with the development of breeding technology, some changes have also taken place in eels. In later generations, there is a kind of white eel whose meat is very crispy and firmer than that of ordinary white eels. It is very crispy and tender when bitten. This kind of white eel is also called crispy white eel. In fact, the meat of many fish can become more crispy due to the breeding method. The province of Guangdong in China must be the best in this regard. For example, the crispy tilapia and the crispy one are all achieved through the different proportions of breeding feed, which makes some changes in the nature of the fish meat. As the white eel was thrown into the bucket, Guhan's points increased rapidly. A white eel gave Guhan 40 points, which brought his total to 53 points. Looking at the heavy buckets that were already covered with various clams, Guhan did not stay on the beach any longer. The water level had risen, and the women in the distance were carrying buckets or ropes and walking towards the shore. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, and the most eye-catching one was naturally Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua was the luckiest woman in the group. Not only did she catch an octopus weighing 2 or 3 kilograms, she also caught 2 red crabs weighing about 1 kilogram. If the octopus and red crab are sold at a good price, they can be sold for several hundred yuan, which is equivalent to several days' salary for an ordinary person. Of course, when some people are happy, others are sad. Not everyone is as lucky as Wang Suihua. Some people just catch some clams, miscellaneous fish, and small crabs. Second son of the Gu family, what did you get? Wang Suihua was holding a bucket, in which were placed 2 red crabs tied with ropes and a twisting octopus. Looking at Wang Suihua's smug expression, Gu Han naturally understood Wang Suihua's little thoughts. It was rare to get such good seafood. With Wang Suihua's personality, she would stroll around the village and spread the news throughout the village. This was obviously unlikely. And Wang, I just touched a few clams, and just now I pried up a few pounds of oysters. Gu Han said calmly. Then your luck is not very good. Going to the sea is all about luck. If you are lucky, you can earn hundreds or thousands of dollars a day. If you are unlucky, you can only pry up some oysters, and you won't make much money after a day's work. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'll go back first. Today I just caught 2 red crabs, each weighing about 1 pound, and this octopus weighing about 3 pounds, which is really heavy. Wang Suihua showed off her bucket and said with a smile. After saying that, he didn't continue to pay attention to Gu Han and walked towards a woman not far away. Li Mei, look at the 2 red crabs I got today, and this octopus is so fierce. Wang Suihua, why are you showing off? Are you showing off to me? I was just talking to you. I want to see what you got. Why, you're prying so many oysters. Do you want your man to die of exhaustion? I just saw that my man is a little bit fat, so I wanted to get some to supplement him. Li Mei, oysters alone are not enough. We also need leeks. My family eats fried oysters with leeks every day. After eating it, we feel full of energy. There is such a thing? Is Lao Li so powerful? How come I don't know about it? There were bursts of conversation coming from all around. Gu Han listened to the conversation between Wang Suihua and Li Mei, and his eyes twitched a little. Especially after hearing Li Mei's words, how come I don't know, he felt that there were indeed many talented people in this small village. No wonder the last time I saw Li Mei, she was walking out of the house of the crippled old Li. Gu Han didn't care whether Li Mei had any relationship with the crippled old Li. What really stuck in Gu Han's mind was what Wang Suihua said about fried leeks with oysters. This thing must be written down, after all, it is related to a happy life. Chapter 7 points are not worth much. His body was covered in mud, and his clothes were already stained with all kinds of silt, giving off a strong smell of the sea. When I returned home, it was already noon. The girl was not at home. I guess she was taken to Zhao Ximin's house to be taken care of. Without rushing to take a shower, Gu Han skillfully poured out the seafood in the bucket. If he hadn't caught a white eel by chance, today's harvest would have been dismal. In addition to 5 caddies of oysters and shells, there were 2 caddies of clams and 2 caddies of white clams. These things cannot be sold at a high price at all. Almost no one will buy small oysters with shells on. The only ones that are worth a little money are clams and white clams, but even so, they are only a few dollars per pound. If you sell it to a buyer, you can only get 1 or 2 yuan per kilogram. After putting the white eel into the bucket and pouring some water into it, Gu Han once again took a large iron basin and began to wash the clams and white clams. After completely rinsing off the dirt on their bodies, he put them into the basin, poured some water into the basin, and then poured some oil and salt into it. Clams need to be raised to spit out the sand, otherwise they are inedible and will be full of sand. Gu Han had no intention of selling these clams. After all, 4 pounds of clams would only fetch about 10 yuan even if he sold them. It would be better to keep them for himself and have a meal. What's more, clams are known as the most delicious in the world. If you raise them well and eat them, the taste is simply delicious. Watching the clams placed in the basin to spit out the sand, Gu Han didn't care about the mud on his body and walked towards Gu Hao's house with the bucket. The wooden door was pushed open, and it was Zhao Ximin who opened it again. Zhao Ximin looked at Gu Han, who was covered in mud, and said with a frown, Gu Han, how did you get into this state? Sister-in-law, I just went to the sea to catch some seafood. I was lucky enough to get a white eel. I'll give it to you. Cook it in the evening and give it to my brother, Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian. By the way, is Ziding feeling better? Gu Han looked at Zhao Ximin, his expression still calm. Ziding is better now. I just fed her medicine and she just fell asleep. Did you catch this eel? It's so big? It must weigh 2 kilograms, right? Zhao Ximin said in surprise, looking at the bucket on the ground. Well, I was a little luckier, I just happened to come across it. In addition to catching this white eel, I also got some oysters and clams. Now I'm raising them at home and plan to eat them in the evening. Gu Han nodded and said. I can't take this eel. Such a big eel can be sold for 100 or 80 yuan if you sell it in town. You can keep it for yourself. Zhao Ximing thought about it and rejected Gu Han's suggestion. She had no intention of accepting the eel. Sister-in-law, just accept it and don't sell it. Give it to my brother in Shaoyi and Shaoxian to nourish them. White eel tastes sweet and has a neutral nature. It has the effect of nourishing the body and removing rheumatism. Eating it is good for the body. Sister-in-law, please help me look after Zitting first, I will come to pick her up later. Gu Han waved his hand and put the bucket into Zhao Xining's hand, then turned and left. Gu Han had just taken 2 steps when he heard Zhao Xining shouting behind him, Gu Han, how about, you come to our house for dinner tonight? You haven't had dinner with your eldest brother for a long time. Zhao Xining mustered up her courage. Although she didn't like Gu Han very much, he was still her brother-in-law and Gu Hao's younger brother after all. Especially since Gu Hao had been talking about his younger brother a few days ago. After hearing what Zhao Xining said, Gu Han paused, turned around, nodded heavily and said, okay, sister-in-law, let's eat at brother's place tonight. I'll go back and cook the food and bring it over in the evening. Returning home again, Gu Han brought out a small stool and sat in the middle of the yard. With a small knife in his hand, he began to pry the oysters scattered on the ground. Gu Han still seemed a little unfamiliar with it at first, and it took him a while to pry open each oyster. However, as more oysters were pried open, Gu Han's speed was significantly improved. In about half an hour, 5 kilograms of small oysters were completely pried open by Gu Han. In the small iron basin nearby, there are also plump oysters. Although 5 pounds of oysters may seem like a lot, the amount of meat that can actually be pried out is pitifully small, even less than 1 pound. After finishing everything, Gu Han took a shower, changed his clothes, and washed off the mud. These 53 points should be able to be exchanged for a lot of things, right? The thought popped into Gu Han's mind, and the interface of his own sea hunting system suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system interface was exactly the same as before, with no other changes except that the points had increased from 0 to 53 points. The sea catching pliers require 80 points, the net bag requires 100 points, and the crab cages and fish cages require hundreds of points. The 53 points I have can only be exchanged for a shovel? Gu Han looked at the system mall and the system interface with a depressed look. The system mall has a wide variety of items, including various tools for catching seafood, such as pliers, net bags, ground traps, crab cages, etc., as well as sea rods, fish hooks, feed, and even radar scopes. What surprised Gu Han the most was that there were various fish fry, crab fry, etc. Some of the seafood were things Gu Han had never even heard of. Of course, the corresponding exchange points for each item are also frighteningly high. Even a simple pair of pliers requires 80 exchange points. Now, the system points Gu Han has are only enough to exchange for a small shovel. 50 points can be exchanged for a shovel? This shovel is only $3 or $4 a piece outside? Gu Han suddenly felt that the points he had were so cheap. Forget it, let's exchange it first. Gu Han muttered softly. As the thought arose in his mind, a short and exquisite iron shovel appeared in front of Gu Han. Why was it exquisite? Because there were some fine patterns carved on the handle of the shovel. If you look closely, you can see some seafood carved vividly in it, including abalone, oysters, and many kinds of shellfish. When he picked up this exquisite shovel, a piece of information suddenly emerged in Gu Han's mind. Shovel charging, the current energy value is 0. When the energy value reaches 100, the host will use the shovel to dig for seafood and will get unexpected gains. After each harvest, the energy value is reset to 0. Energy is recharged, and the host needs to use the shovel to dig more seafood. Hey, there is such a way to play? Doesn't that mean that I only need to fill up the energy value, and then I can get unexpected rewards? Gu Han looked a little excited. He had never expected that such a shovel would have such a function. Chapter 8 I have a plan. Gu Han didn't expect that this small shovel could have so much tricks. Not only was it exquisitely crafted, it also had a very mysterious charging effect. Doesn't this mean that as long as you use this small shovel for a long time and dig up enough seafood, you will get countless opportunities to recharge? However, Gu Han didn't know what the unexpected gain that the system mentioned was, and the system didn't give any corresponding explanation. It didn't even explain how much seafood needed to be excavated to charge the battery to 100. But even so, Gu Han was still full of joy. At least this shovel had a function that ordinary shovels did not have. After carefully putting away the small shovel, Gu Han packed up and left home. Daxing village is not actually small, but there are not many people living in the village. There are only a few hundred people left in this large village, most of whom are middle-aged and elderly people. Only during festivals will Daxing village be a little more lively, and young people who work away from home will return to Daxing village with their families. However, although Daxing village is not big, as the saying goes, a small sparrow has everything. The village not only has grocery stores, hardware stores, health stations, vegetable stalls, etc., but also has 3 or 2 restaurants, which are enough to support the daily lives of hundreds of people in the village. Guhan came to Laoli's grocery store with ease. The store was small and looked a bit old. Laoli was sitting outside the store, flipping through a magazine leisurely. Next to Laoli, there were several elderly people sitting around playing cards. Oldly, get me a pack of Furongwang and a pack of Tashin. Guhan patted Oldly, who was concentrating on reading a magazine, and said, "Ha? Isn't this Guhan? I have cigarettes if you want, but you have to pay for them. And you haven't paid for the 2 bottles of Coke you took from me last night." Oldly put down the magazine, glanced at Guhan, and said, In the past, Guhan often took things from Laoli's store, sometimes a few bottles of beer, sometimes a few packs of Tashin, and sometimes a few packs of betel nuts. Every time he took something, he would either give a few yuan less or say he would pay next time. But there is always a next time, and the next time again and again has made Laoli quite unhappy. If Guhao hadn't come over from time to clean up Guhan's mess and pay off the money he owed, Oldly would have refused to bother with Guhan a long time ago. I know. I brought money this time. Just get me some cigarettes first. Guhan took out 100 yuan from his hand. Okay, things will be easier if you have money. I'll give you 23 yuan for Furong Wang, 7 yuan for Tashin, and 5 yuan for the 2 bottles of Coke last night, a total of 35 yuan. When Oldly saw the money in Guhan's hand, he immediately smiled. This is a good interpretation of the phrase money brings greed. Well, give me the change. Guhan nodded and said, In this era, the only good thing is that the prices are relatively cheap, especially the price of cigarettes has never been too expensive. Okay. By the way, I heard that you went to the beach early this morning? Did you get anything good? My sister-in-law got a lot of good things, and she even asked me to bring a bottle of wine home tonight. Oldly said to Guhan with a smile. The sister-in-law that Laoli was talking about was Wang Suehua. There were not many people with the surname Li in the village, but the most famous ones were Laoli's 2 brothers, one was the cripple Li, and the other was the vendor Li. Old Li's original name was Li Zhongjie. When he was young, he was said to have worked outside for a while, and even went to Pengcheng to make a career. He was once a well-known millionaire. Unfortunately, he met the wrong person, and all his belongings were taken away by his wife, leaving him alone. So he returned to Daxing village and opened a grocery store, where he made a living, and more than 10 years had passed. Li Zhongjie's brother is named Li Zhonghao. The reason why he is so famous in the village is that he broke his leg while working outside a few years ago and became the only lame man in the village. I didn't find anything good. I just pried open some oysters and picked up some clams. They're not worth much money. Guhan said calmly. The conversation between Wang Suehua and Li Mei in the morning also emerged in my mind. I didn't expect that Lao Li's brother could be so hidden. Even though he was lame, he could still flirt with other girls everywhere. Of course, Li Mei was not a pretty girl, and her appearance was somewhat ugly. Perhaps only Li Gizi would have the idea of hitting on Li Mei. I thought you had found something good and made some money, so you came to buy a pack of Furong King. Could this money be given to you by your brother? Guhan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you really should find something to do. When I was as young as you, I had already become a millionaire. Oldly counted the money, put it in Guhan's hand and asked. There are not many good people in the village. If you really want to count them, Mr. Li from the grocery store and Mr. Zhou from the medical station are both good people. Okay, I'll go look for him in a few days. I'm leaving first. Guhan nodded and said. Guhan took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. He did not stay in the grocery store any longer, but went straight to the medical station. The medical station was very deserted. There were only so many people in the village, and the number of sick people was limited. Moreover, every household now had some medicines at home, so there was no need to go to the medical station for a minor cold or fever, and the medical level of the medical station could not handle serious illnesses. The business of the medical station would only be better during the holidays. The reason was very simple. All the migrant workers came back, and with more people, some unlucky people would naturally get sick. Therefore, Lao Zhou spends most of his time under the big banyan tree outside the medical station, where he puts a table and makes himself a few cups of tea every day. His life seems relaxed and comfortable. Ha! Guhan? Why are you here? Is Zitting feeling better today? Old Zhou said hurriedly as he saw Guhan sit down in front of him. I'm feeling better now. The fever has mostly subsided today. My sister-in-law just told me that he fell asleep after taking the medicine. Lao Zhou, thank you for last night. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. Guhan expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. If Lao Zhou hadn't opened the door in time yesterday, Guhan really wouldn't have known how to deal with the child's high fever. After all, in his previous life, Guhan had never touched a girl's hand, let alone a child. It's good that the fever has gone down. You should stay at home more these days to accompany Ziting. That little girl is so cute and well behaved. If you always leave her alone at home, it will be a sin if something really happens to her. If I had such a well behaved and lovely granddaughter, I would definitely bring her with me every day and never leave her side. Old Zhou looked at Guhan solemnly and said, I get it. I used to be a bit of a jerk and really annoying. But not anymore. By the way, Lao Zhou, this pack of cigarettes is for you. And how much is the medicine? I'll give it to you first. Guhan took out the pack of furong from his pocket and handed it to Lao Zhou. These are all small matters. As long as the patient is fine, that's good. Those pills are not worth much money. No need for them. Lao Zhou waved his hand and refused. This is one thing and another. You still have to pay for the medical expenses and medicines. Guhan said to Lao Zhou. Okay, if you really want to pay for the medicine, this pack of cigarettes will be the money. I'll just take it. You're already an adult, and you have a daughter. Don't hang around in society all day. Find a proper job. If it doesn't work out, I know a friend in town who runs a seafood restaurant. How about I help you arrange it and let you be an apprentice in the kitchen? After being an apprentice for a few years, you may be able to be a chef in the future. Being a waiter is also good. At least you can support yourself and Zitting. Old Zhou opened the pack of cigarettes on the table and handed one to Guhan. When Guhan heard what Lao Zhou said, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. In his previous life, Guhan was a real office worker, but after spending some time in the kitchen, he developed quite good cooking skills. Even the head chef in the restaurant said that his cooking skills were very good and he had unlimited potential. But later on, the boss spent his money on eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, owed 350 million yuan, and ran away with his sister-in-law. Guhan did not continue to stay in the kitchen, but found a job as a takeaway deliveryman and started delivering takeaways. In the previous life, there was a fortune teller who had told Guhan that he would be crowned emperor in the future and would eat delicious food every day. What Guhan didn't expect was that the fortune teller's words were really accurate. He really became the one wearing the yellow robe, and was really accompanied by delicious fish and meat every meal. But now we have inexplicably come to this era. If the sea hunting system did not exist, being a cook would actually be a good choice. But now that Guhan has such a system, it is naturally impossible for him to continue doing the work in the kitchen. Old Zhou, no need. I have my own plans. It shouldn't be a big problem to support Zitting. Guhan still rejected Old Zhou's kindness. You're not talking about going fishing, are you? I heard that you went fishing this morning. You can't make a lot of money from fishing. Not everyone has such good luck. Sometimes you only get lucky once or twice. If fishing in the sea was really so profitable, people in the village wouldn't run away to work outside. Old Zhou said hurriedly. Two things were circulating in the village early this morning. The first thing was naturally that Wang Suihua touched a big octopus and two red crabs. That woman had a big mouth and almost didn't get to walk around the village with the bucket. As for another thing, Guhan, a villager who just ate and waited for death, actually went to the sea to catch seafood. This was even rarer than the sun rising from the west. Okay, Lao Zhou, I understand everything. I'll go back first. When I make money in the future, I'll treat you to a meal. Guhan said as he stood up and left. Chapter 9, The Skills Are Not Lost. Guhan returned home again, with a bottle of oil, a bag of onions, ginger, garlic, some chili peppers, etc. in his hands. These things were bought from the vegetable stalls in the village, and they cost some money. Now, Guhan only has about 20 or 30 yuan left in his pocket. Looking at the time, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Han was not idle and started to work. He skillfully scooped up the clams and white clams in the basin. After soaking for a period of time, the sand in their stomachs was vomited out, and the bottom of the basin was filled with fine sand. Taking these flower clams and white clams into the kitchen, Gu Han skillfully lit the pot and poured some water into the pot. Then he started to chop ginger and garlic skillfully, and the neat chopping sounds were heard in the kitchen, like the sound of horse hooves. Soon, the water in the pot boiled, and Gu Han was the first to throw the clams in for blanching. The clams had just been put into the pot, and within a few minutes they had opened their mouths, revealing the plump and tender clam meat inside. Seeing that the clams had just opened their mouths, Gu Han hurriedly scooped them up. Clams cannot be cooked for too long, as all the deliciousness will be lost if cooked too long. After washing the clams with water, Gu Han began to put the cut ginger slices into the pot. The ginger slices were fried in hot oil, and they were slightly browned and gave off a fragrant aroma. Seeing that it was almost cooked, Gu Han also threw the scallion and a small chopped green pepper into the pot. After a simple stir-fry, the aroma of ginger, scallion and green pepper immediately filled the entire kitchen. Then put the clams into the pot again, and then add the prepared sauce into the pot. After stir-frying, let the sauce evenly coat each clam. Then add some green onions and a little cooking oil, and then serve the clams in the pot. From frying the ginger slices to stir-frying and serving, it only took 2 minutes. Everything was done with incredible skill and speed. Stir-fried clams with ginger and scallions, or any seafood with ginger and scallions, is a very quick thing to do. When he was the chef in the hotel, Gu Han had no idea how many times he had cooked this dish. Now that it's being stir-fried again, it's naturally easy to do. After scrubbing the iron pot again, Gu Han placed the clams neatly in the pot with their mouths facing upwards. Then pour in a little water, and place the prepared garlic sauce neatly on top of the clams. He then lit the fire and covered the pot. Within a minute, popping sounds came from the pot. This was the sound of clams opening their mouths. It is also because of this that white clams have a new name in later generations, called bububi, and bububi with garlic has become a very popular dish. After there was no more sound coming from the pot, Gu Han opened the lid, sprinkled some chopped green onions on it, and then scooped out the pop clams from the pot. The 2 dishes only took 5 minutes to prepare, which was quite quick and easy. 2 kilograms of fried clams with ginger and scallions filled a large pot. As for the white clams and garlic, there were also 2 kilograms, exuding a rich garlic aroma. Let's go, it tastes good. Gu Han looked at the 2 pots of seafood in front of him with satisfaction and muttered softly. Gu Hao's house was not far from Gu Han's house, less than 100 meters away. Gu Han walked towards Gu Hao's house carrying a large plate of clams. At this moment, Gu Hao had just returned from the dock and was looking at the steaming eel in the pot in the kitchen with confusion. The eel was covered with sour plum juice and exuded a rich fragrance. Wife, where did this white eel come from? It should weigh 2 or 3 kilograms, right? Such a big white eel should cost about 100 or 80 yuan, right? Gu Hao said as he looked at the white eel in the pot with some heartache. Gu Hao's family has always lived a very tight life. Not to mention that the whole family depends on Gu Hao to work and earn money, and that meager salary is just enough to cover the family's daily expenses. Now I have to help Gu Han take care of Gu Ziding, and I have to support Gu Han from time to time. This made Gu Hao develop the habit of living a life of counting money, and he didn't dare to spend money lavishly on weekdays. Even the cigarettes he smoked were the cheapest soft white sand cigarettes, and the alcohol he drank was the rather cheap rural liquor. Gu Han sent it over at noon today, saying that it was for you, Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian to recuperate. Zhao Xining said while hugging Gu Zishuan. Sent by Gu Han? Did he really send this white eel? Gu Hao asked in surprise. Well, the word has spread in the village that Gu Han went to the beach this morning to catch some eels. He caught this white eel, but no one else knows about it. As soon as he got the eel, he sent it to me immediately and told me to kill it for everyone to replenish their bodies. Zhao Xining nodded and said. Okay, I'll cut some of the eels and send them to Gu Han. Gu Hao said after hesitating for a moment. No need. I asked Gu Han to come over for dinner tonight. He should be here soon. Zhao Xining glanced at Gu Hao and said. Wife, don't you dislike that kid Gu Han? Gu Hao was also a little surprised. I don't like it. After all, who would like the asshole things that Gu Han did? But no matter what, he is still your brother and Ziding's father. It's been a long time since you 2 brothers have sat together to eat. Today we have this white eel, so let's have a good gathering. Zhao Xining said to Gu Hao. Thank you, wife. Gu Hao looked at Zhao Ximin seriously and said, "Okay, go take a shower, you're all sweaty. You are allowed to drink today, but not too much. Take a shower and help me take care of Zishuan. I still have to cook." By the way, Gu Han also said that he would bring 2 dishes, but I don't think he would bring anything good, as that guy seems to have never heard of cooking. Zhao Ximin rolled her eyes at Gu Hao, feeling quite sweet in her heart. "Okay, I'll go right away. If you're worried about having nothing to eat, just take out a piece of meat from the refrigerator and stir-fry it," Gu Hao also said with a grin. The 2 brothers Gu Hao and Gu Han did not have many meals together, only once or twice a year. The first reason was that Zhao Ximin really disliked her useless brother-in-law, and the second was that Gu Han himself was a playboy and aloof, and he was often not at home all year round. Now, when he heard Zhao Ximin say that Gu Han would come over for dinner tonight, Gu Hao's face was also filled with smiles. Of course, what made Gu Hao even happier was that Gu Han actually went to catch seafood this morning. Although one could not make much money by catching seafood, if one worked hard at it, at least one could ensure that he would not starve to death. Chapter 10, The Long-Awaited Liveliness. "Brother, are you home?" Gu Han, who was standing outside the door, knocked on the wooden door while carrying 2 large pots of food. "I'm coming." Gu Hao wiped his hair, held Gu Zishuan in one hand, and opened the broken wooden door. Unlike in the morning, this time Gu Hao's face was filled with smiles, and he opened the door generously, allowing Gu Han to enter the house. The layout of Gu Hao's house is the same as Gu Han's. Currently, most of the houses in the village are a small house with a small courtyard, which is a bit like a quadrangle courtyard that has been shrunk several times. There are very few families in the village who can build buildings or villas, and there are only about 10 families. Gu Han had just walked in with 2 plates of food when 2 kids of about the same age rushed out of the house. Gu Ziding's body had almost recovered, and a healthy flush had already appeared on her face. Her little face was pink and delicate, just like a ripe peach. Following Gu Ziding was a little boy 1 year older than her, Gu Zi. Gu Zi also looks cute and pink, with a trace of snot running down the tip of his nose, a real little brat. But even so, the little guy still stared at Gu Ziding with his eyes. "Sister, don't run, you might fall." Gu Zi's childish voice was very soft and cute. "Dad, you're back." Gu Ziding ignored Gu Zi, who was chasing after her, and threw herself on Gu Han's legs, her dark eyes filled with joy. "Uncle." Gu Zi, who was following behind Gu Ziding, looked at Gu Han with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Gu Zi is young, he knows from the elders in the village that his uncle is a complete gangster. Every time he saw Gu Han, Gu Zi was afraid that Gu Han would suddenly go crazy and beat him up. After all, the bad guys on TV would beat up children. It was also because of this that Gu Zi was still somewhat afraid of Gu Han, not to mention that Gu Han had often been mean to Gu Zi in the past. "Well, Ziding, let's go in first. Dad is holding something in his hand, it would be bad if it spilled." Gu Han glanced at Gu Ziding, whose complexion had improved a lot, and spoke as gently as possible. Being a father, this is also the first time for Gu Han to be a father. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. He could only imitate the movies and show his gentle side as much as possible. Okay, Dad, let's go in." Gu Ziding cheered. After entering the house, Gu Han put 2 pots of food on the table. At this moment, Zhao Ximin also came out. When she saw that Gu Han really brought 2 pots of food, a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. "Gu Han, did you make all this?" Zhao Ximin said in surprise as she looked at the fried clams with ginger and scallions and the steamed clams with garlic in front of her. "Sister-in-law, I did all this." Gu Han nodded and said. "That's not right, Gu Han, I remember you can't cook?" Gu Hao asked puzzledly. "I taught myself a little bit during my time outside. It's not difficult to stir-fry clams and white clams." Gu Han could only make up an excuse. "Gu, the food my father cooks is delicious. I drank a big bowl of porridge he cooked this morning." Gu Ziding also caught up with Gu Zi and said excitedly. "I also drank the meat porridge in the morning. It tasted better than the one my mother cooked." "Uncle, can you really cook?" Gu Zi came with Gu Ziding to Gu Han's side, staring at Gu Han with his little eyes. "I've learned it for a while. If it tastes good, I'll cook more and bring it to you later." Gu Han rubbed Gu Zi's little head and said with a smile. "Really? Will you really cook for me?" "But uncle, aren't you often not at home?" Gu Zi asked softly, not quite believing Gu Han. "We'll be at home from now on, and I promised Ziding that I would spend more time with her," Gu Han said seriously. My dad doesn't lie, Gidge. From now on, I'll ask him to make delicious food for us every day, okay? The little girl said excitedly, pulling Goo-zee. Okay. Uncle, this candy is for you. Goo-zee took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Goo-han. In the little guy's mind, since Goo-han promised to cook delicious food for him, he must give good things to Goo-han in return. Okay, I'll take it. Goo-han did not refuse and put the candy in his pocket. Goo-han found that he still liked children very much. At least, Goo-zitting and Goo-zee were both soft and cute little kids, and they were very lovable. In fact, many families in the village envy Goo-han and Goo-hao, not for any other reason, but because one has such a delicate and lovely daughter like Goo-zitting, and the other has such a well-behaved and sensible son like Goo-zee. The Goo family became lively, and Goo-han also had the rare opportunity to play with the two little kids. He would pick up Goo-zishuan from time to time and tease the little guy who had just learned to babble. The house hasn't been so lively for a long time. Even when Goo-han came before, the house was quiet and deserted. After all, Goo-han didn't like children at all before. Goo-hao felt that his brother seemed to have become a different person overnight. Not only did he love his daughter, but he also suddenly became motivated and willing to do things, even if it was just going to the beach. But it was countless times better than before, and what surprised Goo-hao even more was that Goo-han could actually cook. The dinner was very sumptuous, with 4 dishes and a soup on the table. For the Goo family, who lived a relatively tight life on weekdays, they rarely had such sumptuous meals except during festivals. Stir-fried clams with ginger and scallions, and stir-fried white clams with garlic, these 2 dishes were brought by Goo-han. As for Zhao Ximin, she also prepared 2 dishes and a soup: braised white eel with sour plums, stir-fried cauliflower with lean meat, and a small pot of seaweed egg drop soup. Zhao Ximin chose to stew the white eel with sour plums. Generally, there are only a few ways to steam and cook white eels. The first one is naturally steamed white eel with fermented black beans, and the second one is stewed white eel with sour plums. As for frying, people living by the sea generally seldom fry fresh seafood. For those who have lived by the sea since childhood, steaming can better reflect the freshness of seafood. Goo-hao asked everyone to start eating. The girl and Goo-zee also sat on the chairs holding small bowls, their eyes fixed on the flower clams and white clams. On the contrary, the two were not too fond of the white eel. After all, the white eel still had some bones, and children could easily choke if they ate it accidentally. Goo-hao was the first to pick up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of clam and put it in his mouth. When he felt the rich flavor of ginger and scallion and the freshness of the clam bursting in his mouth, Goo-hao's eyes suddenly widened with disbelief. Delicious, the clams cooked by Dad are so delicious. Well, Uncle, the clams you stir-fry are much better than those made by Mom. Before Goo-hao could say anything, the 2 little guys spoke first. Seeing how they looked, Zhao Ximin picked up a piece of clam and put it into her mouth with some doubt. Suddenly, her expression became particularly interesting. Goo-han, how do you fry these clams? This is the first time I've eaten such delicious clams. Zhao Ximin said in surprise. Goo-han, your fried clams are much more delicious than the one at Lao Chen's in town. Goo-hao said hurriedly. Chapter 11 Lin Day. It was late at night and the village was already pitch black and silent. The starry sky was as black as ink and the moonlight was as silver. The sea breeze blew gently, and the sound of waves was heard gently on the sea, slowly spreading into the quiet Daxing village. Whispers were heard in Goo-hao's house. Goo-hao, lying on the bed, was chatting with Zhao Ximin in a low voice. Wife, do you think Goo-han has really changed? Not only did he get up early today to cook porridge, he also went to the beach to work. Although catching seafood is not a long-term solution and you can't make much money, but I think that guy seems to be slowly changing for the better. Not only that, the 2 dishes he brought today tasted really good, better than many chefs in town. I don't know where he learned his cooking skills. I also feel like my uncle has become a different person. He is not as muddle-headed as before. Did you see it today? He actually took the initiative to play with Z and Zishuan. This has never happened before. I remember that he didn't like children at all before, and he always had a cold face every time he saw Z. Today is different. He actually took the initiative to get close to Z and Zishuan. This is a good thing. In any case, he is better than before. If he can really change for the better, his parents will be relieved if they know about it. I've never seen him like this before. He did all kinds of jerk stuff before. The police station has become his second home. Hubby, I'm still worried that my uncle is just trying to be interesting for a while, and maybe after a few days of enthusiasm, he might go back to his old lazy self. By the way, today is the first time that my uncle asked me to help take care of Zitting. Zitting is a well-behaved and sensible little girl. She has been left alone for many years, which is hard for her. If he suddenly changes back to his previous state in a few days, I will break his legs. You're just talking. He's your own brother. Are you willing to let him go? But I still hope that my uncle won't change back. If he can settle down, he might be able to get married and have children in the future. Yeah, I think so too. You said Guhan's cooking skills are so good, is it possible for him to open a small restaurant? If not, opening a food stall is also a good thing, at least he won't starve to death. You should go and ask your uncle about this matter. It's too early to think about it now. Wait a few days and make sure your uncle is settled, then go and ask him what he thinks. Yes, I'll listen to you, wife. Alright, go to bed. You have to go to work early tomorrow morning. Wife, what do you think about us having a daughter? One as cute and well-behaved as Zitting? Not so good? You want to tire me to death? Go to bed quickly. Restraining his restless heart, Guha had a smile on his face and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, he heard a slight snoring sound beside him. Wife, are you asleep? Does time travel exist in this world? Is it like the soul suddenly becomes a different person? Guha murmured softly. Guha's murmurs did not receive any response, and Zhao Ximin's light snoring could still be heard in his ears. At Guhan's house, the little girl had already gone to bed. Today might be the happiest day for the little girl since she could remember. Even when she fell asleep, there was still a faint smile on her face. Looking at the sleeping girl, a smile appeared on Guhan's lips. Although becoming a dad inexplicably caught Guhan off guard, all his discomfort seemed to disappear after he saw the girl's cute pink face. He walked into the courtyard alone, sat on a chair and skillfully lit a cigarette. Feeling the thick smoke slowly filling his lungs, Guhan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he has inexplicably come to such an era, Guhan did not think about other things. Right now, the most important thing for Guhan is to feed the little girl. We still have to find a way to make money. I hope that the sea hunting system can bring some good things. Apart from anything else, supporting the girl is the most important thing. Guhan muttered softly. Guhan actually had an idea in his mind, which was to see if he could make some money by relying on the sea hunting system. If the sea hunting system does not bring any help, then being a chef safely and steadily is also a good thing. After all, I have pretty good cooking skills. Although I can't compare with the top star chefs, it is still relatively easy to set up a stall. What's more, Guhan also knew that there were many popular foods in the future, such as spicy crayfish, garlic clams, snail noodles, etc. These were all ways to make money. Guhan actually also wanted to speculate in stocks or real estate, or to get tens of thousands of BT coins for fun like the protagonists of many time travel novels. It was a pity that in the previous life, I was an orphan, and I only dropped out of high school to work hard in society, so my education was really limited. As for the original owner, she was even worse than me in the previous life, and she didn't even graduate from junior high school before she came out to work in society. Just like the saying goes, people have always been good at commenting, and can compose quatrains that will last forever. Unfortunately, I am uneducated, and my only comment is wow. Guhan also wanted to become a business tycoon or a real estate tycoon, but he had limited knowledge and knew nothing. While Guhan was still thinking about his ambition to catch seafood, the gate of the yard was pushed open, and a young man wearing a yellowed vest, with an ordinary face, messy hair, and a pair of flip-flops walked in. Brother Han, look what I brought you. These are the braised pig ears from Lao Zhao's family in this town. They are so delicious. The young man raised the bag in his hand, which contained a portion of braised pig ears and a bottle of Nulanshan tea. The man in front of him was named Lin Day, and he was also one of Guhan's few good friends in the village. Lin Day's home is not far from Guhan's home. This guy was also a highly anticipated figure in the village at first. He was admitted to a key high school in the city at a young age. Many people in the village still had high expectations for Lin Day. After all, for many years, few people from Daxing village have been able to get into the key high schools in the city. It's a pity that God seemed to play a big joke on Lin Day. When Lin Day went to school in the city, he was ostracized by the other students in the school. After all, Lin Day's family didn't have much money, and in such a big school, he was the only one who always wore tattered clothes. School bullying really happened to Lin Day. Fortunately, this guy was strong and stubborn, so he managed to endure it. His academic performance has always been among the top in the grade. But just when everything was going well, something happened in Lin Dei's family. His father, who had always depended on him, was swept away by the waves while he was out to sea again. After searching for several days, they finally found only a cold corpse. The occurrence of this incident completely crushed Lin Dei, and he completely collapsed. Chapter 12. Let's go fishing together tomorrow morning. On a dark night, Lin Dei ran to the beach alone and walked slowly towards the sea. That was the first time that Guhan saw a person whose eyes had no desire for life and were full of despair, and this happened to an 18-year-old boy. He had endured the bullying from his classmates, but he managed to survive. But when Lin Dei's father died, all his spiritual support was completely gone from him. Guhan only remembered that when he pulled Lin Dei out of the sea, that guy's face had already turned pale. Fortunately, there was still hope. After the seawater in his stomach was squeezed out, Lin Dei was able to save his life. From that day on, Lin Dei had been hanging out with Guhan, and he went from being a promising young talent to a complete loser. But this guy is still better than Guhan. When he has no money, he will go to the town to find some odd jobs. When he earns some money, he will follow Guhan to hang out in society. Speak softly, Zitting has fallen asleep. Guhan glanced at Lin Dei, then got up and went to the kitchen to get out the dishes. Brother Han, I heard that you went to the beach today? What? The sun rose from the west? Lin Dei opened the bag skillfully, poured half a glass of white wine for each of them, and said to Guhan in confusion. The village is so small, so Guhan's unprecedented early rise to catch seafood naturally became a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Get lost, I just want to make some money. This girl has never had a good life since she was a child, and I want to make it up to her. Guhan glared at Lin Dei and said, Brother Han, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you can't make much money by fishing in the sea. I think if you really want to live a good life, you still have to do big business. It's best to have a business that makes money quickly. Lin Dei picked up a pig's ear and said softly, Big business? How about this? You go buy 2 pairs of stockings tomorrow, I'll give you 1 pair each. Then you put them on your heads and go to the jewelry store in town. If you like any of them, grab them. This way you can make money quickly. Guhan said with a blank look at Lin Dei. Brother Han, this is not possible. It didn't matter if we had small fights before, but if we do this, we will be shot. Lin Dei waved his hands hurriedly, fearing that Guhan would make up his mind and really take him to become a bandit. So do you still want to make money quickly? Let me tell you, the jobs that make money quickly in this world are all written in the criminal law. Don't you have to work these days? Guhan also picked up a pig's ear and continued to ask. Work? Didn't I go to the city to look for work a few days ago? A rich family bought a villa and needed to clean up the construction waste inside. I was paid 160 yuan a day. I worked for 5 days and made 800 yuan, which is enough for me to live for a while. I told you before, it's just that you are too tired and don't want to go. Here, Brother Han, here are 300 yuan for you. You can also buy some delicious food for Zitting to keep at home. When I came here before, I bought her some candy. I don't know if the little girl has finished eating it. Lin Dei said, and took out 300 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to Guhan. Take the money back. I don't need it right now. By the way, since you have nothing to do in the next few days, get up early tomorrow and go fishing with me. I was lucky today, I got a few pounds of oysters and clams, and also a 2-pound white eel. Guhan also told Lin Dei about what he had gotten today. Brother Han? You actually got a white eel? This thing is a rare commodity and it is hard to find it at the seaside. You actually got one, and it weighs 2 kilograms? Lin Dei said with some surprise. Well, I'm just lucky. Ligizi's wife got a 3-pound octopus and 2 red crabs today. Guhan said calmly. I heard about it. When I just returned to the village, I saw Wang Suihua bragging to people in front of the grocery store. That woman is like a big loudspeaker. She wants to make everything known to the whole world. Lin Dei waved his hand and said, Come here at 7 tomorrow morning. I'll cook some porridge and we'll go fishing after we finish drinking. Do you have a few crab cages at home? Bring them tomorrow morning. Let's go get a few cages and see if we can get some blue crabs. Guhan continued. Brother Han, if you want to get blue crabs, you have to be extremely lucky, or you have to go out to sea or find mangroves. Normally, if you throw a few crab cages in, most of the crabs you get are stone crabs, which can't be sold for much money. Lin Dei said embarrassedly. It is true that crab cages can catch crabs, but people who sell crab cages will not tell you that such cages can generally only catch stone crabs. As for catching blue crabs, it depends on your luck. Sometimes fishermen stroll around the open sea, setting out dozens or even hundreds of traps, but at the end of the day they may not even see the shadow of a blue crab. Of course, if you are as lucky as Wang Suawa, you might be able to catch one or two by turning over the rocks and looking through the cracks when the tide goes out. It's okay, just take it and find a place to put it. It depends on your luck. Even if there are no blue crabs, you can get some stone crabs to eat. Guhan said in a deep voice. Okay, I got it. I'll go back and look for it. My father didn't leave me anything else, but he did leave me some of these sea fishing tools. I don't know if they can still be used. Lin Dei nodded and said. Although he didn't understand why Guhan suddenly wanted to go to the sea, Lin Dei would unconditionally believe and execute what Guhan said. After all, it was Guhan who saved his life, and it was Guhan's appearance that made him no longer despair of this world. Lin Dei still clearly remembers that not long after he was rescued by Guhan, Guhan handed him a stick and took him to a key high school in the city. Lin Dei remembered that day, Guhan pulled out the guys who bullied him and hit them with a wooden stick. The group of school bullies who were usually arrogant and domineering became extremely honest under Guhan's education. But the final price he paid was that Guhan spent more than 10 days in jail. It was also from that day that Lin Dei began to follow Guhan, drinking and fighting with Guhan, stealing with Guhan, visiting brothels with Guhan, and staying in police station with Guhan. No matter where Guhan is, Lin Dei will be with Guhan most of the time. Chapter 13. Everything will be alright. The next morning, the first rays of morning light had already fallen, and Guhan had already gotten up early. After a simple wash, he went to the kitchen. He skillfully took out the large piece of lean meat left over from yesterday from the refrigerator, along with yesterday's oysters and the mudfish. Wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen. A large iron pot on the stove was cooking rice porridge, and Guhan was also cleaning oysters. Dad! The little girl woke up at some point and came to the kitchen barefoot, rubbing her hazy eyes. Zitting? Are you awake? Is your head still hot? Guhan picked up the little girl and touched her forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it had completely returned to normal. Lao Zhou's medicine is very effective. Since yesterday afternoon, the girl's body temperature has returned to normal. Okay, Zitting's head doesn't hurt anymore. Dad, what are you cooking? Gu Zitting also imitated Guhan and put her hand on her head to check. Cook porridge. Make it even better than yesterday's. Dad will take you to wash your face and brush your teeth. The porridge will be ready in a while. Guhan said to Gu Zitting lovingly. Dad, Zitting knows how to wash her face and brush her teeth. Dad, you just need to cook some delicious porridge. Zitting can go brush her teeth and wash her face by herself. The girl said hurriedly. Okay, then go brush your teeth and wash your face by yourself. Guhan nodded, looking at the little girl who had already started to be independent at such a young age with some heartache. The porridge in the pot was already boiling. Guhan also added some shredded ginger into the porridge and stirred it slowly. Seeing that the rice had become a little sticky, I put the chopped meat into it. I waited for a while, and when I smelled the aroma of the meat, I put the oyster meat I made yesterday into the porridge. After the oyster meat is put in, start to season it simply, sprinkle with salt and pepper, stir it slightly, and then sprinkle with chopped green onions. A pot of fragrant oyster meat porridge is ready. From the time the rice porridge thickened to the time it was cooked, the whole process only took 3 to 5 minutes. Especially when the oysters were put into the rice porridge, it only took 1 minute before Guhan turned off the fire. Because the oysters were small, Guhan only boiled them for 1 minute. Oysters cannot be boiled for too long, as they become as tough as rubber and hard to chew. As for how long to boil them, it depends on their size. After all the porridge was served out, Guhan lit the boiler again, put the only mudskipper caught yesterday into the pot and fried it until both sides were golden brown. He sprinkled a little salt on it and served it out. Uncle Xiaolin. The little girl's excited cheers came from outside the door. Zitting, give your uncle a kiss. Lin Dei put the 4 crab cages on one side of the yard and then held the little girl in his arms. Baji. The little girl kissed Lin Dei on the face very obediently. Brother Han, did you cook all this? Lin Dei said in surprise, looking at the big pot of porridge and a fish on the table. Well, you and Zitting eat first. I'll bring the porridge to my sister-in-law. After we finish eating, we'll go to work. Guhan glanced at Lin Dei and said. After saying that, he ignored Lin Dei and went to Guhao's house with a pot of porridge. "Brother, are you up?" Guhan knocked on the door just like he did yesterday. "I'm here." Guhao opened the door with a trace of bloodshot in his eyes. It seemed that he did not sleep well last night. After all, Guhao thought about it 1,000 times last night whether time travel was really possible, which resulted in him falling asleep very late. "Brother, I have cooked the porridge. You, sister-in-law, Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian can enjoy it." Guhan handed the pot to Guhao and said, "What about you?" Guhao took the pot and said to Guhan, "I still have some at home. After I finish eating, I plan to go fishing with Xiaolin to see if I can get some valuable goods. By the way, I may have to trouble my sister-in-law later. I want her to help me look after Zitting. I am worried about her staying at home alone." Guhan continued, "Okay, bring Zitting over later. Your sister-in-law is also taking care of the children at home anyway. It doesn't matter if she takes care of one or two," Guhao said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll go back first." Guhan nodded and said, "Well, Guhan, come on. I believe that as long as you are willing to work hard, you will have a good life in the future and everything will be fine." Guhao looked at Guhan seriously and said, "I understand, brother." Guhan nodded heavily. When they returned to the house, Lin Dei was already drinking porridge and eating fish with the little girl. The boy was carefully picking out the fish bones for the little girl, fearing that she would choke while eating the fish. "Brother Han, your cooking smells so good. When did you learn to cook?" Xiaoting also told me that the clams and white clams you made last night were also delicious. Lin Dei asked hurriedly as he saw Guhan coming back. "Do you think it's possible that I might be that 1 in a million genius? Do you believe that I am a self-taught person?" Guhan said with a smile. "I believe it. Brother Han, your cooking skills are so good. Let's set up a stall and make a fortune," Lin Dei said hurriedly. "Come on, get rich, but it's not that easy to get rich. Eat quickly, and then we'll go fishing." Guhan patted Lin Dei's shoulder and said, "Dad, are you going to the beach? Can Xiaoting go with us?" Gu Zitting looked at Guhan eagerly and asked in a baby voice. "Xiaoting, Daddy is going to make money, a lot of money, and will buy you lots of delicious food and beautiful clothes in the future. The beach is dangerous, Xiaoting, you can't go. I will take you to your aunt's place later, and you can play with Xiaoyi and the others," Guhan said to Gu Zitting lovingly. "Oh, then Dad, are you coming back?" Gu Zitting blinked her bright eyes and asked Guhan. "Come back, Dad will be back in the afternoon and will cook lots of delicious food for Zitting," Guhan said with a smile. Oh, there's delicious food." Gu Zitting cheered. In fact, in the little girl's heart, she doesn't care whether there are delicious food or nice clothes. What really makes the little girl care is Guhan. Now, after hearing Guhan say that he would be back in the afternoon, his face was full of joy. Okay, have some porridge," Guhao also said with a grin. Sometimes, having a daughter is really a good thing. Yes, have some porridge. Xiaoting, this piece of fish is for you. The fish your father fried is so delicious." Lin Dei also smiled happily. Chapter 14 Big Spicy Snails. A few figures can be vaguely seen on the beach in the early morning. The women in the village usually get up very early when they have nothing to do. Every day, they would pry some oysters from the beach and sell them for around 10 or 20 yuan, which was enough to cover the food expenses of the entire family for the women in the village. When the tide goes out, I go to the mudflats and pick up some clams and snails. I can sell them for 20 or 30 yuan after a busy day. At the end of the day, I can earn 50 or 60 yuan. Although it's not much, it's enough. The left-behind women in the village, except for young women like Zhao Ximin who need to take care of children, most of the older women come to the beach to make some money. As for men, not many of them would come to catch seafood. After all, for many men, going out to work, even if it is just helping to unload goods at the dock, can earn them 100 yuan a day, which is much more than what they can earn by going to the sea. Nowadays, things are different from the past. You can easily earn 18,000 yuan a month by doing live broadcasts and shooting videos of beach hunting. For many men living on the coast, they either go out to work or go out to sea with a boat to fish. Very few men stay on the coast to catch seafood. The job of catching seafood not only earns little, but is also not very stable. Guhan and Lin Dei were walking on the beach, each carrying a bucket and 2 crab cages, which naturally attracted the attention of the women around them. Second son of the Gu family, why are you here again? The tide is not that early today. If you want to dig clams, you may have to wait for some time. Wang Suihua looked at Guhan and Lin Dei with some surprise. She didn't understand why the 2 most famous gangsters in the village came to the beach to catch clams. "Aunt Wang, I saw that you caught 2 red crabs yesterday, so I came here to try my luck and see if I can get a few red crabs back," Guhan said with a smile. "How can I have such good luck every day? In the past month, I was only luckier yesterday. But the red crabs are really fat. The people at the dock offered me 80 yuan per pound yesterday, but I didn't sell them. I kept them at home and planned to sell them at the market for a good price later." When Wang Suihua heard Guhan talking about red crabs, she immediately became interested and looked very proud. "Then I hope Aunt Wang can sell it for a good price. Xiaolin and I will leave first." Guhan waved his hand and had no intention of continuing to talk to Wang Suihua. Walking towards the distance with Lin Dei, Guhan did not choose to gather with Wang Suihua and her group, but planned to go to a slightly farther place to see if there was anything. After all, people go to the beach outside the village to dig for seafood every day. They have been doing this for dozens or even hundreds of years, so even if there are any seafood, they are very limited. Brother Han, Wang Suihua's behavior is really annoying. She just caught 2 red crabs, but she wants the whole world to know about it. Lin Dei muttered in a low voice. "Come on, he was just showing off, he didn't offend you. But there is no law that prohibits showing off or being arrogant. If showing off and being arrogant are really against the law, then what we did in the past would be enough to get us shot dozens of times," Guhan said indifferently. "That's true. Brother Han, you used to be more arrogant than me. But, Brother Han, why do I feel like you seem to have changed? You used to ignore the people in the village." Lin Dei tilted his head and said to Guhan, "This is called growth, this is called transformation, this is mental maturity, do you understand? Don't understand? You will understand when you have a daughter in the future." Guhan rolled his eyes at Lin Dei. "What if it's a son?" Lin Dei said slyly. "Go, hurry up and go. I remember walking along the beach for half an hour. There will be a mangrove tidal flat over there. When the time comes, throw the crab cage there and see if you can catch a few." "Okay." Walking along the beach, the early morning sun was not too harsh, and it felt warm and comfortable on my face. But soon when 8 o'clock came, Guhan regretted not wearing a straw hat. The sun in this hot summer was not so hot only in the morning for an hour, and the rest of the time it was absolutely torturous. After walking for about half an hour, a mangrove forest appeared not far away. Mangrove trees grew along the coastline and stood on the mudflats, like guards on the seaside. "First, pick some snails here, crush them, and use them as bait." Guhan looked at the mangroves not far away, but did not rush there. Instead, he took Lin Dei to a rocky mudflat first. Bait is still needed to place crab cages. Generally, fishermen will prepare some fish and shrimp viscerae as bait, and it is best to use the kind of fish and shrimp that have begun to rot overnight, so that the fishy smell is strong and will attract crabs. As for buying those specially formulated baits, they are just deceiving those novices who go fishing. Guhan did not make any preparations in advance. After all, putting up the crab cages was just a spur-of-the-moment idea of Guhan. Fortunately, the thing that is most abundant at the seaside is bait. Not to mention the small crabs crawling everywhere, even the various conchs and shellfish hiding under the rocks can be used as bait. "Brother Han, there is a nest of snails here. They are quite big. The big ones are almost as big as the big toe. This is the first time I have seen such big snails." Lin Dei stood beside a rock and waved at Guhan. I came to Lin Dei and looked at the huge stone in front of me. There were many spicy snails on the stone. The big ones were as big as the big toe. When I took one off, I could clearly see that the snail meat was a little yellow and plump. The spicy snail is the most common type of snail on the seashore. It is also called the bitter snail. It is not big, usually about 3 or 2 centimeters in size. Those that can grow to more than 3 centimeters are considered relatively large spicy snails. The shell of the spicy snail is covered with wart-like protrusions and its shell is grayish-white in color, making it very easy to identify. However, not many people eat this kind of spicy snail. It's not that the meat is not delicious, but mainly because it contains spicy cysts at the tail end of the snail, which tastes a bit spicy and bitter. Eating too much will make your stomach uncomfortable. Therefore, generally not many people like to eat this thing. At most, some gourmets will buy some to try it. They are quite big. Pick some off, maybe a pound or two. Pick the big ones and cook them up for wine later. Okay. I'll smash some of it for you first, and you can take out the meat and put it in the crab pot, and then go to the mangrove forest and release the crab pot. Well, crabs really like this. Guhan started to pick up the snails with the shovel in his hand. It was not difficult to pick up the snails. You didn't even need any tools. You could just break off a handful with a light push. However, Guhan still wanted to see how much energy the snails he pried out with the shovel could bring to the shovel. Chapter 15. Did we find the clam nest? The small iron shovel kept prying, and Guhan pried off all the snails attached to the stone. He picked out some smaller snails, smashed them with the iron shovel, and handed them to Lin Dei. There is a bait box in the crab cage, which is specifically used to hold bait. As long as you put the bait in, once the fishy smell is released, you can welcome all kinds of seafood, especially crabs. Once the crabs enter the cage, it is difficult for them to get out. After all, the design of the funnel mouth makes it easy for the seafood to come in but difficult to get out. Lin Dei quickly stuffed the bait into the 4 crab cages. Without Guhan's instruction, he simply carried the 4 crab cages and walked towards the mangroves not far away. 2 kilograms of spicy snails only gave 2 points. These spicy snails are really worthless. Fortunately, these 2 kilograms of spicy snails did charge the shovel with 4 points. I don't know when it will be fully charged to 100 points. Guhan muttered softly. In just a short while, Guhan had managed to get 2 kilograms of fairly large spicy snails, which earned him some points. As for the smaller spicy snails, Guhan did not get any. Guhan did not plan to continue looking for spicy snails. Firstly, the price of spicy snails was not high, and secondly, not many people bought them. Except for some gourmets with discerning tastes who might be interested in them, most people did not like them. Unlike clams, which are plump, tender, and easy to eat, spicy snails have a bitter and spicy taste that is hard for ordinary people to like. Instead of focusing on looking for the snails, he slowly walked towards the slightly flatter mudflats with fewer rocks. Let's just dig some clams, Guhan said embarrassedly. The tide had not yet receded, so Guhan could only start searching along the edge of the mudflat. There were some tiny holes on the mudflat from time to time, and it was not difficult to find those holes with a careful look. Guhan held a small shovel and kept looking for holes. The waves hit Guhan's calves from time to time. Seeing a hole appear, he used the small iron shovel to dig accurately and pry gently, and a clam appeared in front of Guhan. After digging clams for a long time yesterday, Guhan gained some experience and became more and more skilled at digging clams. By the time Lin Dei came back after putting away the crab cage, Guhan had already dug up nearly half a pound of clams. Why does it take so long to put up these crab cages? Guhan said to Lin Dei, who was covered in mud, with some confusion. Brother Han, you don't understand. My father once told me that there are some skills to placing crab cages. You can't just put them in the sea. Especially if you want to catch blue crabs, you can't just put them there randomly. You have to put them in slightly shallow water, preferably outside the crab holes. I just went to look for crab holes, and found 2 or 3 holes, and I put a cage in the trench for the last one, Lin Dei said with a smile. Well, help dig clams quickly. There are a lot of clams here. After the tide goes out, we will go to the front and take a look. There should be more. Guhan nodded and said. He didn't know how to catch crabs, but Lin Dei knew a little bit. After all, Lin Dei's father was an old fisherman. Okay. Brother Han, you've already dug up a lot. If you dig for another 2 or 3 hours today, you should be able to get 3 to 5 kilograms, which will be just right for drinking in the evening, Lin Dei said with a grin. Then they picked up a small shovel and started searching. They searched in the mudflat for about 2 hours and found several kilograms of clams. The happy thing is that I dug up clams, but the sad thing is that there were nothing but clams. At this time, the tide had completely receded, revealing a muddy mudflat, and countless small puddles appeared before the eyes. Let's go to the front. Guhan patted Lin Dei's shoulder and pointed to the front. Well, this tide is really bad. It has only receded a little. I don't know if I can be luckier and catch some blue crabs. The best would be red crabs. They are very valuable. I saw vendors in the market selling them for more than 100 yuan per pound a few days ago, Lin Dei said excitedly. If we talk about the most valuable seafood that can be found at the seaside, it must be blue crabs, especially the red crabs, which can easily sell for hundreds of yuan per catty in the market. If they are a little bigger, it is not a problem to sell them for 200 or 300 yuan per catty. The two men walked forward, their feet sinking into the mud, taking one deep step and one shallow step. Lin Dei still focused all his attention on the blue crabs, constantly looking for stones and looking in the puddles. Gu Han did not have such extravagant desires, but instead glanced at the potholes on the mudflats. Soon, Gu Han also found several holes. The small pores were not big, but Gu Han also discovered that some white and thin tracheas extended out of some of the holes. In stock. Gu Han's expression lit up with joy, and he immediately used the shovel in his hand to dig towards the hole. As the shovel turned over, he found nothing but sand. Seeing that there was still a small pore where the soil was turned up, Gu Han did not sit idle. He continued to push the shovel downwards and turned the shovel up again. A shellfish as big as a thumb was turned up. Ha! Razor clams? I actually got razor clams? Gu Han looked a little happy. This was the first time he got other shellfish besides clams. The scientific name of the razor clam in front of you is Cynonovacula constricta, and people also call it nail clams. As for razor clams, it is just a general term. There are only 3 most common clams in China. The first is the thumb-sized constrictor clam in front of you, which is slightly flat in shape and has a yellow-brown shell. The other 2 are the long bamboo clam and the large bamboo clam. The giant bamboo clams and the long bamboo clams are of the same family and genus. The long bamboo clams are slender, with thin and crisp shells and smooth surfaces, while the giant bamboo clams have slightly wider shells that are thicker and sturdier. Gu Han didn't expect that he actually dug up razor clams. Although they were the cheapest clams on the market, they added a touch of freshness to Gu Han's peaceful life of going to the beach. Seeing that a razor clam was harvested from the first hole, Gu Han was full of energy and quickly dug towards the next hole. Within a few seconds, another razor clam was thrown into the bucket by Gu Han. Shaolin, don't look for crabs. There are clams in this area. Come and dig them quickly. Gu Han also hurriedly greeted Lin Dei at this time. Razor clams? King clams? Lin Dei also hurried over. It's not the king clam, it's just an ordinary clam. This piece is full of pores. Hurry up and dig them up. Although they can't be sold at a very high price, there must be a lot of them. Gu Han said, pointing to the mudflat full of pores in front of him. Brother Han, have we found the clam nest? Lin Dei said in surprise. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. We won't be able to dig anything when the tide rises. Gu Han glared at Lin Dei and said. Chapter 16 Selling It Yourself. Just as Lin Dei said, Gu Han might have really come across a clam nest this time. The densely packed pores in front of him were full of clams, each one of them was plump and tender. Picking up money, Lin Dei felt the feeling of picking up money for the first time, and he was full of energy and worked hard. After about 2 hours, Gu Han and Lin Dei finally stopped what they were doing. Their buckets were already filled with densely packed clams. If they weighed them, they would weigh at least 17 or 18 kilograms. Brother Han, this full bucket is so heavy. What a pity. Although the clams are good, their price is only slightly higher than that of cockles. If it were the king clams, how much would they be worth? Lin Dei sat directly on the mudflat, shook his sore hands, still thinking about the king clams. Digging clams is not as easy as you think. They are hidden deep inside, and you have to dig deeper into the soil every time to dig them out. Gu Han alone dug about 17 to 18 kilograms of razor clams, which brought him 40 points, with each kilogram of razor clams providing 4 points. In addition, he also caught 2 kilograms of bitter snails and 3 kilograms of clams. Now Gu Han's points have once again reached 51. Although 50 points are not many and can only be exchanged for a small shovel, it still makes Gu Han very happy. What really made Gu Han excited was that the energy level of the small shovel in his hand had reached 80 points, and it was only one step away from 100 points. Gu Han wanted to continue searching, but the tide had risen and would soon submerge the mudflat in front of him, so Gu Han gave up the idea of continuing digging. Brother Han, the water is rising, shall we go back? Lin Dei glanced at Gu Han and said. Okay, let's go. We've been hungry all day. This place is not far from the market in town. Let's find a seafood buyer and process these clams first. We should be able to sell them for some money. After selling them, we can go home and have a good rest, and then have dinner and drinks in the evening. Gu Han patted Lin Dei's shoulder and said. Brother Han, don't go looking for those seafood purchasing shops. They are so mean. They charge you 3 yuan for a pound of clams, but they sell it to you for 6 yuan a pound. We have a lot of razor clams here. If we sell them ourselves, we can easily sell so many of them for 200 yuan. If you ask them to buy it, you might only be able to sell it for a little over 100 yuan. Lin Dei said repeatedly. This is what seafood buyers do. They always buy seafood at low prices and sell them at high prices. Of course, there is nothing wrong with them doing this. After all, they have to bear the cost of renting houses and shops, and also bear the risk of seafood dying and not being able to sell at a high price. In short, you think I am a black, but I think I will lose money if I am not a black. Okay, then we'll sell them ourselves. These clams are cheap, so they won't be hard to sell. Gu Han said after a moment's hesitation. Razor clams are not an overly expensive seafood. The general selling price in the market is only about 15 or 16 yuan per catty. The highest price is only about 20 yuan per catty, and when the price is low, it can be as low as 12 or 13 yuan per catty. Selling seafood is not a particularly difficult thing, especially in this seaside town. Every day many fishermen take their seafood to the market to sell. Under the banner of pure wild-caught seafood, the products will actually be sold out very quickly. After all, people nowadays still firmly believe that wild products are definitely tastier than farmed ones. The two men each carried a bucket and walked towards the seafood market in the town, not caring about the dirt on their bodies. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the seafood market. The huge seafood market was already crowded and bustling with vendors hawking their wares and people coming to buy vegetables. Gu Han and Lin Dei did not run into the market. If they had run in to sell their goods, they would have been driven out by the market's security administrator in minutes. After finding a place outside the market and putting down the bucket, Lin Dei immediately ran to a nearby convenience store and bought a bundle of bags, as well as a woven bag. Cut the woven bag open, spread it flat on the ground, and then pour out the seafood in the bucket. Brother Han, we don't have a scale. Lin Dei glanced at Gu Han and said. Yes, who said there isn't? Uncle, have a cigarette. When we sell something later, can you lend me your scale? Gu Han handed a cigarette to an old man who was squatting and selling vegetables next to him. Okay, these are all small things. You are very lucky to get so many clams and mussels. The old man took the cigarette, looked at the clams placed on the woven bag and said. I was a little luckier and happened to get some. How about it? Are you interested in buying some? These things are purely wild, especially the clams, which are plump. If you want it, I'll charge you 15 yuan per catty. I just passed by other stalls and they all sold it for 18 yuan per catty. I also plan to sell it for 16 yuan per catty. And we don't keep these in water. We wash them right after we get them, so they definitely don't take up any weight. The reason we eat seafood is because it is fresh. Now it is very fresh. We can buy it home and put it in salt water to fry it. Then add some fermented black beans and chili peppers and stir fry it. We can drink a few more glasses of wine. Gu Han said with a smile. After hearing what Gu Han said, the old man's eyes immediately lit up and he swallowed unconsciously. Obviously he was moved. Now that you mention it, it's really good. Okay, give me 2 kilograms. I'll go back and ask my wife to fry it for me after I close the stall. The old man thought for a while and said. Okay, Xiaolin, bring a bag and fill it with 2 kilograms of clams for me. Gu Han hurriedly called out to Lin Dei. Okay. Lin Dei's face was also full of joy. He never thought that Gu Han not only borrowed a scale from the old man, but also directly sold 2 kilograms of clams. Uncle, do you grow these vegetables yourself? I think your lettuce is very good. Not only are they plump, but they are also green. Gu Han said as he looked at some vegetables placed in front of the uncle. Well, these are all grown by myself. How about it, young man? If you want to buy, I'll give you $2 per pound. The old man said with a smile. Okay then, uncle, please also give me 2 kilograms. Gu Han nodded and said. The business was opened in this way. Gu Han always believed that in addition to quality, the most important thing in doing business is to rely on one's mouth. If one has a good mouth, he can even sell combs to Buddhist temples. With the completion of the first business deal, more and more people came to Gu Han's stall, wanting to buy some razor clams or mussels. 5 pounds of clams sell out very quickly. There is no one living by the sea who doesn't like eating clams, so naturally this thing has become everyone's first choice. Then he started buying clams. In just a short while, Guhan sold 12 kilograms of clams, and only 6 kilograms of clams were left in the woven bag. On the contrary, not many people bought the 2 kilograms of plump spicy snails. This thing is really not very popular. Looking at such a big market, Guhan is the only one selling these spicy snails. Chapter 17, Encountering a Gourmet. Brother Han, it looks like we can only eat these spicy snails ourselves. Not many people want them. Lin Dei said with a sigh, looking at the spicy snails in front of him. There's nothing we can do about it. Apart from some gourmets, few people will buy this thing. Guhan said indifferently. Guhan himself had been a chef in his previous life and had eaten spicy snails. To be honest, he didn't really like the taste of spicy snails, which had a hint of spiciness and bitterness. Although it also had a sweet taste, compared to many other types of snails, Guhan still preferred to eat other snails. Just when the two were planning to take the spicy snails home to eat, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in front of Guhan. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair standing in front of the stall. The moment the middle-aged man saw the spicy snail, he locked his eyes on it. Little brother, how much are these big yellow-mouthed spicy snails? The middle-aged man said, staring at the spicy snails. Large yellow-mouthed spicy snail? Isn't this just a spicy snail that is slightly larger in size? Lin Dei said with some confusion. Little brother, you don't know this. This is a little different from ordinary spicy snails. First, they are bigger. Second, their shells are yellow. The meat is also yellowish, fresher, and sweeter. Although it is also a spicy snail, this is the best among the spicy snails. The meat is large, fresh, and crispy. I haven't seen such spicy snails in many years. The middle-aged man picked up a spicy snail and looked at it carefully. Boss, are these spicy snails as delicious as you say? I don't really like spicy snails. They are spicy and bitter, and have no sweet and fresh taste at all. Lin Dei said embarrassedly. Although spicy snails are spicy and bitter, they have a unique flavor. The Southern Song Dynasty poet Han Yu once said, spicy snails are the real seafood, and drinking them can wake you up. He was talking about spicy snails. The meat of spicy snails is fresh, slightly spicy and fragrant, and it is crispy and tender with a sweet aftertaste. The middle-aged man is obviously a gourmet and has a unique insight into spicy snails. Boss, if you really want it, then I will be merciful. Then I'll sell all these spicy snails to you. They're 3 yuan per catty. Here are a little more than 2 catties, so just give me 6 yuan. Guhan said, looking at the middle-aged man. Oh? 3 yuan per pound? The middle-aged man looked at Guhan in surprise and said. Well, doing business requires honesty. I originally planned to sell it for 3 yuan per pound. Boss, since you like it, I will sell it all to you. By the way, boss, why don't you take a look at these clams? Each one is plump and tender, and they haven't been soaked in water yet, so they are absolutely the best. Take them home and raise them for an hour or so, and after they spit out the sand, they taste amazing when fried. These are all wild things, my brother, and I just got them from the sea. Guhan said with a smile. You are very honest. If it were someone else, they would probably sell it to me at a higher price. Well, you just pack all the spicy snails for me, and weigh 3 pounds of clams for me. The middle-aged man smiled, looked at Guhan with appreciation and said. Okay. Guhan said quickly. In fact, Guhan could tell that this middle-aged man was a gourmet and a wealthy gourmet. After all, Guhan had never seen anyone wearing an Armani suit to buy vegetables in the market. If it were me, I would probably change into ordinary clothes before going to the market, for fear of getting them dirty. Here's the money. The middle-aged man took out a 100 yuan note from his wallet and handed it to Guhan. 3 pounds of razor clams are 48 yuan, and 2 pounds of spicy snails are 6 yuan. The total is 54 yuan. I'll charge you 100 yuan. No need to change the money. You are an honest businessman, which is great. After the middle-aged man said this, he ignored Guhan and left the stall with the 2 bags. Brother? That guy is too rich, right? There are still more than 40 yuan left, and he just doesn't want it? Lin Dei said in surprise. How should I know? Rich people have a lot of habits, right? Guhan said, shaking his head as he held up the 40+ yuan he was going to use as change. Brother, there are only 3 pounds of clams left. Should we collect them? Didn't you say you wanted to have some clams to eat tonight? Lin Day glanced at Guhan and said. Okay, let's take them all. Uncle, thank you, we will go back first. Before leaving, Guhan did not forget to hand a cigarette to the uncle next to him. Okay, you have a bright future. The old man took the cigarette and said with a smile. After rolling up the woven bag and putting the remaining bags into the bucket, Guhan took Lin Day and left the market. At the steamed bun shop outside the market, the two ordered a few steamed buns each, got a bottle of Coke each, and began to eat them in big mouthfuls. I sold 15 caddies of razor clams in total. The old man sold 2 caddies for 15 yuan, and the other 13 caddies were all sold for 16 yuan each, which is a total of 238 yuan. In addition to this, 5 caddies of clams were sold for 30 yuan, and spicy snails for 6 yuan. The boss didn't want the change of 46 yuan, so the total was exactly 320 yuan. Xiaolin, take this 160 yuan. We can each take half, and our relationship will not fall apart. Guhan counted the money and took out half of it and gave it to Lin Day. Brother Han, I don't want it. You can keep the money. You brought me out to the sea to get this money. Besides, you need money to support Xiao Ting now. And you were the one selling things just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to sell these things. Lin Day waved his hand and said. Okay, I'll give you more money when I make a lot of money in the future. Leave this money with me first, and I'll think about how to develop it later. When I make money in the future, I guarantee that you will get a share. I will build you a big house and find you a good wife. Guhan did not continue to be polite. Everything depends on you, Brother Han. Anyway, it was you who saved my life. Without you, I would have died long ago. By the way, Brother Han, shall we buy some meat and vegetables and invite Brother Hao to have dinner together in the evening? Brother Hao will be very happy to see you making money. Lin Day said to Guhan. Well, let's go buy some food after we finish eating. We already have clams here, so we can just make a few dishes later. Guhan also nodded and said. By the way, Brother Han, how did you acquire such cooking skills? Are you really a genius? Just like in the movies, have you awakened your talent as a chef? Lin Day glanced at Guhan and said. Get lost, eat quickly, and then go buy something to take back. Guhan said with a blank look at Lin Day. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they carried a bag of vegetables and walked towards Daxing village. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally returned to the village. When passing by the village, the people around them looked at the two people covered in mud in surprise, their eyes full of shock. Second son of the Gu family? I heard from Aunt Wang that you went fishing again? Did you get anything good? Uncle Zhao, do you think we got anything good? We worked for nothing for the whole morning. Going fishing will never lead to anything great. Look at my son, he has already established himself in the city and is now the manager of a company, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month. The second son of the Gu family, you have no future like this. Uncle Zhao, maybe I can get rich by fishing in the sea someday, no one can predict. By the way, Zhao Mingyu is doing well in the city, when will he return to the village? I haven't seen him for several years. Brother Han, you don't know that Zhao Mingyu hasn't been back to the village in the past few years. The city is only about 40 minutes drive from Daxing village. If you didn't know, you would have thought that Zhao Mingyu went abroad and didn't come back for several years. Who knows, Zhao Mingyu might be busy with something and can't spare even half a day. Okay, Uncle Zhao, we'll leave first. The two men smiled and walked towards home, leaving the old boy surnamed Zhao standing there with a grim look on his face, his hair disheveled in the wind. Chapter 18, Attitudes Relaxed. Guhan did not tell anyone that he had gotten a lot of clams. Guhan was not Wang Suihua, who liked to brag everywhere. Some things are better kept low-key. There is nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. Dad, you're back. When Gu Ziding arrived at Gu Hao's house, she ran over with a happy face as soon as she saw Guhan. Uncle Xiaolin. Gu Zi still followed Gu Ziding quickly, afraid that Gu Ziding would fall, and his eyes were also looking at Guhan and the others. Now Guhan was covered in mud and was extremely dirty, which really attracted some attention. Guhan, are you going to the beach again? Come in and have a drink of water? Zhao Xinin's face was no longer as cold as before. At least, it was much more relaxed than the previous times she saw Guhan. Yes, sister-in-law. I took Xiaolin to the beach today and was lucky enough to get something. I won't go in. I'm covered in mud. Sister-in-law, you don't have to cook tonight. I bought some meat and vegetables. I'll just make a few dishes at a time. When Big Brother comes back, you can bring everyone over to eat together? Guhan didn't go into the house, but stood outside and looked at Zhao Ximin and said, Sister-in-law, Brother Han and I got a lot of clams today, and we sold them at the market for a good price. You can call Brother Hao over later, and we can all have a meal inside. I haven't had a drink with Brother Hao for a long time. Today, I even got some clams. Brother Han said that the clams are delicious when fried with black beans and some chili peppers. Lin Dei also said hurriedly. Zhao Ximin was a little surprised when she heard Lin Dei say that he had gotten a lot of clams, but she suppressed her curiosity and nodded, saying, Okay, when Guhao comes back from work, I'll take everyone over for dinner. Okay. Xiaoting, do you want to go back with your dad or stay here and play with your aunt? Guhan said, looking at the girl. I want to be with Daddy. I'll go wherever Daddy goes. The little girl said in a baby voice. Uncle, I'll go home with you too. I can help. Gu Zi looked at Guhan eagerly. Gu Zi would never say this before. Guhan's image in Gu Zi's mind was not too great. But since yesterday, especially after Guhan played with Gu Zi for a while in the afternoon, the little guy gradually fell in love with his uncle. The little guy felt that his uncle seemed like a different person, he became a much nicer person and the food he cooked was delicious. Okay then, come home with me. Sister-in-law, I'll take them two back first. Guhan said to Zhao Ximin. Okay, it's just right that I can take some time off. The two little guys are making a lot of noise. Zhao Ximin smiled and said while holding Gu Zixuan who was still babbling. The two little ones followed Guhan home, and Lin Dei also went to Guhan's home with them. After letting Lin Dei look after the two little ones for a while, Guhan went to take a shower. After changing into clean and tidy clothes, he let Lin Dei take a shower. Lin Dei also had some clothes at Guhan's house, as the two had lived together a lot in the past. Dad, is this a razor clam? It looks like a big fingernail. The little girl squatted in the basin and said while looking at the clams in the basin. Sister, this is a razor clam. My father told me it's also called a nail clam. I heard there are very big clams, some as thick as several fingers. When you stretch out your nose, it's very long. Gu Zi explained seriously. Are there any thicker ones? Xiaoting has never seen one. The girl asked, tilting her head. I haven't seen it either. My dad said that the big clams are very expensive and we don't have money to buy them at home. The little guy continued. Hearing the two little guys squatting by the basin, looking at the clams inside and teasing them from time to time, Guhan grinned. Come here, you two little ones, look what I bought for you. Guhan walked into the living room, took out a bag of white rabbit milk candy, then opened it, grabbed a handful and handed them to the two of them. The moment the two little ones saw the white rabbit milk candy, their eyes lit up, especially Gu Zitting, whose face was full of smiles. Thank you, Dad, Gidge, I have some candy. Thank you, Uncle. Sister, I'll help you open it. The little guy cheered and jumped for joy. He tore open the candy and put it in his mouth to chew, with a happy expression on his face. Well, just eat one. Leave the rest aside and eat them after you finish your meal. Guhan instructed the two little guys. Got it. The little guys said in unison. Seeing that it was still relatively early, Guhan turned on the TV, selected a cartoon, and let the two little ones sit aside and watch the animation. As for himself, he took Lin Dei, and each of them held a bucket and a rag in their hands, and started to work in the house. The room was so dirty, with cobwebs and dust everywhere, which made Guhan find it hard to accept such an environment. The general cleaning began. Although the two got up very early to start working, they were young and did not feel tired. They worked very quickly, dumping buckets of garbage and dirty water. This house was not very spacious, but it looked like it was occupied by some people. Seeing that it was already 5 o'clock, Guhan rushed into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. Dinner was not particularly complicated, with mapo tofu, stir-fried clams with black bean and pepper, stir-fried twice-cooked pork, chicken with mushrooms, lettuce with garlic and oyster sauce, and cucumber meatball soup. Apart from the stir-fried clams with black bean and pepper, there was no seafood dish, only pork or chicken. In fact, under normal circumstances, people living by the sea do not have seafood or meat for every meal. On the contrary, their meals are relatively simple, and they generally do not go out of their way to cook seafood. The reason is actually very simple. If you eat too much seafood, you will always feel sick of it. Especially if you eat seafood frequently, you will easily get gout and tofu will grow in the joints of your hands and feet. Gout and rheumatism are definitely one of the biggest diseases that bother many people living by the sea. People in the past did not know how to restrain themselves and did not understand this truth. However, as the times change, people now understand that eating seafood frequently can cause some diseases. Of course, there is another important reason, which is that the expensive seafood is sold and people are reluctant to eat it. If you eat too much cheap seafood, it will taste the same. In comparison, people still prefer to eat pork, chicken, etc. After finishing preparing a few dishes, the two little guys were already sitting at the table, staring at the dishes in front of them with their eyes wide open, and their little nostrils twitching slightly. Chapter 19. It's not a bad thing. Shaolin, go call my brother and the others to come over for dinner. Guhan patted Lin Dei, who was sitting at the table looking at the dishes. Okay. But Brother Han, are you sure you haven't awakened some talent as a cooking god? Lin Dei looked at Guhan and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Get lost, you've read too many novels. How can there be so many talents awakened, such as awakening the talent of a cooking god? I might as well just become a powerful Jindan stage master. Guhan said with a blank look at Lin Dei. If you are in the Jindan stage, then I am in the Yuanying stage. Lin Dei muttered softly, and then rushed out of the house. Soon, Gu Hao brought Zhao Ximin and came to Gu Han's house pushing a bamboo stroller. Gu Zixuan was sitting in the stroller, babbling, and Gu Hao was holding a large bottle of rural liquor in his hand. Gu Han, I heard from your sister-in-law that you caught some razor clams today? Gu Hao asked Gu Han as he entered the door. Well, I got about 10 pounds of clams, and then ran to the market to sell them, making a little money. By the way, brother, have you heard of the yellow-mouthed spicy snail? Is it valuable? Gu Han also told the story of selling seafood in the market today. Big spicy snail with yellow mouth? This thing is rare. It is actually a large spicy snail. It is bigger than ordinary spicy snails. Because it takes a long time to grow, it is said that the meat in the mouth of the snail are yellower, crisper, fresher, and sweeter. I just heard about it from others, but most people don't like spicy snails, even if they are bigger in size. But if you meet some gourmets, they will buy it at a relatively high price. Gu Han, the person you met today should be a glutton, and he is also quite generous. Gu Hao said after a pause. I think so too. Forget it, let's not worry about it. Let's sit down and eat. Gu Han said embarrassedly, scratching his head. As soon as everyone sat down, Zhao Ximin and Gu Hao looked at the dishes in front of them in surprise, and then asked various questions just like yesterday. However, Gu Han just made up an excuse to get away with it. After all, he had not been in the village for many years, so he could make up any excuse. Everyone started to eat, and after a few people had a quick taste, they all gave sincere praises. The little girl in particular looked very happy. She held a small spoon and kept picking up the food. Gugu, this tofu is delicious. I have never eaten such delicious tofu. Me neither, the tofu cooked by my uncle is much more delicious than the one cooked by my mother. Gugu, these clams are so tender. Sister, you should eat some too. This twice-cooked pork is so delicious. Dad, will you cook for me tomorrow? The little girl picked at her rice and looked up at Gu Han expectantly. Yes, I will cook whatever you want to eat tomorrow. Gu Han said as he rubbed the little girl's head. Okay. The little girl's eyes curved into a crescent, her face full of excitement. Uncle, can I still come here for dinner tomorrow? Gu Zi also said to Gu Han. Sure, you can come whenever you want. Gu Han said with a smile. After hearing what Gu Han said, the two little guys kept eating the food, their eyes full of joy. Gu Hao, who was standing by, watched his brother dote on the two little ones, and his eyes became slightly moist. After his parents passed away, he had never seen Gu Han show such tenderness, nor had he seen his brother smile so much. Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Lin Dei looked at Gu Hao in confusion. No, I just choked on the spicy pepper. Come on, Xiaolin, pour some wine, let's have a drink together, old men. Gu Hao wiped his eyes and said with a smile. You guys are drinking? What about me? Zhao Ximin looked at everyone and said with a smile on her face. This situation was also the happy and perfect situation that Zhao Ximin wanted to see the most. Okay, then pour a little for your sister-in-law too. Gu Hao patted Lin Dei's shoulder and said. Okay. Lin Day smiled and hurriedly ran to the side to get a few cups. He also took out a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator and poured a glass for each of the two little guys. Cheers, Dad, Uncle Xiaolin, Uncle and Aunt, and Gidge, let's drink. The little girl raised her glass and said in a baby voice. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses together, and the glasses clinked together. This home also had a rare hint of warmth, and the warmth spread completely in this small house. After eating and drinking, Zhao Ximin took the happy Guhao home, and Lin Day also returned to his own home. Dad, Xiaoting was so happy today. She ate a lot of delicious food, such as tofu, clams, and tender chicken. She also drank orange juice. And Daddy was always by my side. The little girl sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her little feet, and said happily. You will be this happy every day in the future. Guhan hugged the little girl in his arms and said softly. Really? Then Dad will never leave again, and will he always be with Xiaoting? The little girl said happily. I will accompany Xiaoting well in the future. Not only that, I will buy you a lot of beautiful clothes and dolls, and send you to the best school. Guhan pinched the girl's pink face lovingly and said. Okay, Daddy is the best. The little girl excitedly kissed Guhan on the face. Okay, let's go to bed. Guhan put the girl on the bed and said softly. Wait, Daddy will tell you a story. The little girl took out a children's picture book from under the pillow and looked at Guhan with anticipation. Good. Under the night sky, Guhan flipped through the children's picture book, telling each little story as gently as possible. His voice was deep, rich, and magnetic, and each little story was told particularly vividly. Soon, I heard a slight breathing sound, and the girl fell into a deep sleep with a smile on her lips. After tucking the quilt into the little girl, Guhan slowly walked out of the house, lit a cigarette, looked at the stars in the sky, and listened to the occasional sound of waves. Now it seems that it is not a bad thing. At least this kind of life is much better than the mediocre days in the previous life. Guhan blew out a round smoke ring and muttered softly. After only 2 days in this world, Guhan felt the beauty of this place. He had a lovely and well-behaved daughter, his eldest brother's family, and a good brother like Lin Day. All of these are things that I have never experienced in my previous life, and it seems that all of these are what I have always longed for in my previous life. Chapter 20 Collecting Crab Cages. In the early morning when the sun just rose, Guhan had already cooked a big pot of porridge, and just like yesterday, he sent a pot to his brother and sister-in-law. After all, this was what he promised Gu Zi last night, so he had to do it. Lin Day also came into the house early in the morning, wolfing down porridge and eating pickled vegetables and dried fish. Brother Han, are we going there again today? Lin Day glanced at Guhan and asked. Yesterday's rich harvest made this guy think about that beach, and he wanted to get some more clams and mussels. Not to mention that the two of them had left 4 crab cages in the woods yesterday. After a day and a night, there may be some crabs in the crab cage. Well, let's go there today. We still have some cages to collect. But you have to bring water and a hat today. We were very thirsty yesterday because we didn't bring water. Also, bring some ropes. If there are any crabs, we can tie them up. Guhan nodded and said. Guhan was still reluctant to go to the beach outside the village to catch seafood. Firstly, there were too many people there, and secondly, there were too many people and too little meat. Instead of crowding together with so many people, it is better to find a beach with fewer people. Dad, come on, we will definitely catch lots of crabs and clams today. The little girl's bright eyes curved into a crescent, and she shouted in a baby voice, come on. Don't worry, Dad will be able to get a lot of food today, and then come back to cook for Xiaoting. Guhan pinched the little girl's face lovingly. After accompanying the girl to finish breakfast, Guhan once again took the girl to Zhao Ximin's home and left her in Zhao Ximin's care. There was no other way. Now it seemed that Zhao Ximin was the only person in the village who could take care of the little girl. Guhan was still a little worried about leaving her to someone else to take care of her. Guhan, here are a few packs of biscuits. Take them and eat when you are hungry later. I heard you say yesterday that you were so hungry that you took a long time to eat. Zhao Ximin took out a small bag of biscuits and handed it to Guhan. Thanks, sister-in-law. Guhan did not refuse. He took the biscuits and walked towards the beach with Lin Day. Brother Han, I think if we work hard, our lives will definitely get better in the future, and Brother Hao and sister-in-law will also be happy to see us change. Well, we were a bit of a screw-up in the past, but it's time to change now. Living in a muddle-headed way is not a good thing after all. Brother Han, did you suddenly see something and then have an epiphany? Get lost, hurry up and get going. This will take more than half an hour. If we make some money in a few days, we can get a tricycle and we won't have to waste so much time on the road. Brother Han, I think this is reliable. If we can make more money, we can get an oxygenator and put it on the tricycle. We can keep seafood in it, especially fish. Only live seafood can be sold at a high price. Dead seafood is worthless. The two of them appeared on the beach again, and once again attracted the attention of the women in the village. After Guhan simply greeted them, he took Lin Dei towards the beach they saw yesterday. After walking for more than half an hour, the two arrived at the beach they had been to yesterday. The tide had not yet receded completely, so Guhan was not in a hurry. He first went to the mangrove forest not far away with Lin Dei. It is a huge mangrove forest planted with numerous mangroves. Walking on the muddy mudflats, one step is deep and one step is shallow. Brother Han, put some mud on your hands and face. There aren't many other things in this forest, but there are a lot of mosquitoes, and they are very poisonous. If you get bitten, you will itch for several days. Lin Dei dug a piece of mud from the ground and smeared it on his face, hair, and arms without any disgust. Okay. Guhan didn't hesitate and smeared the mud on his body just like Lin Dei did. Anyway, you will be covered in mud soon, so you might as well apply some on your body now to prevent mosquito bites. The forest is crisscrossed with trees, and the seawater gently hits the mangroves. Guhan didn't know where Lin Dei had placed the crab cage, so he could only follow Lin Dei slowly into the depths of the forest. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a trench. If they looked carefully, they could see a nylon rope tied to a tree trunk. Brother Han, this is it. I don't know if there is anything there. Lin Dei said, pointing to the rope tied to the crab cage in front. Well, let me do it. Guhan said hurriedly. Guhan took the Ninong rope and began to pull it. Feeling the slight weight in his hands, Guhao actually already knew what the outcome of this cage would be. Sure enough, when waiting for the cage to be pulled up, there was only one crab in it. The crab was not big, only the size of a cigarette shell and weighing about 3 or 2 tails. It was waving its hard claws and showing its teeth and claws in the cage. Flower crab? Just one flower crab. This luck is so bad. Lin Dei looked a little disappointed. The crab in front of you is a flower crab, also known as a stone crab. It is the most common species of crab. Whenever you go to the beach, you can always encounter flower crabs of all sizes. The flower crab in front of you is not small, weighing 3 tails, which is considered a relatively large individual. Generally speaking, common flower crabs usually weigh only 1 or 2 tails. At least we have one flower crab, which is better than having no one. Guhan was not annoyed. He reached into the cage and directly held down the flower crab that was baring its fangs and claws. Yeah, that's right. Although this flower crab is not very valuable, it still tastes quite good, and the meat is sweet and fresh. Lin Dei nodded and said, Flower crabs are not worth much. Sometimes, if the market is not good, 1 pound is worth less than 2 yuan. If the market is slightly better, it can be sold for more than 10 yuan per pound. Of course, the difference between individuals also determines its price. The smaller it is, the less valuable it is. The larger ones can still be sold for a little money, but not more than a few yuan. Let's go to the other 3 cages. Guhan tied up the flower crab with a thin rope, threw it into the bucket, and walked forward. Brother Han, when did you learn how to tie crabs? How come I didn't know about it? Lin Dei caught up and asked Guhan. I learned it when I was a child, so of course you don't know. Guhan made up an excuse. In my previous life, when I worked in the kitchen, I worked as a water station worker for a while. I also followed the instructions of the black-hearted boss and replaced the ropes of the blue crabs with thick straw ropes. It is said that the grass rope absorbs water and can keep the blue crabs moist, making them less likely to die. In fact, it was just to reduce the weight. After all, who would have thought that a bundle of straw rope could be sold for 100 or 200 yuan? Chapter 21, Giant Crab. There was nothing found in the first crab cage, so the 2 men headed towards another one. The second crab cage was not placed in very deep water, but was placed outside a fist-sized crab hole, with half of the cage submerged in water and half stuck on the water surface. It's empty. The crab didn't come back. Guhan raised the empty cage, looking a little depressed. Brother Han, this is normal. After all, if blue crabs are really that easy to catch, they can't be sold at such a high price. Lin Dei waved his hand and said, The second cage was empty, so the two could only move towards the third cage. The third cage was still set by Lin Dei at the entrance of the crab hole, but this time, from a distance, he could see a big crab inside, with a pair of thick claws and a bluish surface. It was also quite big, weighing about 1 pound, and felt heavy in his hand. Brother Han, this is just a male. It must weigh at least 1 pound and 2 ounces, right? Lin Dei said with surprise as he looked at the big blue crab in Gu Han's hand. It should be about the same. If it's a female, it would be valuable, Gu Hao said with a grin. When Gu Han caught the blue crab just now, his system points increased by as much as 35 points, which is almost as much as the white eel he caught before. You know, that white eel weighed more than 2 kilograms, while the blue crab in front of him weighed only 1 kilogram and 3 ounces at most. The third cage caught a large blue crab, which made the two of them smile. Blue crabs can be sold at a fairly high price. Males are cheaper than females, but even so, they still sell for around 100 to 180 yuan per pound in the market. This also means that the blue crab in Gu Han's hand can be sold for 100 yuan. Let's go and collect the last one, Gu Han said hurriedly. Well, let's see how our luck is in the last one. Lin Dei nodded hurriedly, his face full of anticipation. When the two came to the fourth cage, they both widened their eyes. There were actually 2 blue crabs in the huge cage, one slightly larger and the other slightly smaller. But even so, the small blue crab was as big as the one caught before. As for the big one, it weighs up to 2 kilograms. The pair of giant claws are as big as chicken legs and look particularly terrifying. Oh my god, Brother Han, this man and this woman? The whole family is wiped out, Lin Dei said in surprise. The male weighs 2 kilograms, and the female weighs 1 kilogram and 3 ounces. Gu Han's face was full of joy. He picked up the cage and found a flat place to pour out the 2 crabs. Brother Han, I haven't seen such a big male crab in a long time. I used to hear my father say that they caught blue crabs weighing several kilograms when they went out to sea. I thought they were bragging, but I didn't expect there really are blue crabs this big, Lin Dei said, smacking his lips, looking at the big blue crab. Your father didn't lie to you. Some blue crabs can grow to 4 or 5 kilograms in size, and some can even exceed 10 kilograms in size, Gu Han said as he tied up the crabs. A 10-pound blue crab? Are you kidding? Wouldn't it be as big as a wash basin? Lin Dei's face was full of doubt. There is a place called Sanmen in our country, where there are many blue crab farmers. Some of the individuals can weigh up to 4 or 5 kilograms. As for abroad, there is a place called Sri Lanka. The largest blue crabs there can grow to weigh more than 10 kilograms, which is larger than a wash basin, Gu Han said seriously. It's so big? If it gets pinched, won't my hand be broken? How should I know? I haven't seen it, and I haven't been caught by it. Well, this is a crab with a roe crab. The navel is protruding, swollen and red. It can be sold for a good price. It is actually very simple to identify crab roe. You only need to look at 2 places. The first is the crab navel. If it is swollen and red, it is a crab roe. The second is to look at the serrations on the crab shell. If the serrations are not translucent, it means that the crab roe is very fat. He quickly tied up the 2 crabs and put them into the bucket. The huge bucket suddenly became heavy. Gu Han's face was also full of smiles. After all, the blue crabs in the bucket weighed 4.5 pounds, which brought Gu Han 140 points. With the increase of these points, Gu Han's points also increased from 51 points yesterday to 191 points now. The increase in points also allows Gu Han to redeem more things. Brother Han, keep the cages here. There is still a lot of bait in the bait bag. Let's see if we can get more blue crabs tomorrow. It's a pity that there are only 4 cages in total. If there were a few more crab cages, we might be able to get more blue crabs, Lin Dei said with joy. Yeah. Gu Han nodded. Carrying buckets of water, the two did not stay in the mangroves for too long, but returned to the previous beach. The tide has receded. Today's low tide is a little later than yesterday, and the tide is also a little deeper. After they simply drank some water, they ignored the mud on their bodies and walked towards the beach again. Lin Dei still focused on turning over the stones. After all, he had just caught 3 big blue crabs, which made him full of expectations for blue crabs. In comparison, Gu Han did not go to turn over stones with Lin Dei, but slowly walked towards the place where they dug clams yesterday. It's a pity that the place where we dug clams yesterday was already muddy and no holes were seen. Seeing that there were no holes around, Guhan gave up and continued walking towards a mudflat in front. He found a relatively flat mudflat and carefully looked for some holes on it. Soon, many fine holes appeared in front of Guhan's eyes. Guhan did not hesitate and squatted down. The small iron shovel in his hand kept turning up the soil. One by one, the clams covered with soil were dug out by Guhan. The shovel in Guhan's hand has now been charged to 84 points, and it is only one step away from 100 points. He was particularly curious about the charging function of the small shovel in his hand. He didn't know what kind of unexpected surprises this shovel would bring him after charging it 100 times. It is obviously much easier to dig out clams than razor clams. It does not require too much effort. Sometimes you can dig out a clam just by digging a little on the mud surface. Guhan's speed was not slow. He kept turning over the soil. Soon, a lot of clams and white clams were piled up in the bucket, but apart from these two, no other clams were seen. "Come on, we're almost done charging," Guhan muttered softly. In an hour, Guhan had dug nearly 5 kilograms of clams, and the energy of the shovel in his hand had reached 94 points, getting closer and closer to 100 points. Chapter 22 Unexpected Reward. Guhan was looking forward to what unexpected surprise the shovel in his hand would bring him after it was charged to 100 points. At this moment, he was already full of interest in the various props in the system. If everything in the points mall could bring various rewards, then it would not seem impossible to make a fortune by fishing. Brother Han, catching big blue crabs is really a matter of luck. I turned over the rocks for an hour, but I didn't find any blue crabs, or even a blue crab hair. I just got some flower crabs. Lin Dei came to Guhan carrying a huge bucket. In it, besides some clams, there were 7 or 8 flower crabs with bared fangs and claws, all of which were quite large. That's what sea fishing is like. If you could catch blue crabs and big fish every day, then who would go out to work? Hurry up and turn up some clams. There are still quite a few clams here. Get some flower clams and white clams and sell them for some money, Guhan said nonchalantly. Okay. Anyway, we've already caught a few big blue crabs today. We've made enough money. It doesn't matter whether we have other things or not. Lin Dei nodded, picked up the shovel, and followed Guhan to bend down and look for clams. There aren't many other things on the beach, but you can get some clams like flower clams and white clams if you search patiently. The shovel in Guhan's hand flew, and soon the energy of the shovel in his hand reached 100 points. After the small shovel was charged to 100, a piece of news suddenly emerged in Guhan's mind. The shovel has been charged. Release the charge. The amount of seafood under the mud on the beach in the area will increase by 30%. This will last for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the reward will end. Note, during the charge release period, the seafood obtained will not be counted towards the points statistics. When Guhan saw this message appear in his mind, his expression became somewhat delighted. The amount of seafood beneath the mud on the tidal flats in the area increased by 30%, which was beyond Guhan's imagination. Although he didn't understand how the energy released by the system changed the seafood in the mud in front of him and increased the amount of seafood. However, upon closer thought, the system must have some functions beyond ordinary people's imagination. After all, it is still a system, a mysterious and wonderful system. Brother Han, come here quickly, I found something good. At this time, Lin Dei, who was digging clams not far away, shouted loudly, looking extremely excited, with a clam in his hand. Hearing Lin Dei's call, Guhan hurried towards Lin Dei. When he came to Lin Dei, he saw that this guy was holding a clam in his hand, but this clam was a little different from the clams that Guhan had touched before. The clam in front of me is extremely smooth, as if there is a layer of oil film on it. The shell is slender and long oval. The shell surface is yellowish-brown or light purple, covered with irregular purple bowen-shaped patterns. What? Guhan said with a surprised look. Well, but it's much bigger than ordinary clams. This one is almost as big as my big toe, Lin Dei said excitedly. Large clams are generally called king clams. They are good stuff. Hurry up and look for them to see if there are any more, Guhan said repeatedly. There are many kinds of clams, also commonly known as clams by many people. The most common ones are flower clams and white clams. These two types of clams are also among the cheapest clams. Among the countless types of clams, there is one type of clam whose price is much higher than ordinary clams, and that is the oil clam. Oil clams have many names. It is said that they are called mango snails in Hainan province, and authentic flower clams in Guangdong province. As for the flower clams that Gu Han dug before, they are called sand clams in Guangdong province. It is actually very easy to identify oil clams and flower clams. The first difference is their shells. The shell of flower clams is relatively short and thick, while the shell of oil clams is relatively slender. The second difference is the lines on the shell surface. Flower clams are very rough, while oil clams, as the name suggests, are smooth as if covered with a layer of oil film. Among the oil clams, the most expensive ones are the large ones, which are also known as the king of clams. When the market is good, they can be sold for 40 to 50 yuan per catty. Even when the market is average, the price will not be less than 30 yuan per catty. The mudflat in front of them was covered with tiny holes. The enthusiasm of the two was completely aroused. They threw their arms around and dug madly in the mudflat, not caring about the dirt on their bodies. "Brother Han, there are so many. One shovel can take 2 or 3. Have we hit the nest of oil clams? Hurry up and dig. Stop talking nonsense. See if you can dig out 10 kilograms or 8 kilograms. The ones here are really big. They are all large. Yeah, that's right, hurry up and dig, this is like picking up money. When luck comes, no one can stop it." The two of them worked quickly. Their backs were already soaked with sweat and their waists were slightly sore, but they still couldn't stop what they were doing. Even though the sea water had begun to rise and had already reached their ankles, they were still working tirelessly. For more than an hour, the two of them were busy like crazy. "Brother Han, it seems there is no more. Although we dug up some later, it is not as much as before. I think we should have dug up all the gold in this area, right?" Lin Day straightened up, patted his sore waist and said. "Well, there should be almost none left," Gu Han said with some regret. Originally he thought he could continue digging for a while, but after the reward charging time was over, Gu Han suddenly discovered that the number of oil clams in the mudflat in front of him had greatly decreased. Sometimes after a few shovels, he could only find one. "Brother Han, let's go. The tide has risen," Lin Day said, carrying a full bucket of water. "Okay, let's go up and see how much we've dug up, and drink some water. I'm almost dying of thirst." Seeing that the seawater had already reached his knees, Gu Han did not stay on the mudflat any longer, but walked towards the shore with the bucket in his hand. After working for 3 hours in a row, Gu Han didn't drink a drop of water and his throat was almost smoking. When he got to the shore, he sat on the ground without caring about getting dirty and drank water in big gulps. "Brother Han, I got rich today. God finally stopped playing jokes on me and showed me favor for once. I'm really lucky today. Let's see what I got. In this bucket, there are about 2 kilograms of flower crabs, 2 kilograms of clams, and oil clams. No, they should be called flower clams. There are about 7 kilograms in total. I have 5 kilograms of clams and 2 kilograms of white clams, and the flower claw king has almost 10 kilograms. There are 3 large blue crabs, 2 male blue crabs, each weighing about 1.2 gene, and the big one weighs a full 2 gene. The remaining crab also weighs 1.3 gene. Chapter 23. Uncle, would you like to eat crabs? After a few hours, the harvest was beyond expectations and much richer than Gu Han had imagined. The 2 large buckets together hold more than 30 kilograms of stuff, and they are very heavy to lift. If the buckets were not bigger, they might not be able to hold so many things. "Brother Han, let's go to the market. We must not look for those buyers. We might lose hundreds of dollars if we look for buyers," Lin Day said hurriedly. People who have been poor since childhood will be very careful with money, so they naturally would not be willing to sell their belongings to those buyers. "If this is really sold to a buyer, I will lose a lot of money." Lin Day had no intention of helping others earn the money he could earn, unless that person was Gu Han. "Okay, let's go." Gu Han also took a bite of the biscuit, stuffed the biscuit into his mouth, nodded and said, "It's almost 2 o'clock. By the time we get to the market, it will be almost 3 o'clock. We'll wait for a while and people will come to buy vegetables," Lin Day said with a grin. After saying that, he followed Gu Han and walked towards the market carrying 2 heavy buckets. The 2 men walked towards the market covered in mud. After about half an hour, they finally arrived outside the market. It was still the same corner where he was squatting yesterday. The vegetable seller was still sitting there bored with a small stool, humming a little tune with a comfortable look on his face. "Hey, little brother, you're here again? Did you get anything good today? The clams you had yesterday were so fresh and bright. My son and my wife said they were delicious. The old man greeted Guhan happily. Uncle, I really got some good stuff today. I was lucky today. I got a few blue crabs and some king clams. Come, uncle, have a cigarette. Guhan also took out a pack of Tashan cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to the uncle. Blue crab? King clams? These are all good stuff. Take them out and show them to me. The old man took the cigarette and looked at the bucket eagerly. Okay. Guhan didn't hesitate and directly spread out the woven bag and placed the seafood he got today on the woven bag. When the old man saw Guhan pouring more than 10 pounds of clams into the woven bag, his eyes almost popped out. What surprised the old man even more was that after Guhan took out the tied-up blue crabs, the old man's slightly cloudy eyes widened to the size of copper bells. A blue crab this big? It must be 2 kilograms, right? I can't remember how long it has been since I last saw such a big blue crab. The last time I ate one was during the Chinese New Year. The old man's eyes were full of surprise. I'm lucky. I didn't expect to catch such a big crab. This is the first time I've seen such a big crab in my life. Uncle, are you interested? This big crab is big and meaty. If you take it home and stir-fry it with ginger and scallions, it will taste delicious. If you drink a glass of wine with it, you will feel like a god. There is also this crab roe, which is not small in size, weighing about 1.5 pounds. You can see that the crab navel is protruding. When placed under the sun, the crab shell is completely opaque. What does this mean? This means that the crab roe is so fat that it is juicy. If you take it home and add some ginger slices and rice wine to steam it, and dip it in a little crab vinegar, the taste will be delicious just thinking about it. Guhan said enthusiastically to the old man, holding 2 blue crabs in his hand. Hearing what Guhan said, the old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva and was moved by Guhan again. Lin Dei on the side was a little puzzled as to why Guhan introduced the blue crab to the old man. After all, the price of blue crabs is quite high, especially the price of crab roe is frighteningly high. Not to mention the huge blue crab that Guhan is holding in his hand. If he really sells it, this 2-pound blue crab would easily sell for 300 yuan, let alone 500 yuan. After all, it is extremely rare to encounter such a large blue crab. This is how crabs are: the bigger they are, the more valuable they are, especially blue crabs. Each size corresponds to a different price. The old man in front of me doesn't look like a rich man at all. How could he spend hundreds of dollars to buy these blue crabs? However, under Lin Dei's gaze, the old man looked at Guhan and said, "Keep all 3 blue crabs for me, and weigh 3 pounds of the flower crab king for me." After hearing what the old man said, Lin Dei looked at him in disbelief, and even thought that he had heard it wrong. Uncle, do you really want to buy these 3 blue crabs? Lin Dei asked hesitantly. Well, please help me pack it up first, and I will take it home to eat later. The old man nodded and said, Okay, sir, I'll charge you 168 per catty for these 2 male blue crabs. I originally wanted to sell the big one for 200 per catty and the small one for 120 per catty. Now that you want both, I'll charge you 168 per catty in total, just to make things better. These 2 weigh 3.3 catties, so the total is 554 yuan. I charge you 160 yuan per pound for crab roe, but this one weighs 1.3 pounds, so I charge you 208 yuan. 3 pounds of clams, each pound is charged 34 yuan, a total of 102 yuan, all added up to a total of 864 yuan. Uncle, my price is honest. Before I came here, I went to the crab seller to have a look. They sell crab roe for 120 yuan and male crabs for 90 yuan per catty. Don't be fooled by the cheap prices, but the ropes used to tie them are very thick. Crabs weighing 7 tails are tied into 1 catty, and crabs weighing more than 1 catty are tied into 2 catties. I just tied it with nylon rope, it definitely doesn't take up any weight. Guhan said with a smile on his face. Okay, 864 yuan, right? You pack it up first and I'll ask my son to bring the money over. I don't carry that much money when I go out. You are a good kid. To do business, you must be honest. Nowadays, there are not many young people as honest as you. The old man said happily. Actually, there are quite a few, but many people have become dishonest in order to make a living. As for me, I just want to keep doing business forever. Doing a one-size-fits-all business won't last long. Guhan packed up the crabs and handed them to the old man. Well, it happens over time. That's what doing business is like. If it's about cheating, then it's just like you said, it won't last long. The old man nodded and said, "That's what I thought, uncle. I think your Chinese cabbage is quite fresh. You must have picked it today, right? Please weigh 2 kilograms for me so I can take it home for my daughter to try. My daughter said yesterday that your lettuce is delicious." Guhan said as he looked at the small pile of Chinese cabbage in front of the uncle's stall. "Okay, since your daughter likes it, I won't charge you any money. I'll give you a few kilograms. I grow them myself at home when I have nothing to do. They are freshly picked every day. No, I'll pay you whatever you want. If you don't want to take the money, then I don't want it. Okay, kid, I'll charge you $3 per pound. I'll charge the others $4. Okay." The 3 crabs were sold so easily, along with 3 pounds of king clams. Although the money had not yet been received, it was considered a deal. After Guhan handed the crabs to the old man, he sat aside calmly and started shouting. Compared to Guhan's calmness, Lin Dei seemed a little nervous. He was afraid that the old man would take the crabs and king clams without paying, or even afraid that the old man would turn the tables and embezzle the crabs and king clams. After all, there are many bad guys nowadays who have grown old and specialize in extorting money from others. Chapter 24: The owner of Changel Seafood Restaurant. King clams are a rare commodity, and sometimes you see vendors selling them even in huge seafood markets. The remaining king clams on Guhan's stall also attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Seeing such big and plump king clams, they stopped and stood in front of the stall. After asking about the price, some people shook their heads and left. After all, 36 yuan per catty was really a bit high. Some people will buy a pound or 2 to take home to try and see what the difference is between this rare product and ordinary clams. Although both oil clams and flour clams are clams, there is still a slight difference in the way they taste. That is, though oil clams do not have much sand, while flour clams will still contain some fine sand even if they are processed very well. There were fewer and fewer things in the woven bag, and Lin Dei had more and more money in his hands. But at this moment, Lin Dei was not very happy. After all, he had not yet paid the old man more than 800 yuan, which was the big part. Just when Lin Dei was worried that the old man was going to default on his debt, an Audi Q7 drove over from a distance. After the car stopped, a middle-aged man in his 30s walked quickly towards the old man. "Dad, I brought you the money. Why are you suddenly asking me to take the money?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man in front of him with some confusion. "I bought some seafood. Take it back and ask your mother to cook it. By the way, stir-fry the 2 male crabs with ginger and scallions, and steam the crab with some ginger slices and rice wine. As for the king clams, just don't stir-fry them with spicy food. They are bright and fresh, and you can't taste much of their freshness if you stir-fry them with spicy food." The old man asked the middle-aged man to take 2 bags and gave him some special instructions. "Such a big blue crab?" The middle-aged man took the bag, glanced at it, and an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "Well, this little brother caught them. He also caught the clams yesterday. It's a pity that the quantity is still a little small. If the quantity is large, you can cooperate with him. The little brother is a good person and knows how to do business." "Little brother, this is my eldest son," the old man said, and did not forget to introduce his son. "Hello, my name is Guhan." Guhan said calmly to the middle-aged man. "Hello, my name is Qian Jingtian. This is my business card. If you get some rare seafood in the future, you can contact me." Qian Jingtian also took out a business card and handed it to Guhan. Qian Jingtian actually had no interest in dealing with ordinary seafood vendors, but from what his old man had just said, Qian Jingtian naturally understood the meaning of his old man's words. After taking the business card and seeing the words General Manager of Changel Seafood Restaurant written on it, Guhan's calm expression turned into one of surprise. Guhan thought that the uncle came from a prominent family, but he didn't expect that his family was so rich. Changel Seafood Restaurant is quite famous. It has branches not only in the town but also in the city and provincial capital. In such a large coastal province, Changel Seafood Restaurant is one of the most famous restaurants. Many dignitaries would go to Changel Seafood Restaurant for a meal, and a meal would cost at least several hundred or even $1,000. "Are you the owner of Changel Seafood Restaurant?" Guhan asked in surprise. "Well, little brother, if you get any rare seafood in the future, you can call me on this number. As long as it's fresh, I'll take it." Qian Jingtian nodded calmly, without showing too much airs of a rich man. "Okay, next time I get some rare seafood, I will definitely contact Boss Qian." Guhan forced himself to calm down his surprise and said to Qian Jingtian, "Okay, I'll give you the money first." "Dad, my younger sister will be back tonight, so why don't you go home with me first?" Qian Jingtian said to the old man. "Okay then, help me pack up the things. Since no one wants to buy such delicious vegetables, I have to take them home and eat them myself. By the way, little brother, take these cucumbers home and eat them. They were just picked this morning and are very crisp and tender." The old man stood up and handed a bag to Guhan. Then he simply packed up and got into the car with Chen Jingtian. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Guhan's sight. "This, Brother Han, how about you let me slap you? I want to see if I am dreaming?" Lin Dei said stutteringly. With a pa sound, Guhan slapped Lin Dei directly on the head. "Oh, Brother Han, why are you using so much force? This is actually true? That old man's son is actually the owner of Changle's seafood restaurant?" Lin Dei covered his head, still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. No matter how he thought about it, he could not have imagined that the old man who was squatting next to him selling vegetables just now actually had a son who opened a chain of more than 10 high-end seafood restaurants in the province. "I don't know either. I've thought that my uncle's family is wealthy, but I never thought it would be so wealthy," Guhan said embarrassedly. "Ah. Brother Han, how do you know that my uncle's family is wealthy? Why can't I see it?" Lin Dei looked at Guhan with some confusion and asked. "That's because you are stupid. Next time when you look at people, remember to observe more. Then you will understand." Guhan patted Lin Dei's shoulder and said. In fact, Guhan had noticed since yesterday that the old man was different from ordinary vegetable vendors. The reason for the difference is actually very simple, that is the piece of black jadeite worn on the old man's neck. It is a piece of black jadeite with black color and green color, clean and hard bottom, and old and thick texture. Black jade is not a common jade, especially those of high quality, which are quite expensive. Guhan also thought it was fake at first, but when he saw the fluorescent green color under the sunlight, he realized that the old man's piece of black jade was genuine black jade, and it was of very good quality. Not to mention that the cigarettes the old man smoked happened to be the ones that Guhan had seen but never smoked before. Heitiangxia was the leader of Hunan cigarettes, and even in this day and age, the price was out of the reach of ordinary people. When the old man handed him a Heitiangxia cigarette yesterday, Guhan felt that the old man might be from a wealthy family. What Guhan didn't expect was that the old man was so rich, richer than he could have imagined. "Brother Han, since you are so rich, why do you still come out to sell vegetables every day?" Lin Dei asked with some confusion. "What do you know about this? This is a hobby of rich people. It is said that in Guangdong province in Hong Kong, there are some guys with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. The elderly at home go out to pick up bottles and cardboard when they have nothing to do. Some people like to keep a low profile and like to blend in with the common people like us," Guhan said, taking a deep puff of cigarette. "Well, the taste of Heitiangxia is indeed much better than that of Taschen." "That's true. I heard that in Yangchang, Guangdong province, some people own 10 buildings and collect rent. They also open a small grocery store every day. They just run the narrow and shabby store every day, but they don't make much money at the end of the day," Lin Dei said embarrassedly. "Well, we don't understand the habits of rich people. When you become rich in the future, you might understand what they are thinking. Sell it quickly and go home to cook. It's almost 4:30. Guhan nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Dei smiled and then shouted loudly. Chapter 25. Brother, have you ever eaten king crab? Good products are easy to sell, especially in a large seafood market. As long as your price is reasonable, there will always be some rich people who will come to buy some fresh seafood to take home. The seafood on Guhan's stall is the freshest one, and it is all wild seafood, not farmed ones. Soon, the remaining 10 or so pounds of king clams in those clams were all sold out, and there was not even a single clam left in the woven bag. Brother Han, we're sold out. I'm saving the remaining 2 pounds of flower crabs to fry at home. Brother Han, I heard that the spicy crabs in Sichuan and Chongqing are delicious. Do you know how to make them? Lin Dei was holding a bucket and was already thinking about asking Guhan to make a spicy crab dish in the evening to go with wine. Let's go quickly. We have money today. Let's go to the market to buy some beef and some ribs and go home to eat in the evening. Guhan patted Lin Dei's head and said. After leaving the market, Guhan and Lin Dei had smiles on their faces. The two of them had a very rich harvest today, with a total of 17 pounds of king clams, 7 pounds of clams, 2 pounds of white clams, and a few large blue crabs. All these things made the two of them a lot of money. The old man alone contributed as much as 864 yuan, and the remaining 14 pounds of king clams, 7 pounds of clams, and 2 pounds of white clams were sold for 554 yuan. I earned 1,418 yuan that day, which is a very amazing figure. After all, in this era there are still many people who earn 1,800 to 2,000 yuan a month. Brother Han, since we've made so much money today, should we get a tricycle? Otherwise, we'll waste an hour or so just walking back and forth every day. It's expensive to take a taxi, and it's not easy to take the bus when we're covered in mud. If we have a tricycle, we can put the things on the back of the tricycle, which saves a lot of trouble. Lin Dei said to Gu Han while holding the bucket. Indeed, we can. With the 320 yuan we sold yesterday and the 1,418 yuan we sold today, after deducting the money we spent on food and groceries yesterday and today, we still have more than 1,600 yuan in our hands. This money is enough to buy an ordinary tricycle, but if you really want to buy one, it is better to buy an electric tricycle, which is much more convenient. Gu Han said after a pause. If you can buy a tricycle, it will not only save the time wasted on the road, but can also be used to transport goods. Currently, many seafood vendors in the town use electric tricycles to transport goods, while the more advanced ones use small cars to transport seafood. Brother Han, electric ones are indeed okay. In the past few years, many people at the dock have switched to electric tricycles. But they are definitely not priced at around 1,000 yuan. Even the cheapest second-hand ones cost almost 2,000 yuan, and they have many problems. Lin Dei said hurriedly. Let's wait a few days to see what the harvest is like. If we can get more seafood, we will buy an electric tricycle. Get a few bigger water tanks and 2 oxygenators, and keep all the seafood in them. Gu Han thought about it, and finally decided to be patient for a few days, and buy an electric tricycle when he was a little richer. If life could be better, it would not be difficult to set up a stall in the seafood market. Gu Han has noticed today that several managers in the market were looking at him from time to time, and he didn't know what evil intentions they had in mind. After all, if you keep squatting outside the market selling things for a long time, it will easily attract the attention of some people in society. Of course, Gu Han and Lin Dei were considered half-social people before, but they only did the most low-level sneaky things. The real top social people were those who contracted market security, contracted land, and opened nightclubs. As for people like Gu Han and Lin Dei, at best they are just low-level thugs. Brother Han, I think if we really want to develop in this direction, we can also set up a store and specialize in seafood wholesale and purchasing business. Do you know the Dongqing market? That arrogant old Lu bought a house and a car with this business. He could definitely make 300,000 or 500,000 yuan a year, if not 800,000 yuan. I heard that guy is planning to get some fish fillets from outside, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Dei's eyes were somewhat envious. It's not our turn to think about this. We have just started to make money, so it's a bit far-fetched to think about that. And these are just small things. If you really want to make money, you can get a big ship and go to the open sea, throw the big trawl net into the sea, and you can make tens of thousands of dollars with one net. Especially when they go to the Bering Sea and throw big crab cages into the sea, one cage can hold dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of king crabs. That thing is very valuable. One of them weighs 3 to 5 kilograms and can be sold for over 1,800 yuan. Just imagine a large ship throwing hundreds or thousands of cages a day. How many king crabs would be caught, and how much would they sell for? Brother Han, if that's true, you'll be rich. But Brother Han, I've only heard of king crabs, but never seen them. Our market doesn't have them. I heard you can only buy them in the city market. Brother Han, do you think this thing tastes good? How should I know? I haven't eaten it either. I will definitely take you to try it when I make money in the future. The two men, cigarettes in their mouths, chatted as they slowly walked towards Daxing village. When the two returned to Daxing village, it was already 5:30. They could vaguely see wisps of smoke rising from some houses in the village. Old Li, get me a hiti angxia. Gu Han came to Old Li's grocery store and said with a smile. Gu Han, I knew you had made money, and you wanted to smoke hiti angxia right away. But I don't have this cigarette here. Not to mention here, who in the surrounding villages would sell hiti angxia? That cigarette is very expensive. Huazi has it, do you want it? Old Li said happily while looking at Gu Han. No, forget about Huazi. I smoke quasi to make me cough. How about this, get a bita, and then bring me a box of beer. Guhan said with a smile. You kid teased me, you're such a jerk. But I heard from people that you got a lot of clams today, why didn't you save some for a snack? They're hard to find. Lali took out a white tower from the cigarette cabinet and put it on the counter, and then brought a box of beer. How do you know this? Guhan asked in surprise. How could I not know this? My sister-in-law went to the market this afternoon to sell those 2 crab roe, and she got a good price for it. She saw you 2 in the market today, and came back and told everyone that you got a lot of king clams. Oldly said happily, looking at the 2 of them. Li Zhongjie was still somewhat surprised that Guhan would go fishing in the sea. What was even more unexpected to Li Zhongjie was that Guhan and Lin Dei had such good luck that they got the rather rare 60-year-old king claw in one fell swoop. Aunt Wang is a kind-hearted person. She even helped me promote my product. Guhan's eyes twitched and he said with a helpless look. Come on, you know my sister-in-law, she's just not tight-lipped. But my sister-in-law doesn't have any ill intentions, so don't take it to heart. Oldly handed a cigarette to Guhan and said. Oldly, who had been in the business world for many years, was naturally a shrewd person. When he met Guhan today, he took the initiative to tell him about the matter and helped his sister-in-law to make amends so that Guhan would not worry about it. After all, Guhan is a well-known gangster in the village. If you make Guhan angry, God knows what this guy will do. I didn't take it personally. You can't hide this stuff. I was just a little luckier today, so I managed to get some king clams. Going to the sea is all about luck. Look at me the day before yesterday. I only got a few oysters and a few pounds of clams. By the way, I remember your family has a motorcycle. How about lending it to me for 2 or 3 days? It takes me an hour to go to the market every day. Is that okay with me? Guhan also remembered that old Li's family had a motorcycle. On weekdays, Lali stays in the store and doesn't use the motorcycle often. You're asking to lend my wife away right away. Look, who would lend their wife out at every turn? Oldly said hurriedly, waving his hands. I'll pay you. $5 a day? I can fill up the gas myself. Guhan, it's not about money, it's about my wife. $8 a day. You're just leaving it there anyway, and you don't ride it that often. Well, you little brat, you still want to ride my wife? $10 a day. I don't want more. I'd rather walk. Make a deal. $10, you don't want a wife anymore? What wife? My wife ran away with someone more than 10 years ago. I'm a single man now, but I'm happy and relaxed. You don't understand this. You will understand it after you get married and live for a while. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is as fierce as a tiger, at 40 is as fierce as a jackal, and at 50 is as fierce as a jackal, tiger, or leopard. Get lost. If the women in the village hear you, they will skin you alive sooner or later. Chapter 26, Not Enough Money. After returning from the grocery store at the entrance of the village, Guhan did not rush to pick up the girl. Instead, he took a bath first to remove the mud on his body. Brother Han, the wine is frozen. Wang Suihua is really a big mouth. Everyone in the village knows that we got the flowery king. Lin Dei said with some indignation. Forget it, they are just small things, don't take them to heart. You go wash the vegetables, I'll go cook, my brother and the others will be here soon. Guhan waved his hand indifferently. Guhan did not take this matter to heart. The people in the village liked to get together and chat about gossip when they had nothing to do. Otherwise, they would not have been ridiculed as an intelligence organization by people in later generations. As for whether someone would remember the fact that he dug up the king of 60 clams while fishing, Guhan was not overly worried. This is how it is when it comes to sea fishing. It depends more on luck. Sometimes there are goods on this beach, sometimes there are goods on that beach. No one can predict what the situation will be like tomorrow. What's more, he had borrowed a motorcycle from Lao Li. Once he started riding on it tomorrow morning, the group of intelligence directors in the village would not be able to catch up with him. He went into the kitchen and started working. The sound of chopping wood could be heard in the kitchen. Lin Dei, who was washing vegetables nearby, heard the uniform chopping sound and looked at Guhan's familiar knife skills. He began to wonder in his heart, Brother Han might have really awakened some kind of cooking god system. Soon the iron pot began to stir, and bursts of fragrance emanated from the kitchen, which immediately spread to every corner of the house. After smelling it, people couldn't help but feel their appetite stimulated. "Dad, you're back." The door was pushed open, and the little girl walked into the kitchen with excitement on her pink face. "Uncle Scowlin." Gu Zi followed behind Gu Zitting as usual, fearing that Gu Zitting would fall. "You two go inside and watch TV first. There's orange juice in the refrigerator. You can drink it, but only 1 glass per person. We'll have dinner soon." Guhan turned his head and glanced at the 2 little guys behind him and said, "Well, Dad, are you going to cook anything delicious today?" The little girl had no intention of leaving. Instead, she raised her head and looked at Guhan eagerly. "Spicy crabs, stir-fried beef with mushrooms, smashed cucumbers, and stir-fried choysum," Guhan said with a smile. Okay, there are crabs." Shouting loves crabs the most, and Gij also loves crabs. Gu Zitting shouted excitedly. "Uncle, what kind of crab is spicy crab? Mom seems to have never cooked spicy crab before. Will it be delicious?" Gu Zi also raised his head and stood on tiptoe to take a look at the spicy crab in Guhan's pot. Unfortunately, he was too short and could only see the black iron pot. "You'll know in a moment." Guhan smiled and said to the 2 little guys. "Oh, then sister, let's go out first and don't disturb Uncle's cooking." Gu Zi nodded and said while pulling Gu Zitting. "Dad, come on." The little girl shouted before leaving. The 2 little guys came over first. Zhao Ximin and Gu Hao were not in a hurry to come over, but were discussing something at home. "Wife, I have taken out almost 2,000 yuan. This money should be enough for Guhan to set up a stall, right?" Gu Hao took out a stack of cash from under the pillow and said with a frown. "Honey, I don't think 2,000 yuan is enough. Think about the stoves. If you want to set up a stall, you must buy a new stove. You have to use a high fire stove. Ordinary stoves don't have enough firepower. In addition to these, various kitchen utensils, dishes, bowls and chopsticks all cost money, rain shelters, etc. All of this costs a lot of money, not to mention the cost of oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other ingredients. My uncle is a very good cook, better than many chefs in this town. We have tasted his cooking in the past 2 days. Whether it is porridge or various dishes, they are all quite good. I believe that with my uncle's cooking skills, it is relatively easy to make money," Zhao Ximin said seriously. After coming back last night, Gu Hao had the idea of letting Guhan set up a small stall in the town. After all, in Gu Hao's opinion, Guhan's cooking skills were very good, so he should set up a stall, and then turn the stall into a restaurant when he made money in the future. Although it is difficult to make a lot of money as a chef, it is relatively easy to make enough to eat and wear. It is definitely better than going to the beach to catch seafood. It is really hard to make money by going to the beach to catch seafood, unless you are extremely lucky. Most people can't make much money after a day of going to the beach to catch seafood, not to mention being exposed to the sun and rain all year round. Deep down, Gu Hao still wants Guhan to settle down. Only in this way can he better support Gu Zitting. That's true. And if you want to set up a stall, you have to go to the night market. Otherwise, if you just set it up on the roadside, you will be bothered by the urban management and gangsters, and it will cost a lot of money. Gu Hao took a deep puff of cigarette, looking a little worried. But we can only take out this much money now. There is really not much money left at home. We still have to buy milk powder for Zishuan, and save some money for Zi's future schooling, Zhao Ximin said after thinking for a moment. In fact, from the moment Gu Hao suggested to her that Guhan set up a stall, Zhao Ximin already knew what her man would do. Although he was somewhat reluctant at first, after all, every family has its own difficulties. Zhao Ximin's family also has 2 sons to raise. There is a saying that goes, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Even though Zhao Ximin was somewhat reluctant in her heart, she still supported her man. What's more, the person her man helped was Guhan, who was her man's younger brother. But no matter how much support I give, I can't empty my family's savings for Guhan. What's more, Zhao Ximin still had a little worry in her heart, worried that her uncle would be a flash in the pan, and after a few days of busy work, he would return to his previous state of living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Okay, I understand. I'll go talk to Guhan later and see what he thinks. If he's willing to set up a stall, I'll go ask my uncle to borrow some money, Guhan said after taking a deep puff of cigarette. You want to go find Gu Shicheng? You know what kind of person he is. When my father-in-law got into an accident, his family didn't help him with anything. Over the years, their family has become increasingly wealthy. But he doesn't have any dealings with us. He looks down on us poor relatives more and more, and he may not even pay attention to you if you go to him. Have you forgotten that you went to their house to borrow money to bury your parents-in-law? How did they drive you away? If it weren't for Mr. Lee from the grocery store and Mr. Zhou from the medical station, we wouldn't even be able to afford the money to bury our parents-in-law. Zhao Ximin said hurriedly. Let me think about it. If it really doesn't work, I'll go there and borrow some money if I can. If I really can't, I'll let Guhan wait for 2 months. If we save some money during these 2 months, I should be able to scrape together another 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Gu Hao said with a sigh. Chapter 27. This is family love. When I arrived at Guhan's house, I saw several fragrant dishes already placed in the living room, including the bright red spicy crabs, the fragrant stir-fried beef with mushrooms, and the smashed cucumbers and stir-fried choysum. Gu Hao became more and more determined in his mind that he must let his younger brother go out and set up a stall at the night market, where he could stir-fry some things and sell them, which would be more practical than going to the beach to catch seafood. I don't ask for great wealth and fame, I just want a stable and peaceful life. Brother, sister-in-law, you are here. I just finished cooking. Let's eat quickly. Guhan hurriedly greeted Gu Hao and his wife. Guhan, we have prepared a few more dishes today. It is better to save the money we earn. Money cannot be spent like this at this time. We can just eat something casually. There is no need to be so extravagant. Gu Hao glanced at Guhan and said earnestly. Yesterday's meal was already considered very luxurious. When Gu Hao was at home, he would only eat a rich meal during festivals. On weekdays, he would just stir-fry some vegetables, some meat slices, and some salted fish and dried fish, and that was it. But now, for 2 consecutive days, the dishes prepared by Guhan were all quite sumptuous. Although they were not the most delicious food, Gu Hao still felt a little distressed when seeing it. Children who have lived a hard life since childhood know how to be thrifty and count their money to make their living. Brother, this is not too rich. These are all flower crabs. We caught more than 2 kilograms of them today. As for the cucumbers, they were given by the vegetable seller next door. I only bought a little beef and mushrooms. Guhan said as he served rice to the 2 little guys. Brother Hao, don't worry. Brother Han is making money now. We went to the beach today and got a lot of good stuff. We sold them at the market for more than 1,000 yuan. Lin Day, who was standing by, also held a few wine glasses and started pouring beer, saying happily. Even if you make a little money, you still have to be a little frugal. It's impossible to make too much money every day by catching seafood. You earn more than 1,000 yuan, but you still have to. Wait. Xiaolin. How much money do you say you earn? As Gu Hao spoke, his eyes suddenly became as big as copper bells, his face full of disbelief. About 1,400 yuan, mainly because I got 3 big blue crabs, one of which weighed 2 kilograms, and the remaining 2 weighed nearly 3 kilograms, including 1 crab with roe. By the way, Brother Hao, we also got a lot of king clams, about 10 pounds, and they are all sold out. Lin Dei said with a grin. Thinking of the rich seafood today, Lin Dei felt very happy. Earning more than 1,000 yuan a day was something Lin Dei had never thought of in his life. Guhan, is this true? Gu Hao looked at Guhan in surprise, even doubting that he had heard it wrongly. You should know that there are many women in the village who go to the sea early in the morning and late at night to catch seafood, but generally they can only earn 30 to 50 yuan a day, and very few can earn more than 100 yuan. As for earning more than 1,000 yuan a day, that might not happen once every 1 or 2 years. Gu Hao remembered that last time, Aunt Xiaofan in the village was lucky enough to get several kilograms of sea cucumbers and sold them at a very high price. Apart from that, no one had been lucky enough to get such a high-priced seafood in the past 1 or 2 years. Well, I was a little bit lucky. I came across a nest of oil clams and dug out about 10 pounds of them. Guhan did not hide anything and told Gu Hao everything he got today. After hearing what Guhan said, Gu Hao and his wife all widened their eyes with expressions of horror. Brother, sister-in-law, let's eat first. The food will not taste good if it gets cold. Guhan waved his hand and said to the 2 of them. Hearing that Guhan made so much money in one day, Gu Hao and Zhao Ximin were not jealous at all, but full of joy. When they ate, they felt that today's food was particularly delicious. I don't know if it was because of Guhan's good cooking skills or because he was in a good mood. Sister, the crab is spicy, but it tastes really good. You have to be careful. Gu, I can eat crabs. The crabs cooked by my dad are the best in the world. No, everything cooked by my dad is the best in the world. Yeah, it's much better than what mom cooks. My uncle's cooking is the best. Guzi, is what I cook so bad? Zhao Ximin rolled her eyes at the little guy, thinking in her heart that this little guy didn't give her any face at all. For the past few days, he would compare his cooking skills with Guhan every time. My mom's cooking is delicious, but my uncle's cooking is even better. The food that auntie cooks is also very delicious. Xiaoting loves it. Xiaoting is still obedient. Can I cook more food for you in the future? Okay, but I still want to eat what dad cooks. I want to eat what my uncle cooks, too. At the table, two little guys were talking in baby voices, which added some fun to the dinner table. By the way, Guhan, I've discussed this with your sister-in-law. We both think your cooking is delicious, so how about this? You go to the night market in town and find a stall? Then you and Xiaolin can set up a stall, and I can go over to help you after work. In this way, with your skills, it shouldn't be difficult to make some money. And in this way, your life will be stable. If we make money in the future, we can open a store and our life will be stable. Going fishing is not a profitable business. It depends on fate. Don't worry about the money. I talked to your sister-in-law. I still have 2,000 yuan. I'll give it to you. You just made more than 1,000 yuan today. This should be enough to support a stall. Guhao took the wine, took a big sip, and looked at Guhan seriously. Hearing Guhao's words, Guhan once again felt as if sand had entered his eyes, and looked at Guhao and Zhao Ximin with gratitude. Guhan was really touched by their selfless dedication to him. Brother, I have no plans to set up a stall, nor do I plan to be a chef. Of course, this is only a temporary decision. I still want to develop into sea fishing first to see if I can make some money. Xiaolin and I have discussed this. If we can still make money in a few days, we will get an electric tricycle, buy some fishing gear, and start fishing at the sea. Of course, if there is not much gain from going to the beach, I want to keep doing it. After all, I still have Xiaoting to support. If I can't make money by fishing, setting up a stall to sell some stir-fried snacks is also a good choice. But my first choice is to go to the sea, as we coastal people still rely on the sea for our livelihood. Guhan expressed his thoughts. Chapter 28 Sea Cage. If the system did not exist, Guhan felt that setting up a stall and being a cook would be a good choice. By then, it would not be difficult to make money by making the popular spicy crayfish, clams and vermicelli pot, and garlic clam. But now that there is such a sea hunting system, Guhan is still more inclined to be a fisherman and make money by sea hunting or going out to sea. Okay then, you decide for yourself. We too can't say much. If you are really lucky and can make money by fishing, then it would be a good choice. Guha thought about it and nodded. Brother Hao, I heard there has always been a legend in the village, that is, every few years Mazu will bless, and those who are blessed will have a very high degree of closeness to the sea. Doing work related to the sea will be smooth sailing. Do you think Brother Han is such a person? Look, it has only been a few days, and Brother Han has caught white eels, razor clams, and today he also caught blue crabs and king clams. Lin Dei took a big sip of wine and said hurriedly. These are all lies. How could it be possible? This legend has been passed down for hundreds of years. No one in the village has made a fortune by fishing at the sea. There are people who make a little money, but no one has made a fortune. Guhao patted Lin Dei on the shoulder and said, I think Brother Han might really be the one chosen by Mazu. Lin Dei muttered softly. Come on, don't think too much. We don't know if we have been chosen by Mazu, but we have to work hard to make money. If we make money in the future, we will also engage in breeding and sail big ships. Come on, everyone, cheers. Guhan said happily, raising his glass. Cheers, Gidge, cheers. Mom, Dad, Uncle Xiaolin, let's drink. Everyone in the room was quite happy, and the meal lasted for 3 hours. Everyone was eating and chatting, and the small house was filled with laughter. Even some people passing by looked at the house with confusion, wondering when Guhan's house would be so lively. After everyone left, Guhan packed up all his things, gave the girl a bath, and then took her to the bed. Shouting, it's time to go to sleep. Guhan pinched the little girl's face and said, Dad, tell me a story. I fell asleep yesterday and didn't hear a lot of things. The little girl skillfully took out the children's picture book from under the pillow and snuggled up to Guhan happily. Okay, Daddy will tell you. Once upon a time there was a little girl who sold rockets. Ba ba ba, a little girl who sold matches. Guhan's voice sounded particularly clear in the silence of the night. Within a few minutes, Gu Ziding had fallen asleep next to Guhan, her nostrils twitching slightly and soft breathing sounds were heard. In the yard, Guhan skillfully lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Immediately, a thought popped into his mind, and a simple system interface appeared in Guhan's mind. Guhan gained a lot of points today, especially those blue crabs, which brought him 140 points. The 7 caddies of clams he dug also provided 14 points. It was a pity that when digging for the king clams, it was during the energy recharge period, and the king clams he obtained were not counted towards his points. Otherwise, Guhan should have more points. But even so, the points he had accumulated had reached 205 points. Looking at the points he had, they were enough to exchange some items in the system mall. Guhan was a little impatient to exchange them. A crab cage can be exchanged for 100 points, a conger eel cage can be exchanged for 100 points, and a fishing hook can be exchanged for 50 points, an oxygenator can be exchanged for 200 points. Guhan muttered softly. As the points increased, Guhan could exchange for more things, including crab cages, conger eel cages, oxygenators, etc., and even fishing lines and hooks could be exchanged. Looking at these exchangeable items, Guhan was a little confused. After experiencing the benefits brought by the small shovel for the first time, Guhan also understood that everything produced by the system was good. If possible, Guhan still wanted to exchange everything. It's a pity that the points I have are always limited, and I can only choose 1 or 2 items to exchange. Forget about the crab cages for now. I'll exchange them when I have more points. I already have 4 crab cages. As for the conger eel cages, they're a good choice, but I can only exchange them for 2 with the points I have. With this calculation, it is more cost-effective to exchange for sea cages. 200 points are enough for 1 exchange. Guhan quickly made a decision and decided to use his points to exchange for marine traps. After all, he still had to harvest as much seafood as possible so that he could earn more money and more points. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a bundle of marine traps appeared in front of Guhan's eyes. 200 points were also deducted by the system at the same time, and the hard-earned points were only 5 points left. Ground traps are widely used, whether they are placed in the sea or in rivers, lakes, or ponds. However, there are some differences between sea cages and cages commonly used in freshwater lakes and ponds. First of all, in terms of workmanship, sea cages are larger. Just like the bundle of traps in front of Guhan now, they are 28 centimeters 50 centimeters 20 sections of traps, which are much larger than ordinary freshwater traps. Generally, the specifications of ground cages used in freshwater fish are 23 centimeters 37 centimeters 24 sections, and the cage mouth is much smaller. The second thing is the strength of the fishing net. The sea cage is much stronger than the freshwater cage. After all, there are many crabs and some fish with sharp teeth in the sea. If the fishing net is not strong, it will be easily bitten. In addition to these 2 points, there is also the difference in the steel ring on the fish cage. After all, the corrosion degree of seawater is high, so the steel ring material used is naturally better. Otherwise, it will completely break after a period of use. It's so heavy, it must be 10 kilograms, right? But this trap doesn't have a charging function. Guhan tried to pick up the trap and felt its heavy weight. This sea cage does not have the strange charging function like the previous small iron shovel. However, it has a more direct effect, that is, this cage has a fish gathering effect, which can allow more fish to enter the sea cage. The system also provides detailed instructions that when using this sea cage, more fish will gather around it. It's really a product of the system, it must be a high-quality product. Guhan grinned. Chapter 29, Average Harvest. The next morning, Lin Dei got up earlier than anyone else and arrived at Guhan's house early in the morning. He sat beside the girl and drank porridge with her, while looking at the brand new sea trap on the ground with confusion. Brother Han, where did this trap come from? Lin Dei asked with some confusion. I found it at home after you left yesterday. That room was full of various tools. I remembered it yesterday and looked through it, and I unexpectedly found this sea trap. Unfortunately, the other 2 were completely rotten, and there was only this one in the bag that was unopened, so I took it out. Guhan made up an excuse. I was thinking that if I wanted to exchange them in the future, I would really need to go to the fishing tackle store and buy some as a cover. Otherwise, there are always some marine tools appearing out of nowhere. It would be fine once or twice, but if it happens too often, people might become suspicious. Brother Han, we have the traps and we can set them out soon. We might be able to catch a lot of fish, shrimps, and crabs. Lin Dei said happily. Well, take this with you and put it into the sea. We will collect it tomorrow and see if we can get something good. Gu Han also nodded. Dad, come on Uncle Xiaolin, you're going to make a lot of money today. The little girl also waved her pink little fists to cheer them up. After accompanying the girl to finish breakfast, the two men sent her to Guhao's home, then got on the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from the village under the watchful eyes of many village intelligence organization directors. These intelligence directors originally wanted to follow Guhan to see if they could catch some 60-armed kings, but now they could only see Guhan driving on his motorcycle and leaving everyone behind. Good for you, the second son of the Gu family. When did you get a motorcycle? I want to follow him and see if I can get some flowery armor king. That thing is not cheap at all. Suehua, do you know where they go to catch fish? How should I know? I advise you to stop following the second son of the Gu family and take advantage of him. The second son of the Gu family is not a good person. Although he won't do anything to you, he can still steal your chickens and ducks. Suehua, this is not something you would say, is it? My uncle told me, let's go, or we'll be too late to catch the oysters. By the way, did you know? Old Chen's wife ran to the next village again last night. I heard that she has an old lover there. How do you know this? The daughter-in-law of Old Chen's family is naturally restless. I heard that she used to go out and provoke others. Old Chen is also suffering. He works at sea and has to wear one hat after another on his head. Didn't I see the wife of Old Chen walking out of the village last night when I got up to pee? I also heard that a woman carrying a child ran to Old Zhao's house to make a fuss yesterday. The Zhao family? Which Zhao family? It's Zhao Dexing's family. His son is a manager in the city. His parents don't want him anymore after he got rich. He hasn't been back to the village for many years. The woman who came to their house yesterday looked to be in her early 20s. The baby in her arms, I don't know if it's Zhao Dexing's or his son Zhao Mingyu's. Zhao Dexing is unlikely. His wife is a tigress. I think it's most likely that this is some woman his son has provoked outside. Men become bad once they have money. Wrong. Not having money is bad too. Wasn't Guhan the same before? I don't know where he got a daughter from. It was still that remote and deserted beach. After Guhan and his companion parked and locked the motorcycle, they carried 2 buckets and a large bundle of sea traps and headed towards the mangroves. The two were not in a hurry to set up the traps, but instead went into the mangroves first to check the crab cages. Brother Han, there is only one blue crab, a male, weighing about 1 kilogram. The rest are only 2 or 3 flower crabs, and they are small in size. Lin Dei looked at the crab cages with a frustrated look. Today's crab cages were obviously much worse than yesterday's and did not bring any unexpected gains to Lin Dei. The 4 crab cages only yielded a blue crab weighing about 1 kilogram. It's good to have one. You're very lucky to have one. Guhan was not as depressed as Lin Dei. Instead, he tied the blue crab with a smile on his face. After putting the blue crabs into the bucket, the two of them also stuffed some chicken livers and intestines into the bait box. After moving several crab cages to another place, they began to set up the ground trap. The layout of the ground trap is similar to that of the crab cage. If it is to be left overnight, it is naturally impossible to put it in the deep sea. Instead, it is placed in a relatively shallow place. The bait is put into the cage. The two people simply fixed the 2 ends and walked towards the mudflat. The seawater receded, revealing patches of mudflats, and the 2 men began to get busy. It's a pity that today's luck was obviously not as good as the previous few days. The 2 of them worked for 2 or 3 hours but didn't get anything valuable, and they didn't even get a few pounds of clams. By the time the tide came in, the 2 men's buckets contained only 10 pounds of clams and the blue crab they had caught earlier. Brother Han, my luck is so bad today. Even the flower crabs I caught were small ones. I let them all go. Lin Dei sat aside, holding a cigarette in his mouth and said with a depressed look on his face. I think it's okay. At least I got a blue crab, which is worth 70 or 80 yuan. Let's go to the rock and get some snails. I just took a look and they are quite big. I should be able to get about 3 to 5 kilograms from this. I'll see if anyone wants it then. If I meet the gourmet I met the day before yesterday, I can still sell these spicy snails for a lot of money. Guhan took a deep puff of cigarette and pointed to a piece of stone not far away. This is the only way. It's better to have it than nothing. Lin Dei nodded. After a brief rest, the two walked to the rock and began to search. Their luck was pretty good. In just a short while, they found 4 or 5 kilograms of large yellow-mouthed spicy snails. Each one was plump and about the size of a thumb. Seeing that it was already afternoon, the two did not stay on the beach, but rode their bikes towards the market. Chapter 30. I said you can't put it up, so you can't put it up. The market was still bustling with people of all kinds coming to buy vegetables. Guhan brought Lin Dei to where they had been staying before. He skillfully spread the woven bag on the ground and poured the seafood he had obtained today onto the woven bag. Today, the two of them were busy at the beach for several hours, but they didn't get any good results. They only caught a 1-pound blue crab and 5 or 6 pounds of clams. The rest were 4 or 5 pounds of large yellow-mouthed spicy snails. This harvest is much less than that of the previous few days. Brother Han, why didn't Uncle come today? Lin Dei said as he sorted things out and looked at the empty seat next to Guhan. How should I know? Maybe he didn't come for some reason? The uncle is not a real farmer. He might just grow some vegetables for his hobby. It's up to him to come to the market to sell vegetables. His family doesn't need that much money anyway. Guhan shook his head and didn't care too much about whether the uncle came or not. That's true. In my opinion, it's most comfortable to be like an old man. Not only does your family have money, you can do whatever you like. Lin Dei said cheerfully, and then began to promote his product at the top of his lungs. After setting up a stall with Guhan in the market for 2 or 3 days, Lin Dei was no longer as reserved as before and had completely mastered how to sell products. This guy is not stupid. Before his parents got into trouble, Lin Dei was an excellent student and the only hope in the village to go to a 985 university. Now that he has adapted a little, he is no worse than Guhan when it comes to selling things. There weren't many things on the stall. Apart from the blue crabs, everything else was very common seafood and didn't attract much attention, especially the bitter snails, which most people didn't really like. Guhan looked at the customers who kept walking past his stall. His expression was quite calm. It doesn't matter to Guhan whether these seafood in front of him can be sold out or not. If he can't sell them all, he can take them home and eat them. Guhan understood that catching fish at the beach was all about relying on God's favor. If one was lucky, earning hundreds or thousands of dollars a day was not a big problem. For example, the two of them had made a good harvest yesterday. If you are unlucky, you can only make a few dozen yuan after a day's work. If there hadn't been a big blue crab today, I would probably only be able to sell those few kilograms of clams and snails for 50 yuan. 50 yuan, this is the result of Guhan and Lin Dei working for several hours. Just as the two were shouting and hawking, 3 people came over from a distance. They were wearing security uniforms, and the words market managers were written on their shoulder badges. The 3 of them passed by one stall after another and stopped in front of Guhan's seat. You two, who allowed you to sell things here? The leader, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man, looked at Guhan and Lin Dei who were squatting on the ground with an arrogant look. Brother, this place shouldn't be considered under the market management, right? We haven't entered the market to sell anything, right? It shouldn't be too much of a problem for us to sell some seafood here? Guhan stood up, frowned, and said to the middle-aged man in front of him. Who said this place is not under the jurisdiction of the market? Outside the Mingzhu market, this entire street is under the market's management. You are selling things here privately. Do you think it is under our jurisdiction? The middle-aged man looked at the 2 men and said, When did this place become your responsibility? Aren't we all selling things here? Lin Dei said with some indignation. I said this place is under our jurisdiction, so it is under our jurisdiction. You are not allowed to sell things here privately. The middle-aged man pointed at Lin Dei's nose and said viciously. Aren't they all setting up stalls here too? Everyone has been setting up stalls here all the time. It's none of your business if we set up stalls here. Lin Dei glared at the middle-aged man in front of him and said viciously. Who said we have no control over it? Move away, or I'll just overturn your stuff. At this time, a man behind the middle-aged man also stepped forward and swept the woven bag away with 1 foot. The woven bag was lifted up, and the snails and clams that were originally placed on it were scattered all over the ground. The big blue crab also turned over and fell to the ground with its legs spread out. Damn you! When Lin Dei saw the woven bag being swept away, he immediately became angry and clenched his fists and was about to rush forward. Xiao Lin! Guhan grabbed Lin Day, fearing that this guy would really attack him. If Guhan was still the reckless man he used to be, he might have rushed in even faster than Lin Day, and might have even punched the three men in the face. But now it was different, especially after meeting Gu Ziding. Even if Guhan was angry, he still suppressed his anger. If he really acted without scruples as before, what would be the outcome? Guhan knew better than anyone. It's not easy to stay in the police station. Staying in the police station for 10 days or half a month is not a big deal, but once he leaves, the girl will be alone at home, and Guhan is still a little worried. After living a new life, Guhan's mind is no longer the same young and naive person he used to be. Brother Han. Lin Day's face flushed with righteousness, and he clenched his fists with veins bulging on them. Get out of here now. Don't let me see you here. If I see you setting up business here again, I won't just overturn your business. The leading man said to Guhan with a disdainful smile on his face. Guhan forced himself to calm down his anger, looked at the leading man calmly and said, "Okay, we won't set up here." Guhan did not say any harsh words, nor did he continue to cause trouble. He just squatted down and picked up the clams and snails scattered on the ground. He did not care about the mud on the ground and put the snails and clams into the bucket one by one. The people around also noticed the scene in front of them, and they stopped to watch from a distance, and some even began to whisper. Lin Day looked at Guhan bending down to pick up the clams and snails on the ground, his face full of unwillingness and a hint of surprise. He never expected that Guhan would just give in. After all, in the past, when it came to fighting, Guhan rushed forward faster than anyone else and attacked more ruthlessly than anyone else. I have known Guhan for such a long time, but when have I ever seen him be so humble? When have I ever seen him be so submissive? Han, brother. Lin Day's voice trembled a little. Well, Xiaolin, you pack up. After I pack these, we'll leave. Guhan said calmly. Chapter 31 Boss, I'll give it to you for free. Guhan squatted down, and under the gaze of everyone, he slowly picked up the clams and snails one by one without any resistance. At this moment, a pair of shiny leather shoes suddenly appeared in front of Guhan. Looking up, he saw that it was the gourmet whom Guhan met a few days ago. The middle-aged man was still the same as before, with his hair combed meticulously and appearing in the market wearing a neat Armani suit. Little brother, what are you doing? The middle-aged man frowned and said to Guhan, who was covered in mud. Boss, is that you? Are you here to buy vegetables again? Guhan stood up and looked at the middle-aged man and said. Well, let's go to the market to see if there are any good ingredients. But you, why are you like this? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He still had a good impression of Guhan. After all, he bought the big spicy snail with yellow mouth from Guhan last time. And Guhan was also honest. He didn't intend to charge him more money. He still sold it to him at the original price of 3 yuan per pound. Nowadays, there are very few people who are so honest in doing business. It is precisely because of this that the middle-aged man still looks up to Guhan. Me? The things are scattered, so I'm going to pick them up and go back. Guhan threw the spicy snails in his hand into the bucket. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and pack up your things and leave. This is not a place for you to set up a stall. At this time, the fat and big-eared man walked straight in front of Guhan, looked at him with disdain and said, Wait, who are you? Why can't he set up a stall here? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the fat and big-eared man in front of him and said in a cold voice, If I say no, then you can't. This is the area of market management. If I tell him not to set up a stall here, then he can't set up a stall here. The fat and big-eared man said arrogantly. Everyone else can set up their stalls here, why can't he? Aren't you bullying an honest man? The middle-aged man's face turned a little ugly, and he looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. Who are you? What does this market management have to do with you? If I say you are not allowed to put things here, then you are not allowed to put them here. You have no right to speak here. The man looked at the middle-aged man with some impatience and said, Okay, if you say no, then it's not allowed. Little brother, don't worry, you can continue to set up the stall here and ignore him. The middle-aged man looked at Guhan and said, Who do you think you are? You have the right to speak here. Get out of here right now. And you, take your things away right now. If I see you setting up a stall here again, I will not let you go. What the hell is this? You come here to set up a stall and don't know the rules. You are living in your ass. The fat and big-eared man shouted at Guhan and the others. His voice was loud and fierce, arrogant and fierce. When Lin Dei heard the man shouting like that, he couldn't help himself and was about to rush forward. Shaolin, don't be impulsive. Guhan pressed Lin Dei's shoulders. Okay, very good, I am not that onion. I want to see what you are. The middle-aged man looked angry, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. I don't know what he said, but he walked up to Guhan, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, don't leave yet. I saw that there are still spicy snails in your bucket. How about this? How about you sell me 2 kilograms of spicy snails? Boss, I'll give you these spicy snails. They're not worth much anyway," Guhan said as he lifted the bucket in his hand. He then asked Lin Dei to take out a bag and prepare to take out 2 kilograms of spicy snails from the bucket. No, I just need 2 kilograms. I can't finish more than that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Damn it, I told you to get out, but you still stay here selling things?" The man who had originally overturned the woven bag with his foot saw Guhan still preparing to pack the spicy snails, and rushed forward with a look of resentment, as if he was about to kick over the bag containing the spicy snails. "Stop it, everyone!" Suddenly, an urgent shout came from the crowd. At this time, a bald man rushed over, pushing through the crowd. "Mr. Zhao, why are you here?" The bald man pushed through the crowd and came straight to the middle-aged man, saying respectfully. There was a trace of sweat on his forehead, obviously he had just rushed over. The person who came was none other than the current contractor of Mingzhu Market, who was also the current boss of Mingzhu Market. He had a certain reputation in the town and could be considered a man who had connections in both the black and white worlds. What surprised everyone was that the contractor of the pearl market came to the middle-aged man with a look of respectfulness and a hint of fear. "Lu Zhixiang, is this the market you contracted? If I hadn't happened to see it today, I wouldn't have known it was like this. Are these the people under you? They are all so daring?" The middle-aged man said with a cold face, looking at the balding man in front of him. "Mr. Zhao, this is all misunderstanding, all misunderstanding." The bald man panicked when he saw the middle-aged man's cold expression, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind? I've heard before that you let your subordinates take bribes, and now you even ask the takeaway vendors in the market to pay?" The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. "Mr. Zhao, please listen to my explanation. This is not the case. Those people are slandering me." The balding man became a little anxious and said hurriedly, "You don't have to explain to me. Someone will come to talk to you later." The middle-aged man looked at the balding man impatiently, and then he had no intention of continuing to talk to the balding man. Guhan stood aside, looking at the middle-aged man with surprise. He did not expect that the middle-aged man would have such a powerful background. Even Lu Zhixiang, the contractor of this market, had to be humble when seeing the middle-aged man. In fact, Guhan had already known that the middle-aged man was not a simple person, at least he was a very rich guy. But I didn't expect it to be so big. You have to know who that bald man is. Not many people in the town dare to mess with him. That guy is a real gangster, and he is much stronger than ordinary gangsters. They have already developed to the level of contracting the seafood market, and can be regarded as the kind of person who is ready to turn from black to white. But now, in front of the middle-aged man, she was as humble as an old dog. "Little brother, can you weigh 2 kilograms of spicy snails for me? I ate some a few days ago. They were very delicious. I just love them." The middle-aged man turned his head and said to Guhan, "Okay, boss. I'll weigh it for you now." Guhan put away his surprise and said hurriedly. Guhan moved quickly and grabbed several handfuls of spicy snails and put them in the bag. He weighed them and found they weighed more than 2 kilograms, so he handed them directly to the middle-aged man. "Boss, these are all for you. If you like to eat them, tell me next time and I'll go to the sea to see if I can find bigger spicy snails." Guhan said embarrassedly, scratching his head. "That's fine. By the way, you can just put it here from now on. No one will bother you anymore. I'll be leaving first." The middle-aged man took the bag, glanced at Guhan, and then turned and left. As soon as the middle-aged man left, the balding man and a few others who had been arrogant and domineering before hurriedly followed him. Chapter 32 Because I am a father. The crowd dispersed, and what had just happened was just the most common farce in the market. Several managers, in the name of managing the market, either bullied the vendors around them or asked the vendors for some property fees. Such things have long been commonplace in major markets. Especially in this era, the public security and supervision are not as strict as in the following decades. Guhan had no intention of continuing to set up the stall, but instead picked up the bucket and took Lin Dei away from the bustling market. Walking towards where the motorcycles were parked, Lin Dei followed Guhan silently, with a hint of depression on his face. Guhan naturally noticed Lin Dei's depressed mood, so he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Lin Dei. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Guhan lit a cigarette skillfully and blew out a puff of smoke. "Brother Han, why didn't you do anything just now? You wouldn't have been scolded like this before. It's so damn uncomfortable to hold the anger in." Lin Dei took the cigarette and said to Guhan with his bright eyes. Lin Dei had always thought of Guhan as his own brother. But when he saw Guhan squatting down to pick up the clams and snails, and when he saw the market manager pointing at Guhan and scolding him, Lin Dei became furious. Especially when seeing Guhan compromising in such a situation, it was completely contrary to the image of Guhan in Lin Dei's mind. Guhan had never been so humble before. Even when facing a group of people, as long as they provoked Guhan, he would pick up a stick and rush forward to fight without hesitation. Even if he would get taught a lesson or even beaten black and blue in the end, he would never back down. If you want to get into trouble, you can't be timid. If you are timid once, you will be timid a second time. And the third time, others will step on your head one after another. Guhan once said this to Lin Dei. It is also because of this that Lin Dei has never been a coward. Every time they went out to fight, Guhan would rush to the first one, and Lin Dei would definitely rush to the second one. But just now, Guhan's submissive and humble appearance made Lin Dei feel very unreal and at the same time very aggrieved. He would rather pick up a weapon and fight those guys, even if he lost in the end, even if he might be sent to the police station and locked up for a few days. He did not want to see Guhan suffer like an ostrich. "Yeah, that's right. I was quite cowardly and aggrieved just now. If it were in the past, I would have just rushed up with a stick." Guhan leaned on the motorcycle, exhaled a puff of smoke, stared at the smoke ring slowly dispersing in the air, and said softly, "Why?" Lin Dei looked at Guhan and asked. "It's very simple. First of all, to Xiaoting, I am a father. To my brother, I am a younger brother. To you, I am a big brother. I can actually rush up to fight without caring about anything. It doesn't matter even if I get beaten to death in the end. Because to my brother, to you, even if I stay in jail for 10 days or 8 days, it's not a big deal at all. Even if I accidentally kill someone and I am imprisoned for 10 or 20 years, you and my brother will still be able to continue living. But have you ever thought about Xiaoting? Don't forget, I am now a father. If I am locked up for 10 days or 8 days, what will happen to Xiaoting? If I am locked up for 10 or 8 years, how will Zitting live? I have to be responsible for Xiaoting. Xiaoting has suffered so much in the past 2 years. Now, I want a stable life, I want to give Xiaoting a good childhood, and I want to compensate Xiaoting. Therefore, as a father, I don't want to stay in the police station for 10 days or half a month like before. I want to spend more time with Xiaoting." Guhan took a deep puff of cigarette and looked at Lin Dei seriously. Guhan really wants to have the same pleasure of revenge as the young and dangerous guys in TV dramas and movies. "If you look at me, I will fuck you. If you curse at me, I will fuck you. If you touch me, I will still fuck you." But life is not a TV series or a young and dangerous movie. Everything requires a price. Even the most ordinary fights have a price to pay. "Brother Han." Lin Dei's eyes were full of surprise. He never expected that Guhan would say such a thing. "Shaolin, the past life was too fucked up, people should still look forward. Look, aren't we doing better now? We don't have to do those shameful things like before. We go fishing every day, have some money in our pockets, and go home every night with a few kids around us, some good food, some wine. Isn't this better than anything else? You know, Xiaoting had a fever at night a few days ago, so I carried Xiaoting to the medical station in the middle of the night, and I knocked on the door like crazy. Lao Zhou opened the door and brought Xiaoting in for treatment. Do you know how I felt at that time? I felt like I had lost my soul, my hands and feet were shaking, and I was worried that something might happen to Xiaoting." Guhan patted Lin Dei on the shoulder and said, "Brother Han, I understand." Lin Dei nodded hurriedly. "Come on, remember what I said, impulse is the devil, and life is not like what is shown in young and dangerous movies. There is no such thing as just doing something if you don't agree," Guhan said after a moment's thought. Well, Brother Han, I feel like you really seem to have suddenly had an epiphany. Lin Day said, looking at Gu Han. Come on, this is called growth, not epiphany. Let's go back quickly. Gu Han patted Lin Day's head and scolded with a smile. Okay, then Brother Han, you're not going to sell this anymore? I won't sell it. I can just take it home and eat it myself. It won't sell for much money anyway. Oh, by the way, go buy some meat and some vegetables and make a few more dishes when I get home. Okay, by the way, Brother Han, who do you think that middle-aged man is? I saw that Lu Zhixiang from Mingzhu Market seemed very afraid of him. You ask me how I know? But one thing is certain, that man is not an ordinary person. That's true. I also think that man is not ordinary. But it should have nothing to do with us. Those rich people are too far away from us. Are you envious? If you are, then work hard. One day we can become rich too. Brother Han, don't bring me along if you want to brag. It's too hard to make a fortune fishing. Who knows? Maybe you'll get rich tomorrow. Chapter 33, It Hurts to Pinch Someone. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Gu Han returned to Daxing village. He was not in a hurry to go home, but instead carried 2 kilograms of clams to the medical station. Old Zhou was still sitting under the big banyan tree outside the door as usual, flipping through a novel in his hand, To Live by Yuhua, which he was reading with great interest. It was not until Gu Han walked up to him that Lao Zhou noticed Gu Han's arrival. Gu Han, did you go fishing again today? Old Zhou put down the book and said to Gu Han. Well, I took Xiaolin to the beach these days to see if I could make a little money. Fortunately, God was kind to me and I did get some money. Gu Han touched his pocket and handed a cigarette to Lao Zhou. That's great. You're willing to work hard, at least you're much better than before. I heard from Wang Suihua that you got some king clams yesterday. God is actually very good, and he always favors those who work hard. If you work hard every day, you will be able to support Xiaoting in the future. Old Zhou took the cigarette and said happily. As a good person in the village, Lao Zhou still hopes that Gu Han can become a better person. That's what I was planning too. Let's see if I can make some money first and save it. Then I can get a small boat and catch some fish and shrimp in the open sea and make more money. Gu Han nodded and said. It's not cheap to get a small boat, especially a fishing boat that can go fishing in the open sea. The price will be much higher. Old Zhou looked at Gu Han in surprise. He didn't expect that Gu Han would have such an idea. So I said I would save some money and see what to do later. By the way, Lao Zhou, I got some clams today and I'll give you 2 or 3 pounds to try. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go back to take a shower and cook. Xiaoting is still waiting for me at home. Gu Han placed the bag of clams in front of Lao Zhou. You kid, take this back and save it for Xiaoting. Lao Zhou said hurriedly. There are still several kilograms in my bucket, enough for us to eat. I'll leave first, and I'll treat you to a drink in a few days. Gu Han waved his hand and did not give Lao Zhou any chance to refuse. He picked up the bucket and walked towards home. When they got home, the 2 little ones, Gu Zi and Gu Zitting, were already squatting in the yard, looking vigilantly at the blue crab weighing more than a pound on the ground. They wanted to touch it with their pink little hands, but were afraid of being pinched by the blue crab. Gu Gu, will it break the rope and clamp me? Sister, I don't think so. But Uncle Xiaolin said that you can't touch it. Uncle Xiaolin said that this big crab can pinch your fingers off. Oh, Gidge, this is the first time I've seen such a big crab. It's the first time I've seen one, too. My dad said big crabs are too expensive, so he couldn't bear to buy them. Looking at the 2 little kids acting like innocent kids, Gu Han was also amused by them and put the bucket on the ground. You 2 little guys, look what I brought you. Gu Han took out a small plastic bag from the bucket. After opening the bag, he took out 4 pieces of Dove chocolate and handed them to the 2 little guys. Dad, it's chocolate. Xiaoting likes chocolate the most. Thank you, Uncle. The 2 little guys' faces were full of joy. Well, you can only eat 1 piece a day. If you eat it today, you can't eat it again. Save the rest for tomorrow. Gu Han said lovingly to the 2 little guys. I understand, Uncle, Dad. The 2 little guys said in unison. After playing with the 2 little ones for a while, he handed them over to Lin Dei. Gu Han also took a bath and then went into the kitchen to cook. At night, Gu Hao and Zhao Ximin pushed Gu Zishuan in a stroller and came to Gu Han's house again, but this time was different from the previous 2 days. Zhao Ximin was also holding an iron basin in her hand, in which was a brightly colored braised pork elbow. After Gu Ziding had a fever that day, Zhao Ximin remembered that she had been eating at Gu Han's house for several consecutive nights. After eating several meals in a row, Zhao Ximin felt a little embarrassed that she had to trouble Gu Han every day. So, he thought about braising a pork elbow himself. After all, it was not very nice to always eat and drink for free, even if that person was his brother-in-law. Of course, another reason is that after trying Gu Han's cooking several times, I always feel that the food I cook is much worse. Not to mention that little guy Gu Zi always comments on it during lunch every day, and every time he says that his uncle's cooking is much better than his mother's. Deep down, Zhao Ximin still prefers to let Gu Han cook. After all, her cooking skills are limited to cooking food. Braised pork elbow? Brother, sister-in-law, why are you braising pork elbow? Gu Han took the iron basin and invited the two of them to the dining table. Several dishes were already placed on the table, including stir-fried blue crabs with ginger and scallions, stir-fried clams with black beans and peppers, blanched spicy snails, stir-fried beef with kale, and a small pot of cucumber and minced meat soup. Your sister-in-law said that she feels embarrassed to always come to your place for free meals, so she asked for some braised pork elbow. Gu Hao said happily. No way, I should thank my sister-in-law for helping me take care of Xiaoting during the day. Besides, my sister-in-law has been very nice to Xiaoting in the past 2 or 3 years. We are all family, there is no need to be embarrassed. Gu Han said hurriedly. Brother Hao, I think what Brother Han said is wrong this time. When sister-in-law has nothing to do, she can really braise some pork elbows. I love eating pork elbows. Lin Dei said as he served food to everyone. Okay, whenever you want to eat it, I'll ask your sister-in-law to braise it. Gu Hao also said with a smile. When he arrived at the dining table, Gu Hao looked at the sumptuous dishes in front of him and suddenly felt an urge to smile. Gu Han, actually, we don't need to be so extravagant for every meal. Our family can just eat a little bit. This big blue crab can probably be sold for 70 or 80 yuan. Gu Hao still felt a little distressed. The food they had eaten these few days was really rich, a little beyond Gu Hao's imagination. Brother, these are what weren't sold today. I didn't get anything today, so I thought of bringing these back for everyone to try. After all, Xiaoting and Xiui have never eaten blue crabs before. Gu Han waved his hand indifferently. Seeing that Gu Han brought up Gu Ziding and Gu Zi, Gu Hao had nothing to say. The whole family sat together and started eating immediately. Dad, this snail is bitter and spicy. Xiaoting doesn't want to eat it. After the little girl took 2 bites of the spicy snail, she couldn't help but spit out the snail meat in her mouth. Brother Han, this spicy snail seems to be a little different from the ordinary spicy snails. The bitterness and spiciness are lighter, and it is crisper and tenderer, with a hint of sweetness. Lin Dei said, smacking his lips. I think it's okay too, but compared to conch and dongfeng snail are a little bit more delicious. Zhao Ximin nodded and said. Dip it in mustard soy sauce, and the sweet taste will be more stimulated, and it can also slightly cover up the bitter and spicy taste. Gu Han chewed the spicy snail meat and nodded. Now Gu Han finally understood why the middle-aged man was willing to spend a huge amount of money to buy this large spicy snail with yellow mouth. It is indeed slightly different from the ordinary small spicy snails and tastes more delicious. However, if Gu Han were really asked to choose, he would still choose snails such as the east wind conch, large conch, and horseshoe conch. Chapter 34 Caught the Fish. The next morning, Gu Han and Lin Dei went out early. Last night, Gu Han was thinking about his sea trap a lot. He was not worried about whether there was any seafood, but was mainly worried about it being stolen. So, after making breakfast for Gu Ziding early in the morning, he sent Gu Ziding to Gu Hao's house, and then immediately took Lin Dei to the beach. The roar of the motorcycle rang out, and the intelligence directors in the village were once again left far behind by Gu Han. After about 10 minutes' drive, the two arrived at the beach they had been to before. Brother Han, how many fish do you think our traps can catch? Will we come up empty-handed? Lin Dei followed behind Gu Han and asked. How would I know? I still hope to get some fish. It would be best to get a few groupers. They are very valuable. Gu Han said with some anticipation. Brother Han, you can just think about grouper. Those fish are usually near the reefs. If we want to catch them, we can only put the ground trap near the rocky beach. Unless we are very lucky, it is difficult to catch them. Although groupers live on reef bottoms, nearshore coasts, and lagoons, in general, groupers live more on reef bottoms. Is the reason why grouper is so expensive because it is hard to catch? Especially the wild grouper, 1 pound costs more than 200 to 300 yuan, and if it weighs 2 or 3 pounds, it costs 3 to 500 yuan per pound. Lin Dei said embarrassedly. Just as Lin Dei said, the price of grouper is still very expensive nowadays. Even the most common grouper is sold at a price of 100 to 80 yuan per catty. As for the Eastern Star grouper and the mouse grouper, the price is easily 2 to 300 yuan per catty. Eating grouper is still a luxury for most working-class families today. This situation continued until a few years later, when, with the breakthrough in domestic grouper artificial breeding technology, a grouper called tiger-dragon hybrid grouper appeared, which completely changed the market situation of grouper. Compared with ordinary grouper, this grouper grows faster and has stronger disease resistance. The survival rate of seedlings in breeding is significantly improved, and the breeding cycle is shortened by half. This tiger-dragon hybrid grouper also has a new name, called pearl gentian grouper. This also allows more ordinary people to afford grouper. The price of 30 to 50 yuan per catty is still acceptable to most families. It is precisely because of the appearance of this grouper that the prices of other groupers have also declined to a certain extent. The two of them slowly came to the trap. As soon as they approached, they heard bursts of noise coming from inside the trap. The splashing waves immediately caught their attention. "Brother Han, we have stock." Lin Dei ran over with a look of surprise and directly lifted one end of the trap. When he saw 6 or 7 fish flapping their wings at one end of the trap, Lin Dei's face was full of smiles. After looking at the several fish flapping their arms and legs in the trap, both Gu Han and Lin Dei soon showed an expression of surprise on their faces. There were a total of 7 fish in the trap, and 2 of them weighed more than 2 kilograms. 3 of them were slightly smaller, weighing about 1 kilogram and 4 or 5 tails. As for the remaining 2, they were both less than 1 kilogram. What surprised the 2 was not the size of the fish. After all, Gu Han's trap was relatively large. If they really wanted to put a fish in it, a blackfish weighing 3 or 5 kilograms would not be a big problem. What really surprised the 2 was the type of fish in the trap. Grouper? Grouper? The remaining 2 weighing less than 1 kilogram are actually tiger fish? Gu Han rubbed his eyes in surprise. He never expected that the fish species that appeared in the ground trap were actually very rare species. Originally, Gu Han just thought that it would be a pretty good thing if he could get some sea bass, some black porgy, and some mudskippers from the trap. But I never expected that I would catch a few groupers, and they were quite big at all. Brother Han, are you rich? The fish here are very valuable. Our luck is really incredible. Lin Dei said excitedly. I didn't expect that I would catch this fish. Gu Han hurried to the trap and carefully put it away. Seeing so many fish, Gu Han was very happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, these were all precious fish species, which might be able to increase his points. However, after Gu Han put a few fish from the trap into the bucket, the increase in points that Gu Han had imagined did not occur, and his system points remained unchanged. What's going on? No increase in points? Gu Han said in his heart. Is it stuck? Gu Han continued to mutter. Brother Han, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and put some bait in. This is a good place. We can actually catch a whitebait. There may be more around. Lin Dei put his hand in front of Gu Han and raised it. Okay, I understand. Gu Han nodded. Without further worrying about why the points did not increase, Gu Han hurriedly took out the chicken liver and duck liver he bought at the market yesterday from the bucket and threw them into the trap. After putting the bait in place, the two continued walking towards the mangroves ahead. It seemed that luck was particularly favorable to the two today. Among the 4 crab cages placed in the mangroves, 3 of them contained blue crabs. One of the crab cages even contained a roe crab weighing 1 pound and 3 ounces. The other 2 crab cages also contained meat crabs weighing 1 pound. Ha! That's not right. With more than 3 pounds of blue crabs, the system points should have responded? It directly increased by 105 points. But why didn't those fish just now have any points? Gu Han muttered to himself. The fish caught with the sea trap just now did not provide Gu Han with any points, but the more than 3 kilograms of blue crabs caught in the crab cage provided Gu Han with some points. For a moment, Gu Han was confused and didn't understand why the fish caught in the sea trap didn't provide him with any points. Brother Han, we've really made a fortune this time. These are much more valuable than the grouper we got a few days ago. The largest grouper should weigh about 2 catties and 2 or 3 ounces. Such a big grouper is very valuable. Lin Dei grinned, looking happily at the fish swimming in the bucket. Don't be too happy yet. Let's find a place quickly to raise these fish. These fish are valuable only when they are alive. They are half the price when they are dead. Gu Han said hurriedly. That's right, my baby, you must not die so soon. If you die, I will suffer a great loss. Brother Han, we don't have an oxygenator and we can't mix seawater. These things are difficult to keep alive. What should we do? If we take them to the market now, they might all die. Lin Dei remembered the seriousness of the problem only then. The fish could be sold at a better price if they were alive. Chapter 35 Contact Xian Jingtian. That's how it is with seafood. The prices of fresh seafood and dead seafood are completely different. Even if they have just died, the price will be greatly discounted. After all, there are still some differences in taste and texture between fresh seafood and frozen seafood. For a country like China with thousands of years of food culture, the slightest difference in taste can be easily tasted out, especially for the people of South China F3. The biggest problem Gu Han is facing now is that there is no oxygenator, and the fish in the bucket will not survive for long. Fish are not like crabs and clams. Crabs and clams can survive for a long time after being out of water. Especially crabs, as long as they are kept relatively moist, they will not die even if left for 3 or 2 days. But it is different with fish. Some fish are very irritable and will die once out of water, such as mudfish, mackerel, hairtail, etc. As for how to distinguish which fish are easy to die when out of water and which fish are easier to survive, it is actually quite simple. Just go to the seafood market and see which sea fish are in the fish tanks and which are in the refrigerator fish stalls, and you will be able to tell them apart. Fortunately, the fish in the bucket have always lived in shallow water, so they will not die immediately after entering the water. Grouper is not a fish that is particularly easy to die. But even so, problems are still likely to occur without an oxygenator. Brother Han, this won't work if we sell it in the market. Don't worry about whether anyone will buy it. It would be fine if everyone buys them all at once. But if no one buys them, all the fish will die in a short while. Lin Dei said with a frown. Well, I understand. Let me think about it. Gu Han said after a moment of hesitation. Now, the best way for Gu Han is to sell directly to those seafood vendors, especially those seafood buyers. But in this way, the price will be very low. The fish sold at 100 yuan per catty in the market may only cost 50 or 60 yuan per catty in the hands of those buyers. In this way, Gu Han will earn much less money. There is a way. Gu Han put his hands in his pockets, took out the old cell phone, and opened the address book. Xian Jingtian, the uncle's son and the owner of Chang'e Seafood Restaurant, became Gu Han's best choice. Gu Han received Xian Jingtian's business card that day and immediately wrote down Xian Jingtian's cell phone number. As the number was dialed, after a few seconds of waiting, Xian Jingtian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, who are you? Boss Qian, my name is Gu Han. We met at the Mingzhu Seafood Market that day. It was the stall next to the old man. I sold 3 blue crabs to the old man. Gu Han was afraid that Xian Jingtian would not remember him, so he quickly showed the old man his name. Oh, I remember you. My father bought a few crabs from you that day, and I was the one who gave him the money. Xian Jingtian frowned, and seemed reluctant to deal with Gu Han. His voice was a little cold. After all, Xian Jingtian was the owner of Chang'e Seafood Restaurant, and also the big boss of more than 10 high-end seafood hotels in Binhai Province. Gu Han was just an ordinary street vendor, and there was an insurmountable gap between the two in terms of status. What's more, Xian Jingtian and Gu Han had only met once and they didn't even have a friendship. It's like this, Boss Qian, didn't you tell me the other day that if I got any good stuff, I could contact you? I just happened to get a few groupers today, including 2 red snappers, 3 white groupers, and 2 tiger fish. Gu Han knew that Xian Jingtian might not talk to him for too long, so he hurriedly told him about the few fish he had caught today. Then you are relatively lucky. Grouper, rat grouper and tiger fish are all difficult species to deal with. The coldness on Xian Jingtian's face was slightly retracted. Obviously, the fish that Gu Han mentioned caught Xian Jingtian's attention a little. But it was just one point. After all, Xian Jingtian himself ran a seafood hotel and had opened more than 10 branches in the huge Binhai province. Every store of Chang'e Seafood Restaurant has some fish such as grouper and white snapper. I was also quite lucky, Boss Qian. I caught a lot of fish. The 2 groupers weighed about 2.5 kilograms each. As for the rat grouper, it also weighed 1.5 kilograms. The two tigerfish were smaller, but they also weighed about 1 kilogram. Gu Han continued. When Chen Jingtian heard Gu Han say this, he took a breath and looked a little surprised. These days, Chen Jingtian was still worried about one thing, that is, several leaders in the city booked 2 tables for a banquet at Chang'il's seafood restaurant and specifically requested for grouper. The grouper is available at Chang'il's seafood restaurant, and almost every store has a few of them, but the average weight of each individual is only about 1.23 jin, and it is rare to find a grouper weighing more than 2 jin. The 2 designated banquet tables in the city must have grouper. But if the size is too small, it will look a bit shabby. Precisely because of this, Chen Jingtian has been running to major seafood markets or docks frequently these days, hoping to get a few groupers weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. But after running all over the town and even asking people to look for it at various docks and markets in the maritime province, they didn't see any large grouper. Today is different from the later generations. Today's grouper are all pure wild grouper. Unlike the later generations when breeding technology developed, grouper is also farmed. In later generations, it is not difficult to find a grouper weighing 3 to 5 kilograms. If you take a stroll in a large seafood market, you may be able to come across 1 or 2 if you are lucky. After all, it is not too difficult to raise a grouper weighing 3 to 5 kilograms using breeding technology. Even if it is 10 kilograms of farmed grouper, as long as the money is enough, there is a way to buy it. Are you saying that the 2 groupers you caught are both around 2.5 kilograms? Chen Jingtian asked, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Well, I weighed it and it's about the same. Gu Han nodded and said. Okay, then can you help me deliver it to Chang'il's seafood restaurant in the city? I'm in the city now. Chen Jingtian said hurriedly. Ahem, Boss Qian, I'm afraid that won't work. We don't have an oxygenator, so we're just using buckets to hold the water. We'll have to find a net bag to hold it and put it in the sea later. If we send them to the city now, I'm worried that these fish may die. Gu Han shook his head and said. Where are you now? I'll bring people to get it. Chen Jingtian thought about it and felt that what Gu Han said made sense. If the fish were really sent to the city without an oxygenator, he didn't know if it could survive. I'm on Longbin Road in town. Walk in from the path next to the Xingfa supermarket on Longbin Road and walk a few minutes to the beach. Gu Han told his location. Well, wait for me to get it. We'll be there in about 45 minutes. Chen Jingtian nodded and wrote down the address Gu Han gave. Good. Chapter 36 Rat spots are more expensive. It still takes some time to get to Xinyang town from the city. After hanging up the phone, Gu Han took Lin Dei to a puddle and put the 2 groupers and 3 rat groupers into the puddle. As for the 2 tiger fish, Gu Han didn't dare to throw them into the puddle. After all, this fish is a tiger fish. People living on the coast often say there are 3 most poisonous fish in the sea: stingray, tiger, and sandfish. The tiger among them refers to the tiger fish. The tigerfish is an animal of the genus scorpionfish in the family scorpionfish. It can be found in all waters of China. This fish itself is particularly ugly in appearance, with a thick front body and a slightly flattened back body, and it has many thin spines on its body. There is a well-developed venom gland behind the base of its dorsal fin. If you are accidentally stung by it, you will experience acute and severe pain, unbearable burning and whipping sensations that may last for several days, accompanied by body pain, fever, chills and other symptoms. It was precisely because of this that Gu Han did not dare to put the tiger fish into the puddle, for fear that he would accidentally touch it. Brother Han, our luck is incredible. I never thought we could get grouper and rat grouper in this trap, as well as tiger fish. These fish are rare on weekdays, not to mention they were caught in a trap. Several ants in the village often set some traps on the beach outside the village, but the fish they caught are all worthless. When will they be able to catch grouper? I remember the last time someone in the village caught a grouper with a trap was several months ago. Lin Dei still feels it is a little unreal. Looking at the groupers swimming slowly in the puddle, his eyes still reveal an expression of disbelief. Don't talk about you, I also think it's a bit crazy. I used to hear from the old people in the village that being able to catch grouper is all about the blessing of Mazu. Maybe we are just blessed by Mazu today. Gu Han took a deep puff of cigarette and said with a smile. Gu Han did not tell Lin Dei the secret of the sea cage. You know, the cage has the effect of gathering fish. When the fish gather together, the harvest will naturally be much richer than usual. What Gu Han didn't expect was that the first time he placed the trap, it would bring him so many surprises. Brother Han, maybe you are the one favored by Mazu. Isn't there such a legend in the village? Lin Day said with a grin. Come on, you know it's just a legend, it's not reliable. If we can sell these fish today, with the money we have before, it should be enough to buy an electric tricycle. Then buy a few more ground traps and crab cages. If there are more cages, and you come to check them every day, you can also get more seafood. Gu Han said after a pause. What Gu Han said was true. The fish caught today were all very valuable, especially the 2 groupers that weighed 2.5 kilograms each. The price was beyond imagination. You should know that seafood has always been sold in different sizes. The larger the size of the seafood, the more expensive it is. Take blue crabs for example. The price of male crabs weighing less than 1 catty is generally stable at 60 to 70 yuan per catty, while male crabs weighing 1 to 1.5 catties are nearly 100 yuan per catty. As for male crabs weighing 1.5 to 2 catties, their price can easily be close to 200 yuan per catty. As for male crabs weighing more than 2 kilograms, the price is almost entirely set by the vendors themselves. After all, this thing is so rare. Today is different from later times. Domestic breeding technology has not yet been fully developed, and there are not so many extremely large individuals. The groupers in front of us, especially the 2 red groupers, are all large-sized fish. If they are really sold, the price will be much higher than that of ordinary-sized fish. Brother Han, how much do you think these fish can be sold for? Lin Day said as he rubbed his hands excitedly. I don't know if you ask me, but it should be more expensive than selling it to those seafood vendors, right? After all, Boss Qian is the owner of Chenggel's seafood restaurant, he is not short of money. Gu Han shook his head and said. Just as the 2 were chatting, 3 people came from the path not far away. The leader was Qian Jingtian, who had met Gu Han a few days ago. Boss Qian, you're here. Gu Han also showed a smile on his face, looking at Qian Jingtian who hurriedly came to him. Little brother, where's your fish? Qian Jingtian didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Businessmen are sometimes much more straightforward than expected, not to mention that Qian Jingtian and Gu Han didn't have much friendship to speak of. They are kept in this puddle, and there are 2 tiger fish in this bucket. Gu Han was not vague and brought Qian Jingtian to the puddle. Qian Jingtian couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw 2 red groupers with tiny spots on their bodies swimming in the puddle. Did you catch all these? Qian Jingtian asked in surprise. Well, I happened to put out a trap yesterday, and caught it today. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Gu Han didn't hide anything and said it directly. This is not just good luck. You know, many fishermen go out to sea every day to fish, but they may not catch grouper. But you caught several at once, and they are so big. Let me tell you, I will charge you 360 yuan per pound for this grouper. If you sell this large grouper to those buyers, the price will not be too low. However, those people are quite treacherous, and the price they will give you is more than 200 yuan at most. As for the rat spots, I think they are quite big, so I'll charge you 520 yuan per pound. For tiger fish, I'll charge you 110 yuan per catty. Qian Jingtian glanced at Gu Han and gave his own price. After hearing Qian Jingtian's offer, Gu Han widened his eyes and looked at Qian Jingtian in disbelief. Qian Jingtian's offer was beyond Gu Han's imagination. It was even much higher than what he had expected. What really surprised Gu Han was that the price of this rat grouper was actually more expensive than that of the Eastern Star grouper. Boss Qian, is the price of this rat grouper so high? Is it more expensive than the Oriental grouper? Lin Day on the side asked in surprise. Are you underestimating the grouper? Do you know that there are 4 famous fish in Hong Kong? They are the grouper, the humphead wrasse, the Eastern grouper and the bluefin mullet. Among these 4 famous fish, the grouper ranks first and its price is also the highest among these fish. Of course, the humphead wrasse has now been included in the list of protected animals. In Hong Kong, gourmets usually choose rat-spotted fish at banquets to show their status. You say, how low can the price of this rat grouper be? Don't think that rat grouper is not as famous as Oriental grouper. The real gourmets treasure rat grouper very much. Qian Jingtian explained patiently. Chapter 37, Big Profit. After hearing what Qian Jingtian said, Gu Han finally had a certain understanding of this rat spot. Gu Han didn't know that rat grouper was more valuable than star grouper. He had always thought that star grouper was one of the most valuable types of grouper. Just as Qian Jingtian said, star grouper was so famous that many people knew that there was a very expensive grouper called star grouper. As for other groupers, since they are not as well known, people generally think that the prices of these fish are similar to those of ordinary groupers. The same goes for Guhan. He only knows the appearance of these fish, but knows nothing about their prices. There was no way. Guhan himself had never eaten these fish. Even in his previous life, he had never bought such expensive fish. That's not right. Why did I hear people say that the king of fish in Hong Kong is the knife fish? Lin Dei scratched his head and expressed his confusion. You can all say the king of fish, the three knife fish is the king of fish, and the grouper, rat grouper, and blue fish are famous fish? You can taste the difference yourself? If you get these fish again in the future, you can go directly to the Changle Seafood Restaurant in Shenyang Town. You can go there to sell them. As long as they are relatively rare and expensive seafood, we at Changle Seafood Restaurant will buy them. Qian Jingtian glanced at the two and said, Okay, then thank you, Boss Qian. Guhan said hurriedly. After fishing the fish out of the puddle, a man behind Qian Jingtian hurriedly took an electronic scale and started weighing it. After weighing the fish, the man carefully placed it in the bucket. The results of weighing the fish came out. The two groupers weighed 4.8 gene, the three rat groupers weighed 4.2 gene, and the remaining two tiger fish weighed 1.7 gene. There were 7 fish in total, weighing about 10 kilograms. Taking the money from Qian Jingtian's hand, Guhan looked at the red bills in his hand, his mouth almost grinning to his ears. Qian Jingtian did not stay for long, but hurriedly left with the fish. In order to prevent the fish from dying on the way, Qian Jingtian even asked someone to drive a truck from the Changle Seafood Restaurant headquarters in Shenyang Town. There was a large pool in the truck, as well as equipment such as an oxygenator. Brother Han, I'm rich. I'm rich. These 7 fish were sold for 4,100 yuan? Lin Dei still couldn't believe that a few fish could be sold at a high price of 4,100 yuan. I made a fortune. Guhan said with a dazed look on his face, holding a thick stack of $100 bills in his hand. Brother Han, now that we have money, we can buy an electric tricycle, and also more traps and crab cages. Lin Dei said hurriedly. Yeah. Guhan nodded and said. At this moment, the seawater had slowly receded, revealing a muddy mudflat, but this time neither Guhan nor Lin Dei chose to rush into the beach to work. Instead, he rode his motorcycle directly towards the market in the town. After a shopping spree in the town center, Lin Dei rode a brand new electric tricycle in the afternoon with a happy face. On the back of the tricycle were some brand new ground traps and crab cages, 2 large storage boxes, and 2 oxygenators. They spent all the money they earned today and bought everything they could before returning to the village. As soon as they returned to the village, the two attracted the attention of countless people, and some women and elderly people gathered around them at the first opportunity. Lin family boy, did you buy this electric tricycle? It fell from the sky, and I just happened to pick it up. You have so many ground traps and crab cages. What are you going to do with them, Lin family boy? I use it to poop. Lin family boy, have you made a fortune? These things must be expensive to buy, right? It's free. My boss gave it to me for free. Guhan discovered that Lin Dei really had the potential to be a troll. He was quite good at talking and didn't give any face to the elderly people in the village at all. But think about it, when Lin Dei's father got into trouble, he was alone and helpless. Few of the seemingly kind-hearted people in the village helped Lin Dei, a young man in his teens. Only the 2 good guys, Lao Zhou and Lao Li, helped Lin Dei a little. Lin Dei doesn't have much affection for many people in the village. He only treats Guhao's family and old Zhou and old Li well. When they got home, Zhao Ximin immediately brought the 3 little kids to Guhan's presence. Her bright eyes looked at the brand new tricycle parked outside the door in surprise. Guhan, Xiaolin, what are these? Zhao Ximin asked in surprise. Sister-in-law, we just bought these in town. We got some fish today and sold them for a lot of money. Lin Dei picked up Gu Zixuan, who was sitting in the stroller, and said happily. Did they sell it for a lot of money? Zhao Ximin was a little confused. Fish can be sold for money, but she had never heard that a few fish could be sold for so much money, enough to buy a brand new electric tricycle and several crab cages. Sister-in-law, this is what happened. Guhan told her what happened this morning in an orderly manner. When Zhao Ximin heard Guhan say that he caught 7 fish and sold them directly to the owner of Changle's Seafood Restaurant for 4,000 yuan, her eyes widened with an expression of disbelief on her face. If Zhao Ximin hadn't seen the electric tricycle and the traps placed there, she might have thought Guhan was joking. Are those fish so expensive? Zhao Ximin asked in disbelief. Since she married Gu Hao, she has been taking care of the children and household affairs at home. Since they didn't go fishing on weekdays, naturally they didn't know the prices of those fish. Zhao Ximin had heard of the names of those fish, but had never seen them, let alone eaten them. Well, Boss Qian said that those are the 4 famous fishes of Hong Kong City. The prices of fish that can be called the 4 famous fishes naturally cannot be cheap. Gu Han said happily. What about these 3 blue crabs? Zhao Ximin asked, looking at the 3 blue crabs in the bucket. Let's save it for dinner. No one ate much of the blue crab yesterday, and we gave it all to the 2 little guys. We happened to get a few today, and I'm too lazy to sell them, so I'll save them for everyone tonight. Gu Han said with a smile. Although we fried a dish of blue crabs yesterday, the blue crabs only weighed about 1 pound, so the big guys couldn't bear to eat more. Each of them only took a piece, and the rest were eaten by the 2 little ones. Therefore, Gu Han had no plan to sell the 3 big blue crabs he got today, but to keep them as a snack for everyone tonight so that everyone could have some. Chapter 38 Who Said It Was Stolen? Gu Hao got off work and went home. As soon as he rode his bicycle back to the village, he heard the ants in the village talking about Gu Han buying a brand new electric tricycle. In surprise, Gu Hao didn't even go home, but rode his bicycle directly to Gu Han's house. When he saw the electric tricycle parked outside the house, Gu Hao's eyes widened as big as copper bells, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Gu Han, did you buy this car? As soon as he entered the door, Gu Hao found Gu Han and asked anxiously. The fact that Gu Hao bought an electric tricycle was really beyond his imagination. After all, an electric tricycle is not cheap nowadays. The smallest and worst quality one costs more than 2,000 yuan, and a slightly better one costs more than 3,000 yuan, or even more expensive. But it just happened that his younger brother bought an electric tricycle within a few days. For a moment, Gu Hao was shocked and scared. He was shocked because he bought an electric tricycle, but he was also scared because he was worried that Gu Han would go back to his old self and that the electric tricycle was stolen. After all, some ants in the village are now speculating that Gu Han's tricycle was stolen from somewhere. If it was really stolen, then the matter would become a big deal. It would not be a simple matter of being imprisoned for 10 days. If the circumstances were serious, it would be very likely that he would be imprisoned for 2 or 3 years. Brother, you're back. Let sister-in-law and Xiaolin tell you. I'll cook first. Gu Han said while killing crabs. Gu Han didn't want to explain anymore, it was too tiring. If everyone came up to him and asked him where the car came from, he would not be able to survive. Zhao Ximin walked out holding Gu Zixuan, and patiently told her man everything that Gu Han had just said to her. When Gu Hao heard Zhao Ximin say that Gu Han and Lin Dei got 2 groupers, 3 rat groupers and 2 tiger fish, his mouth opened so wide that it felt like a fist could fit in, and an expression of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Did you really catch such an expensive fish? You really didn't steal it? Gu Hao said in surprise. Where did you steal or rob? Who told you that? Brother Hao, Brother Han, and I have decided to turn over a new leaf. Brother Han said that what we did before was too shitty and we can't go on like that. Not to mention for you and me, just for shouting, we have to work hard to make money. Lin Dei handed a cigarette to Gu Hao and said seriously. The ants in the village are all saying that you stole this car. Gu Hao took the cigarette and scratched his head embarrassedly. It's that group of women again. What else do they know except spreading rumors and gossiping? Lin Dei was a little angry. Forget it, let them say whatever they want. We won't lose a hair anyway, so why get angry with them? Xiaolin, come and serve the dishes. Brother, I think you should go back and take a shower first, and then come over for dinner? Gu Han happened to hear several people talking, and waved his hand indifferently. Gu Han never took the gossip in the village to heart. Let those people talk whatever they want. Anyway, he still got every penny he deserved. Okay. Gu Hao also nodded and patted Lin Dei on the shoulder, signaling Lin Dei not to be angry. At night, the family gathered together for dinner again. When Gu Hao saw the dishes on the table, he suddenly felt a little distressed. Especially after seeing the 2 plates of blue crabs on the table, Gu Hao felt his heart bleeding. There were 3 blue crabs, 2 male ones were fried by Gu Han with ginger and scallions, and the remaining crab roe was steamed by Gu Han. The bright red crab roe was so tempting. Gu Hao felt like he was dreaming. From a few days ago until now, every meal had gotten better and better, especially today. The 3 crabs on the table alone could be sold for 300 yuan if they were to be sold at the market. 300 yuan is not a small amount for an ordinary wage earner like Gu Hao. You know, there are still many people who earn 2,000 yuan a month, and even in those big cities, there are still many people who earn less than 3,000 yuan. Gu Han, actually, there is no need to be so extravagant every day. 1 or 2 simple dishes will be enough. Look at these 3 blue crabs. They can be sold for 300 yuan. Didn't we eat blue crabs yesterday? Gu Hao took the bowl handed over by Zhao Ximin and said to Gu Han earnestly, "Brother, these are all caught by myself, they are gifts from God. Also, we were reluctant to eat blue crabs yesterday, and none of us ate more than 2 pieces. Today, we happened to catch some, so we cooked them." Brother, Mr. Lucen once said that no matter how the world changes, only delicious food should not be missed. To put it bluntly, it means to eat and drink when you should, otherwise it would be miserable if you have lived for so many years without eating this or that. Gu Han said with a smile. "I can't argue with you. Forget it. Just eat and drink." Gu Hao didn't insist. He, Brother Han, I don't think Lucen ever said this?" Lin Dei on the side tilted his head and thought for a while and said, "Don't care who said that, just eat quickly." Gu Han rolled his eyes at Lin Dei. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started to feast on the food, although Gu Hao and Zhao Ximin felt a little sorry that these blue crabs worth hundreds of dollars were cooked by Gu Han. However, when I tasted the sweetness of the crab meat and felt the richness of the crab roe, the heartache in my heart immediately disappeared. This expensive thing really has only one disadvantage, and that is that it is expensive. What's more, these things were cooked by Gu Han, so the taste was amazing. The happiest ones among them were the 2 little guys, Gu Ziding and Gu Zi. They were eating so much that their mouths were full of oil and they couldn't stop eating. "Gu, what Dad cooks is delicious. Sister, my uncle's cooking is really delicious. This piece of crab paste is for you. It's hard and fragrant, so delicious. Mom can't cook it to this taste. Mom's cooking is much worse than my uncle's. Aunt's cooking is delicious, but not as delicious as Dad's. I'm telling you, sister, you didn't get to eat the minced meat porridge my mother cooked today. It was too salty. I had to drink a lot of water after drinking a bowl of it. Then Gidge, come over for breakfast tomorrow morning. I'll ask Dad to make some delicious porridge. Well, I must get up early tomorrow. Guzi, if you are full, go see your brother." At this moment, Zhao Ximin was looking at her son with a dark face. Hearing what Zhao Ximin said, Guzi shrank his head slightly. He didn't dare to look at his mother and hurriedly buried his head in eating. The evasive look in his eyes also made everyone laugh. Chapter 39. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The next morning, the sky was gray and heavy rain was pouring down. The big raindrops kept falling like pearls from a broken string, hitting the windows and making a dripping sound. "Brother Han, the rain seems to be getting heavier. Are we still going to the beach? With such heavy rain, I'm afraid the waves at the beach will be quite big." Lin Dei frowned and looked at the heavy rain pouring down from the sky, feeling quite worried. Gu Han took Lin Dei to go fishing these days, and he had a lot of harvest every day. So the first thing Lin Dei did when he woke up every day was to rush to Gu Han's house and wait for Gu Han to go out fishing together. After all, if you are a little luckier, you can still earn 100 or 200 yuan a day, not much. Especially since he made 4,100 yuan from selling those fish yesterday, he was looking forward to going to the beach even more. Lin Dei was not a money grubber, but who wouldn't like making money? Let's go. We haven't checked yesterday's ground traps and crab cages yet. Besides, we bought 3 ground traps and 4 crab cages yesterday. These have to be put on the beach and arranged. Gu Han thought about it and decided that he needed to go out. "I bought a lot of things yesterday, including a tricycle, a crab cage, a water tank and an oxygenator, all of which cost money." After a lavish spending spree, most of the money he had earned was spent, and now he only has 300 to 500 yuan left in his pocket. "Well, I think we should set it up. If we are lucky, we can catch some crabs and fish." Lin Dei nodded and said, "If the waves are really too big, we will check the ground traps and crab cages, and rearrange them, and then come back. If the waves are not too big, we can still hang around on the beach for a while to see if we can get any other seafood. If I can find some seafood today, I should be able to sell it for a good price. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish." Gu Han made a decision and planned to take Lin Dei to the beach. Just as the two were talking, the door was pushed open, and Gu Hao and Gu Zi came into the house. "Brother? Why are you here? Don't you have to go to work?" Guhan looked at Guhao in surprise. Usually at this time, Guhan would have already gone to work at the dock. It was raining so hard, there was nothing to do at the dock, and the foreman didn't assign any work. I saw there was nothing to do at the dock, so I came back. It was raining hard today, and there were fewer ships loading and unloading at the dock. When I came back just now, I saw that the waves were not small at all. By the way, it's raining so hard, you two don't want to go out to catch fish, do you? Guhao said, glancing at the rain outside. Brother Hao, we still want to go to the beach and set up these traps and crab cages. By the way, we can see what we caught from yesterday's traps. Lin Dei said honestly. Do you know how big the waves are at the beach? If you go to the beach at this time, if one of you is accidentally swept away by the waves, you will lose your life. Guhao looked at the two of them seriously, obviously unwilling to let them continue to go to the beach. As someone who grew up by the sea, Guhao knows how dangerous the waves are. Every year, some people are swept away by the waves. Don't underestimate the waves, sometimes they are only half a meter or 1 meter high, much shorter than a person. But if you lose your balance and are knocked to the ground by the waves, the power of the rip current is not something that ordinary people can resist. Even people who are good at swimming will be swept away by it. Brother, don't worry. We are not fools. We naturally know how to face the waves. Moreover, if the waves are too big, we can't go into the sea. Guhan said hurriedly. No, it's too dangerous for you to go like this, especially since there are not many people near the beach you are going to. If something happens, others may not be able to save you even if they want to. Guhao said seriously. Brother, we're just going to take a look at the ground traps and crab cages. We'll leave after that. It won't take too long. Brother, you should understand that if we don't check for a day, there might be a few less blue crabs and groupers, and that costs money. Guhan continued. Where can we find so many blue crabs and groupers? Besides, they will be fine if they are trapped in the cage for 3 or 2 days. Guhao waved his hand and said. Brother Hao, I promise you that nothing will happen. If you are really worried, you can go with us. If the waves are too big, we won't go into the sea. Lin Dei said hurriedly. After hearing what Lin Dei said, Guhao thought about it seriously and realized that he would definitely not be able to persuade the two of them. Okay, I'll go with you. Guhao nodded and said. After everyone had a simple breakfast, they sent the two little ones to Guhao's home and asked Zhao Xining to take care of them. The brand new electric tricycle started. Fortunately, this tricycle was not small. Guhan had specifically bought a large model when he bought it. The carriage was 1.8 meters, 1.1 meters. Not to mention 2 people, even if there were more people, there would be no problem at all. The tricycle slowly drove towards Longbin Road. The rain in the sky was getting heavier and heavier. The rain flowed down the raincoat and onto the body. Especially for Guhan, who was driving the car, his face was already covered with rain and his clothes were also soaked. Soon, everyone parked the tricycle far away and then came to the beach carrying 2 huge water tanks. Just as Guhao said, the waves at the beach were not small. They were about half a meter high. The surging waves kept hitting the coast, splashing waves. It's not really small, but fortunately it's not too big. Guhan came to the coast, looked at the waves on the beach and said. Although the waves are not high, when they hit people, the force is quite strong. I think you two should not go into the sea. Guhao said with a frown. Brother Hao, I think it's okay, and the traps and crab cages we set up are not placed too deep. Brother Hao, look over there, near the mangrove forest. There are mangroves blocking the waves, and the waves are much smaller. Lin Dei said, pointing to the mangrove forest in the distance. Just as Lin Dei said, due to the blocking of mangroves, the waves in that area are obviously much smaller. Brother, you can wait for us here or come down with us. We won't go anywhere else, just go directly to the mangroves. After checking the ground traps and crab cages, we will come back immediately. Guhan glanced at Guhao, who was still a little hesitant. I'll go with you. Guhao still couldn't persuade his younger brother, so he could only helplessly follow his younger brother. Chapter 40, A Lot of Fish. The heavy rain in the sky showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it got heavier and heavier. The rain was pouring down, and everything around was completely shrouded in the rain. The wind was howling on the sea, and the waves were half a meter high. They hit the coastline one after another, making bursts of roaring sounds, as if a ferocious beast was venting its anger. Even in such bad weather, Guhan and the other two walked resolutely along the beach. they had already taken off their raincoats. In such heavy rain, raincoats were of no use at all and would only become an obstacle to their progress. Their bodies were already soaked by the rain. The three of them walked into the sea, one step deep and one step shallow, feeling the surging waves. Their bodies were already soaked, and the rain was running down their hair. The three of them groped their way along the coastline towards the mangrove forest not far away. Their steps were a little unsteady and they did not walk very fast. The impact of the waves greatly affected their progress. It was not until the three of them arrived at the mangrove mudflat that the surrounding waves and winds slowed down a little. The mangroves standing tall in the mud blocked the violent storms and the roaring waves, but their not-so-sturdy bodies swayed constantly under the impact of the wind and waves. "Brother Han, the wind is really strong. Those waves just now almost made me unable to stand," Lin Dei said as he wiped the rain off his face. "The wind is just a little bit stronger. If it really is a typhoon, people might be blown away in an instant," Gu Han said with a grin. Gu Han was quite tired just from wading through the water. The heavy rain was not a big deal, but the wind and waves were too torturous. He had to take every step firmly before moving forward. Otherwise, he might fall down. Once he fell down, it would not be a good thing. He was in danger of being swept away by the waves at any time. You too, if you encounter such big waves again in the future, don't go out to play in the sea. Gu Hao looked at the two of them seriously. Having just come all the way out of the sea, Gu Hao also felt the turbulence of the seawater. If the waves were a little bigger and the wind was a little stronger, it would not be impossible to be carried away. "Well, brother, don't worry. I know that life is very precious. I don't want to die so early. I haven't even found a wife yet," Gu Han said with a smile. Although it was a bit difficult to walk along the way, we finally arrived at such a mangrove forest. The function of mangrove forests is actually the same as those in the northwest, which has a blocking effect. The only difference is that the sand-proof forests in the northwest block the wind and sand, while the mangroves block the wind and waves. Gu Han first arrived at the trap he had set up yesterday and started to move. He lifted one end of the trap and saw a few fish flapping their wings inside. There were quite a few fish in the traps, and none of them were particularly large, though they were a little less than yesterday's bountiful harvest. "Mudfish, these three mudfish are quite big, each one must weigh about 300 to 400 grams, right? Golden drum fish? This is a rare fish. This one must weigh about 1.5 kilograms, right? Yellowfin fish? Did they disturb the nest of yellowfin fish? There are 6 of them at once. The largest one must be nearly 2 kilograms, right?" Gu Hao looked at the fish in the trap, and there was nothing but surprise in his eyes. He never thought that the trap set by Gu Hao could catch so many fish. He also never thought that he could catch yellowfin bream and golden drum. You know, although these two fish are offshore fish, they usually live in the water depth of 10 to 30 meters. But these fish generally live near reefs. Now, this trap placed on the seashore can catch so many of them, which is really beyond Gu Hao's imagination. This doesn't mean that it's impossible to catch such fish with a ground trap, but the probability is relatively lower. Generally speaking, traps are placed in shallow water at the seaside to catch crabs, sea bass, mudfish, or some sardines and sandfish. "Brother Han, be careful. This mudfish is very poisonous. It would be terrible if you get stung," Lin Dei said hurriedly. The venom of mudfish is not low at all. Once stung by the poisonous spines on its dorsal fin, it can cause pain for several days. Therefore, when catching mudfish, fishermen are usually very careful, for fear of being stung. "Okay, I get it. I'm not stupid." Gu Han nodded, put on gloves carefully, caught the fish one by one, and put them in the large water tank he brought. There was already some seawater in the water tank, and once a few fish were thrown in, they began to swim quickly. The fish were of different sizes, but the 3 mudfish were the most evenly sized, each weighing about 30-40 grams, which was considered a relatively large fish. As for the golden drum fish, Gu Han weighed it and it was also about 1.3020 grams. As for the remaining 6 yellowfin fish, the big one weighed about 2 kilograms, the 3 small ones were only about half a kilogram, and the remaining 2 medium-sized ones also weighed about 1 kilogram. Looking at the 10 fish swimming in the water tank, Gu Han also grinned. Although these fish were not as valuable as yesterday's fish, they could still be sold for 200 or 300 or even higher. Especially the 2-pound yellowfin fish, which could also be sold for a good price. At the same time, Gu Han was also paying attention to the points in his sea hunting system and found that the points had not increased like yesterday. Guhan also roughly guessed something. Perhaps the fish caught by the system's ground traps would not be counted into the points, just like the small iron shovel that triggered the charging. The seafood obtained during the period would not be counted into the points. Although Guhan was a little depressed about this, he didn't care too much about it. If there were points, that would be the best, but if there were no points, it didn't matter. After all, he made money, didn't he? Brother Hao, let's go set up these 3 ground traps. After they're done, we'll go collect the crab cages. We don't know what good harvest we can get from the crab cages today. Lin Dei lifted 3 brand new ground traps. Well, don't put it too deep, just put it in shallow water. Remember to fix it well. The waves are too big, and it will be blown away, and then you will lose your money. Gu Hao nodded, holding 2 traps in one hand, and followed Lin Dei to a place not far away. The ground traps should be arranged slightly apart, with one ground trap covering an area, so that the bait inside can play its role as much as possible. The bait is still the chicken livers, chicken intestines, and pig lungs bought in the market. These things are left overnight, and the fishy smell they emit is enough to attract seafood in the sea. Chapter 41. More friends, more paths. Lin Dei and Gu Hao quickly set up the 3 traps. When Guhan saw the 2 coming back, he also took them into the mangroves. I don't know if my luck has run out, or if God is jealous of me for catching blue crabs every day these days. After checking the 4 crab cages, I didn't see even a blue crab hair in them. I only caught a few not so big flower crabs. Brother Han, there are no blue crabs today, only 5 flower crabs. Lin Dei said, a little depressed. Isn't this normal? We have caught blue crabs for 2 or 3 days in a row. How can we be so lucky every day? If we could catch several kilograms of blue crabs every day, would we still go to work? Guhan said nonchalantly. Well, Guhan is right. These blue crabs are not that easy to catch. I think we have to change places this time. You have kept them here for a few days. Even if there are any, they can't withstand your catching like this. Let's go over there. I see there seem to be a lot of holes over there. Let's put the crab cages over there. Gu Hao pointed to a mangrove beach not too far away and said. Okay, let's do as you said, Brother Hao, and change our luck to another place. Lin Dei said quickly. The 3 of them put away the crab cages, took them and walked to a place not far away, and began to skillfully place the crab cages near the crab holes. Including the 4 crab cages bought yesterday, all 8 crab cages have been set up. After finishing all this, everyone pushed the huge water tank and slowly walked towards the shore. The wind and waves were a little smaller than the last time I came here, but the waves and strong winds still hurt when they hit people's faces. Finally they reached the shore, and the 3 of them hid under a coconut tree and sat down. It was a windy day, and I sat under a coconut tree. Fortunately, there were no coconuts on the tree, otherwise a few coconuts would have fallen down and I would have had a crack on my head if I was unlucky. Brother Han, Brother Hao, are we still going to the beach? The tide has almost receded, and the wind and waves are less severe. Lin Dei pointed to the beach not far away. I think it's okay, but we can't go into the water. Let's see if we can get something out. Gu Hao thought for a while, looked up at the sky and said. The wind and waves are indeed smaller now, and there are still many seafood in windy days. Gu Hao was not willing to waste such an opportunity. Okay, brother, you and Xiaolin go get the things, but remember not to go into deep water. Although the wind and waves are smaller, who knows if there will be a sudden big wave? Guhan said after looking at the 2 of them. No? Brother Han, aren't you going with us? Lin Dei looked at Guhan in confusion and said. I have to sell this fish first. I can get a good price if I sell it quickly while it's still alive. If it dies, the price will be cut in half. Although we have an oxygenator, who knows how long these fish can survive? Among these, the golden drum fish is relatively durable, but the other 2 fish are not so easy to survive. Guhan waved his hand and said. Well, what Guhan said is right. We should process these fish first, especially the 2 gene yellowfin fish. It should be able to be sold for 100 yuan per gene, especially since it's still alive. Gu Hao said hurriedly. Even though these fish in the water tank are still in good health, God knows when they will die. If they really die, the price will be at least 30% cheaper or even half. Then Brother Han, you should go sell fish first. Brother Hao and I can take care of it here. Lin Dei said hurriedly. Okay, I'll come back to you after I sell the fish. Guhan didn't hesitate. He carried the water tank onto the tricycle, then stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Mingzhu Market. Mingju Market is no longer as lively as it used to be. Not many people are willing to come out to buy vegetables on rainy days. Most people just cook something at home to make do. When he arrived at Mingju Market, Guhan also discovered that the eyes of several vendors around him seemed to have changed. Guhan just carried the water tank and put it on the ground. The three men he met the day before yesterday also came to Guhan's side as soon as possible. The leader was still the fat and big-eared middle-aged man from the day before, and behind him were still his two younger brothers. When he saw the three people appear in front of his stall again, Guhan frowned slightly and looked at the fat and big-eared middle-aged man with a cold face. "You guys still want to cause trouble?" Guhan said with a frown. No, little brother, I'm here to apologize this time. It was all a misunderstanding that day. I was blind and didn't know that you had some relationship with Mr. Zhao. Little brother, come and have a cigarette. Do you think we can put aside the unpleasant incident that day? The middle-aged man put away his previous arrogance and handed a cigarette to Guhan with a smile on his face. When the middle-aged man returned that day, he was severely criticized by the bald man Lu Zhixiang and even beaten several times. He almost lost his job. If Lu Zhixiang hadn't taken notice of the middle-aged man who had been with him for so many years, he would have been kicked out of the market long ago. As a contractor of Mingju Market, Lu Zhixiang was right to be afraid of Mr. Zhao. But for the middle-aged man, they were more afraid of Lu Zhixiang. After all, Mr. Zhao was too far away from them. Lu Zhixiang was the master of both black and white in Xinyan town. If the middle-aged man really angered Lu Zhixiang, he would definitely not have a good ending. As the saying goes, there is always someone stronger than you. The middle-aged men were really worried about angering Lu Zhixiang. Now seeing Guhan appear, he immediately came forward to greet him. The middle-aged man knew that Guhan had no relationship with the powerful CEO Zhao, and they were not even close friends. However, he also knew that CEO Zhao would be willing to talk to Guhan. At least from his performance that day, the powerful CEO Zhao would help Guhan. The middle-aged man was also afraid that when Guhan met Mr. Zhao, he would continue to say something behind his back. I don't take it seriously. I do business just to make some money. Harmony is the most important thing for everyone. Brother, I have already forgotten all those little things. Guhan glanced at the middle-aged man and knew what he was thinking. In fact, Guhan didn't really remember what happened that day. It was just a very small conflict. He was not a broad-minded person, but he was not a vindictive person either. Moreover, with his current status and position, he had neither money nor power. Since the other party had apologized on his own initiative, Guhan did not take it too seriously. If he took everything to heart, would Guhan still be alive? If someone said something bad about him behind his back today, he would hate him. If someone looked at him tomorrow, he would beat him up. If someone accidentally ridiculed him the day after tomorrow, he would kill that person's entire family. If I didn't know, I would have thought we were filming a TV series. If I didn't know, I would have thought everyone was Long Out Yen. As the saying goes, more friends mean more roads, more enemies mean more walls, more sisters-in-law mean more. Bah, I'm getting off topic. Brother, you are an open-minded person. From now on, you can set up a stall wherever you want in this market. I, Phylon, will protect you. The middle-aged man also smiled cheerfully, and his anxious heart was finally put at ease. Okay then. Let me thank Brother Phylon first. Guhan said with a smile. Okay then. I'll go first. Take this cigarette, buddy. Don't refuse. If you refuse, you'll be disrespecting me. Fei Long took a pack of hard cigarettes from his younger brother behind him and stuffed it directly into Guhan's hand. This? Guhan was stunned when he saw the cigarette in his hand. Brother, stop talking about this and that. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come to you for a drink some other time. Fei Long waved his hand and turned around and left. Watching Fei Long walk away, Guhan scratched his head awkwardly, put away the cigarette, squatted down, took out the electronic scale and bags, and waited patiently for the customer to come. Chapter 42. The bigger the storm, the harder it is to sell the fish. Summer rain is always unpredictable. Guhan had just set up his stall when the rain in the sky became heavier again. The bean-sized raindrops poured down, hitting the ground with a noisy sound. The road was already muddy. Looking at the gray rain curtain, Guhan frowned slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little worried about Lin Dei and Gu Hao. The wind and rain are getting stronger. I think Brother and Xiaolin can't stay in the sea any longer. Guhan said after taking a deep puff of cigarette. Putting aside his worries, Guhan looked at the sparse pedestrians in the market and tried his best to recommend the seafood he had obtained. Guhan felt that Gao Qiqian was definitely a liar, and he only said half of what he meant. It was inevitable that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish would be, but he forgot to mention that it was raining heavily and not many people would come out to buy vegetables. This fish can't be sold, so what does it matter even if the price is high? After spending more than an hour in Mingzhu Market, Guhan met only a few customers, and most of them came to the stalls, took a quick look, casually asked about the price, and then left. In more than an hour, Guhan only sold 3 mud fish. The 3 mud fish weighed a total of 1 pound, so he sold them for 28 yuan. As for the remaining yellowfin bream and the golden drum, they were still swimming in the water tank. The prices of these two kinds of fish will be slightly higher, especially in the case of fresh individuals. The price is naturally much more expensive than what is usually sold in the frozen fish stalls. People are not stupid. It's not that they have to eat it. But seeing that the price is high today, they will naturally choose other cheaper fish. Forget it, this place can't be sold. Guhan looked a little depressed. After closing the stall, Guhan headed towards the Changel seafood restaurant in the town. Facing the rain, Guhan was not afraid of getting wet. After all, his money, cell phone and the fish had already been tightly wrapped in several plastic bags, so it didn't matter if his clothes got wet. The Changlu seafood restaurant in the town is not particularly large. Compared with its branches in the city and the province, this Changlu seafood restaurant in the town seems a bit ordinary. Although the decoration of Changel seafood restaurant in the town is not as gorgeous as the branches in the city and the province, the business is not bad at all. After all, it is the main store. On weekdays, there are still some rich people willing to drive to the main store of Changel seafood restaurant to eat. As for why, it is nothing more than that many people think that the main store has a longer history, and psychologically, they think the food in the main store tastes better. In fact, the taste of each store is almost the same, and there are even more varieties of seafood that can be eaten in the provincial city, especially some seafood from abroad. The Changel seafood restaurant, which covers hundreds of square meters, is now brightly lit. Even though it is not yet dinner time, there are still many people eating inside. There are also many cars parked outside the door, and even a few Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Porsche can be seen occasionally. Perhaps such cars are quite common in big cities, but in Xinyang town, a remote seaside town, families that can afford Mercedes-Benz and BMW cars are considered wealthy people in the town, with a net worth of at least tens of millions. In the lobby of Changel seafood restaurant, there is a row of huge pools. The pools are separated into pieces by glass. The pools are about 1 meter high and tens of meters long, which can easily attract people's attention. There are all kinds of seafood in the pool, including some common ones, such as clams, mudfish, oxtail fish, razor clams, and conchs, as well as some rare ones, such as lobsters, blue crabs, eels, etc. Guhan even saw a dozen fat geoducks and several king crabs in the pool. This thing is quite rare in the town, and sometimes you may not see it even once in several days. Guhan was not in a hurry to enter Changel's seafood restaurant, but came to the door and found the girl who was greeting guests outside. "Hello, beautiful lady. I want to find your store manager, Manager Fong. Can you help me find him? My last name is Gu, and I'm here to sell fish." Guhan glanced at the woman and said. When the woman saw Guhan, who was covered in mud, she frowned slightly and took a step back, fearing that Guhan would splash the dirty water on her. "Okay, I'll go ask for you, you wait here." The woman did not make things difficult for Guhan and spoke calmly. "Well, thank you for your help." Guhan naturally saw the woman take a half step back, but he was not annoyed and continued to speak politely. The woman left quickly and went into the restaurant. Soon, a middle-aged man came to Guhan under the guidance of the woman. The middle-aged man's name was Fong Xiaojie. He had come to the beach with Qian Jingtian yesterday to buy those groupers from Guhan, so he had met Guhan once. Before Qian Jingtian left yesterday, he told Guhan that if he caught any good fish in the future, he could sell them directly at the main store of Changel seafood restaurant. "Mr. Gu, what good gains have you made today? I heard that you were here to sell fish, so I came here the first time." Fong Xiaojie did not have the slightest aversion to Guhan. As a man who had been immersed in the business world for so many years, he had long since gotten rid of his habit of looking down on others. "Manager Fong, I didn't get much today, just a few fish. I'm keeping them in a water tank. I don't know if your store will accept them?" Guhan said hurriedly, not sure whether Changel seafood restaurant would accept the fish he got. Oh, as long as it's good stuff, we'll buy it, whether it's fish or various snails and crabs, as long as the individual specifications are good, I'll take them all. Where's the fish? Fang Xiaojie said with a smile. It's on the car, Manager Fang, I'll take you there. When Guhan heard Fang Xiaojie say this, he felt relieved. Taking Fang Xiaojie to the tricycle, when Fang Xiaojie saw the yellow-winged fish and the golden drum swimming in the water, a look of surprise flashed across his face, especially when he saw the yellow-winged fish weighing 2 kilograms, he was even more surprised. Mr. Gu, yellow-finned fish of this size are relatively rare. Generally, you have to go out to sea to catch them. Although there are some in our inland bay, you may not be able to see one of this size in 10 days or half a month. Fang Xiaojie said as he looked at the yellow-finned fish in the bucket. I'm just a little bit luckier. Manager Fang, do you think your store needs these fish? Guhan scratched his head awkwardly and asked directly without any hesitation. Guhan still cares more about the price this fish can be sold for. I want all these fish. The price is 20% higher than usual. Today is windy and rough, so the wholesalers' prices are much higher. I won't cheat you. I'll give you a fair price. This golden drum fish is 78 yuan per catty, and these 2 yellowfin breams weighing more than 1 catty are 65 yuan per catty. As for this yellowfin bream weighing more than 2 catties, I'll give you a full 100 yuan per catty. And these 3 little yellowfin fish, let me think, I'll give them to you. Manager Fang, I will take these 3 small ones home to eat. I have never tasted fresh yellowfin fish, so it's a good opportunity to take them home and try them. Guhan said hurriedly. Okay, then let's do as you say. I just want this golden drum fish and 3 big yellowfin fish. Fang Xiaojie smiled and said to Guhan with appreciation. Chapter 43 Bitten. Fang Xiaojie had no interest in the 3 small yellowfin fish. After all, Changdal Seafood Restaurant was a high-end seafood restaurant in the town, and it was very famous even in the province and the city. High-end seafood restaurants like Changdal Seafood Restaurant do not accept all seafood. Generally, they only accept large and rare seafood. Even the clams and flower clams sold in stores today have been carefully selected and are all larger in size. As for the 3 small yellow-finned fish remaining in Guhan's bucket, although they were full of energy, they were too small and of ordinary size. The customers who come to Changdal Seafood Restaurant for dinner are all well off, so naturally they would not be too fond of such an ordinary yellowfin fish. Guhan just interrupted him, which gave Fang Xiaojie a perfect way out. Guhan naturally knew that Fang Xiaojie looked down upon the remaining yellowfin fish of ordinary size, so he interrupted Fang Xiaojie immediately and kept the 3 fish. Then Manager Fang, I'll take the fish out and weigh it in the store? Guhan had a scale in his car, but he was worried that Fang Xiaojie didn't trust him, so he didn't suggest weighing it himself. After all, many vendors on the street were shortchanging the seller, and all kinds of fake scales were everywhere. No need. I see there is a scale in your car. You can just weigh it directly. I believe you. Our General Qian said that you are an honest person. Honesty is what matters in doing business. Only in this way can you make a long-term success. Fang Xiaojie waved his hand and said. Okay. Guhan said with a smile. Soon, all the fish were weighed. The big yellowfin fish weighed 2.1 jin, the other 2 yellowfin fish weighed 2.4 jin together, and the golden drum fish weighed 1.3 jin. The few fish were sold for a total of 468 yuan. Although the price is a little lower than if they were sold individually in the market, it is convenient as they can be processed in one go. What's more, the price offered by Fang Xiaojie was not low at all, and was much higher than those offered by those seafood buyers. After taking the money from Fang Xiaojie and exchanging a few polite words, Guhan rode his tricycle towards the beach. The rain became lighter and the wind was not as strong as before. The weather was just like a woman's heart, hard to predict, and no one knew what the next scene would be like. When they arrived at the beach, Gu Hao and Lin Dei were already sitting under the coconut tree, and both of them were soaked. At this moment, Lin Dei was covering his left hand. The thumb of his left hand was wrapped with some wet tissues. Blood could be vaguely seen on the tissues. There were also a few tissues on the ground that were wet with rain and soaked with blood. Shaolin? What's wrong with your hand? Guhan stopped the car and came to Lin Dei as soon as possible. Brother Han, you're back. I'm fine. I was just accidentally bitten by that guy just now, and a piece of flesh was bitten off. Lin Dei said with a grin, but his expression was still a little ugly. After all, the fingers are connected to the heart, and if a piece of flesh was bitten off from the thumb, it would be extremely painful. Gu Hao, when Xiaolin was helping the stone just now, there happened to be a tiger eel hiding under the stone. The eel bit Xiaolin's thumb and bit off a piece of meat. The bleeding has just stopped and you're back, Gu Hao said hurriedly. Tiger eel? Gu Han looked at the bucket not far away, and saw an eel with black spots all over its body and a thick body, like a small python, coiled up in the bucket. As if sensing someone was watching it, the tiger eel opened its ferocious mouth, revealing its sharp and dense teeth. Tiger eel is actually also called oilcone, also known as yellow-striped naked eel, light-netted naked eel or dense-netted naked eel. The reason why people on the seaside call it tiger eel is not because it looks like a tiger, but because of its ferocious personality. Once harassed, it will attack. If bitten, it will take away a piece of meat. Compared with the white eel that Gu Han caught before, this one is more aggressive and has stronger attack power. Generally speaking, people who go to the sea to catch tiger eels dare not do it easily, and they are even afraid to touch them. Even if they use sea-catching pliers to catch them, they have to be very careful. Well, I didn't expect this guy to be under that rock. He was accidentally attacked. Now he has lost a piece of flesh and bled so much. I don't know how many eggs he needs to eat to make up for it. But then again, this tiger eel is really big, at least more than 4 pounds. Fortunately, it didn't bite hard this time. If it had, the meat of the entire thumb might have been taken away. Lin Dei was still in the mood to joke at this moment. Tiger eels are always large, some of them can grow to dozens of kilograms, and their bodies are thicker than a human thigh. Under normal circumstances, they weigh more than 2 kilograms. Okay, get in the car quickly. Let's go back and deal with Lao Zhou first. We'll also give him an injection. This thing is not poisonous, but if it gets infected, you'll lose your finger. Gu Han glanced at Lin Dei and said. Afterwards, he did not continue to waste time with Lin Dei and directly moved the things into the car, then drove the two of them towards Daxing village. In the medical station, Gu Han also saw the wound on Lin Dei's finger. There was a wound about 2 or 3 centimeters long on the knuckle of his thumb, and a piece of flesh was taken away. When he saw the hideous wound, Gu Han realized how much severe pain Lin Dei had just endured. Most people might not be able to endure it. Old Zhou started to get busy, disinfecting and bandaging Lin Dei's wound. As for stitches, there were none available as a piece of flesh had fallen off, so it was impossible to start with stitches. However, he still gave Lin Dei a tetanus shot to prevent infection. Okay, don't go into the water these days, and try not to let your wound touch water. Come to me every day and I'll change the dressing for you. You're lucky, you were bitten by such a big tiger eel. If it had. With that guy's strength, he might even bite off my fingers. Old Zhou glanced at Lin Dei and said. Old Zhou, I haven't thought about this, right? Can I drink and smoke here? Lin Dei continued. You still want to smoke and drink? What are you thinking about? Don't think about smoking and drinking these days, just stay at home quietly. As for eating, don't eat spicy food. Old Zhou glared at Lin Dei and said. If that's the case, how are we going to live? Lin Dei said helplessly, spreading his hands. Okay, let's do as Lao Zhou said. Lao Zhou, how much is this? By the way, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I'll treat you to a drink. Gu Han patted Lin Dei's shoulder and said. Since you want to treat me to a drink, forget about the medicine expenses. They are not worth much. Lao Zhou said with a smile. Okay then, remember to come over later, I'll go back and cook this guy. Gu Han said, pointing at the hideous and fat tiger eel in the bucket. Brother Han, aren't you being unkind? I have to be on a diet, I can't eat it. Lin Dei said hurriedly. Let's talk about it after your wound heals. Besides, this tiger eel itself is not a very valuable thing. Gu Han patted Lin Dei's head, and then took Lin Dei home. Chapter 44 The most delicious fish in the world. Lin Dei had his wounds treated briefly by Lao Zhou, then followed Gu Han home. Even though Lin Dei's wound was quite big this time, with a piece of flesh bitten off from the knuckle of his thumb, he still did not go to the hospital for treatment. If Gu Han had not insisted on taking Lin Dei to the medical station for treatment, this guy might have just gone home and applied some mercurochrome, bandaged it simply and left it alone. Rural people are like this. Unless they encounter a particularly serious illness, they generally do not go to the hospital for treatment. After all, a trip to the hospital is not cheap, and a trip costs several hundred yuan. It is also the portrayal of many rural people today that they cannot save money. When they returned to the house, the two little ones surrounded them first. The little girl walked to Guhan with cheerful steps, her bright eyes full of joy. But soon, when the girl saw that Lin Dei's thumb was wrapped with thick gauze, her original excitement disappeared, and a trace of worry appeared on her little face. Uncle Xiaolin, are you hurt? Does it hurt? The little girl held Lin Dei's broad hand, tears welling up in her eyes. It doesn't hurt, they are just minor injuries and will heal in a few days. Xiaoting, look what Uncle Xiaolin caught for you today, a big tiger eel. Lin Dei gently pinched the girl's face, not daring to move too much, and then he brought the girl to the bucket. Ah! What a big snake! Gu Ziding looked at the eel still swimming in the bucket and let out a cry of surprise. Sister, don't touch it. This is a tiger eel. Dad said that its bite is very painful. Gu Zi also came to Gu Ziding's side at this time, still caring for the little girl as usual. You two little guys, you must not touch this thing. Your Uncle Xiaolin was just bitten by this tiger eel. It can even bite off fingers. Guhan also came to the two little guys and said seriously. Ah? Uncle Xiaolin's finger is broken? Uncle Xiaolin, does it hurt? When Gu Ziding heard what Guhan said, she looked at Lin Dei with a worried look on her face. I'm fine, it's just a small problem, it doesn't hurt at all. Lin Dei raised his hand and twisted his injured thumb. Seeing that Lin Dei's thumb was still there, the worries on the two little guys' faces completely disappeared, and they once again cast their gazes into the other two buckets, looking at what was in the other buckets. Letting Lin Dei stay with the two little ones first, Guhan simply took a bath and washed off the mud on his body. Then he started to get busy. The tiger eel in front of him was still very energetic. When he saw Guhan appear, he raised his head high and opened his mouth wide. Looking at this tiger eel that was as thick as an adult's wrist, Guhan did not dare to be careless at all. After all, this thing was too ferocious and had an overly hot temper. As for how to deal with this tiger eel, it is actually not that difficult. It is just the same as dealing with an ordinary fish. Just throw it to the ground, knock it unconscious and then give it a fatal blow on the head. Guhan began to process the tiger eel. It was a little complicated to handle as there was a lot of mucus on its body that needed to be processed. If the mucus on the eel was not cleaned up, the fishy smell would be too strong. There are not many ways to cook tiger eels, unlike the white eel that Guhan got before, which has quite a few cooking methods. Since tiger eels contain a lot of fat, the most suitable way to cook them is to braising or charcoal grilling them, which is also the most common way for people living by the sea to cook tiger eels. It has to be said that people living by the sea are much more proficient in cooking seafood than people living in inland areas. They have spent hundreds or even thousands of years exploring the most appropriate method. Guhan also planned to braise the tiger eel. After simply chopping it into pieces and marinating it slightly, he put the eel pieces into the pan and fried them. After frying both sides until golden and crispy, he simmered them and braised them. Without paying too much attention to the tiger eel, Guhan focused his attention entirely on the 3 yellowfin fish still swimming in the bucket. Compared with tiger eels, yellowfin croaker is obviously more delicious. You should know that yellowfin croaker is called the most delicious fish in the world by Mr. Kailan. This was the first time in Guhan's 2 lives that he saw a fresh yellowfin fish. When he was helping in the kitchen in his previous life, most of the yellowfin fish he saw were frozen. Now seeing this fresh yellowfin fish, even Guhan wanted to taste it carefully to see if it was as delicious as Mr. Kailan said. Even though the 3 remaining yellowfin fishes are small in size and weigh only 5 or 6 tails, in Guhan's eyes, these 5 or 6 tails of yellowfin fishes are the most suitable for cooking. When he was helping in the kitchen in his previous life, the head cook told Guhan about the various types of sea fish and what sizes were the most delicious. Some people always think that the bigger the fish is, the tastier it is. In fact, this is not true. Generally speaking, many fish taste worse the bigger they are. In addition to being able to sell at a higher price, large fish are actually not as delicious as smaller fish in terms of eating. Just like the yellowfin croaker in front of us, the meat is the most tender when it is between half a catty and 1 catty. Once it exceeds this size, the larger it gets, the tougher the meat will become. Pan-fried yellowfin croaker, I don't know if it's really as delicious as Kailan said. Guhan muttered softly. Guhan was busy in the kitchen. Guhao had just finished taking a shower at home, so he brought Zhao Ximin and carried Gu Zishuan, who was still babbling, to Guhan's house. Uncle, what are you doing? Zhao Ximin looked at Guhan with some curiosity. These days, she often eats dinner at Guhan's house. Especially after being criticized by Gu Zi every day for her cooking skills, Zhao Ximin is determined to improve her cooking skills. I'm planning to fry the yellowfin fish. I've heard of yellowfin fish before, and this is the best way to cook it. Guhan said as he rubbed sea salt on the yellowfin fish. Fried yellowfin croaker? Is there such a method? Zhao Xining asked with some confusion. Well, that's the way it's done in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong City. They will marinate the fish in coarse salt for a while, which will extract the excess moisture from the fish, making the fish meat firmer and more fragrant. Then simply fry the fish until it is fragrant, and then make it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Guhan said patiently. This is the first time I've heard of this method. But uncle, where did you learn it from? Zhao Xining felt more and more that she couldn't see through her uncle. He was obviously not like this before. Now he was like a different person. Not only was he much more diligent, he also had excellent cooking skills. I learned it from watching TV. I happened to see a program teaching how to make this dish. Coincidentally, I got 3 yellowfin croakers today, so I decided to give it a try. Guhan said with a smile. Chapter 45 Guhan's Plan. It was already bustling outside, with everyone sitting in the hall, chatting and talking. While waiting for the pickling, Guhan also came to the hall and talked to a few people. Brother, I sold those fish today for a total of 470 yuan. You can take this 150 yuan. If it hadn't rained so hard today and there weren't so many people in the market, the fish we got would have been sold at a higher price. But 470 yuan is pretty good, and Changdal Seafood Restaurant didn't cheat me, and the price they gave was reasonable. Guhan said as he took out some money from his pocket and handed it to Gu Hao. I can't accept this money. I'm just going to help. How can I accept it? Keep this money and save it for Xiaoting in the future. When Xiaoting is 3 or 2 years older, it will cost a lot of money to go to school. Gu Hao did not accept the money, but pushed it back. Okay, I won't hesitate any longer. Just keep the money with me. I'll share it with everyone when I make more money in the future. Brother, I think you should stop working at the dock. The physical work of unloading goods at the dock is harmful to your health if you do it for a long time. It's not a big deal when you're young, but after you reach your 40s or 50s, you'll feel pain all over. Otherwise, you can come with us to go fishing. We have more things to do now. We can earn thousands of dollars a day at most, or a few $100s at least. It shouldn't be a big problem for one person to earn 5 or 6,000 this month, and if you're a little lucky, you can even earn tens of thousands of yuan. Guhan looked at Gu Hao seriously and said. Just as Guhan said, Gu Hao did hard labor, helping to unload and move goods at the dock every day. It was fine now, but once he got old, he would be full of illnesses. I'd better forget it. I know more about sea fishing than you do. Which of the women in the village who fish at sea can earn 3 to 5,000 yuan a month? You are the only one who is lucky these days and has made some money. Going fishing at the sea is always unstable. You can catch some big fish today, but you can't be sure about that tomorrow. If I hadn't gotten married yet, and didn't have Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian, I could have gone crazy with you guys. But now I can't, I still need a stable income, and this family still needs me to support. What's more, I have to back you two up. If you are unlucky and can't make much money from fishing, I can still support you. If it really doesn't work out, I will take out the money and set up a stall for you, so that you can be more stable. Gu Hao said earnestly. When Guhan heard Gu Hao say this, he suddenly felt that there was wind blowing in the room, and the sand seemed to be blown into his eyes again. In my previous life, I was an orphan and had never felt the love of family. Now, listening to what Gu Hao said, Guhan's heart couldn't help but be touched, and he also felt the inseparable family love from Gu Hao. But Brother Hao, look at my hands, they are like this. I can't help Brother Han go into the sea tomorrow. How about you help me for a few days first? Then we'll see if we can make money in these few days. I'm afraid Brother Han can't handle it alone. Lin Dei spoke at the right time. Okay, I'll help you for a few days. After your hand is healed, I'll go to the dock to help. Gu Hao said after thinking for a moment. Brother, I have an idea. I plan to get a boat and go fishing in the open sea after I make some money. In addition, I am also thinking about whether I can open a store in Mingzhu Market to sell seafood. Let your sister-in-law go with you to look after the store, and we can work together. The seafood wholesale business is actually possible, and we can also do retail while wholesale. In this way, Xiaolin and I can go fishing outside and sell what we catch directly in the store. Brother, you and sister-in-law are responsible for purchasing and selling seafood in the store. As for sales, I plan to sell the fish we caught these days, especially those large and rare fish, directly to Changle's seafood restaurant, and build a good relationship with Changle's seafood restaurant. When the time comes, I will see if I can take over the business of Changle's seafood restaurant after the store opens. Gu Han said seriously. Gu Han is not worried about not making money. After all, he has a sea-catching system, which gives him confidence. But whether you can catch fish and sell them at a good price is also a problem. After all, it is not every day that you can meet those big bosses to take your catch. Then the best way is to sell it to those seafood purchasing wholesalers, but this will greatly reduce the money in your hands. After all, those seafood purchasing wholesalers are very strict in lowering the price. They can purchase the fish that sells for 100 yuan per catty in the market at 70 yuan per catty, and sometimes even lower. It was also because of this that Gu Han had the idea of opening his own store. The most suitable people to guard the store are naturally Zhao Ximin and Gu Han. This is indeed a good proposal, but it takes a lot of money to open a store, especially in a big market like Mingzhu Market. The transfer fee and rent are both considerable expenses, and we don't have that much money right now. What's more, even after opening the store, how to sell is still a problem, especially if you want to connect with Changle's seafood restaurant, it is even more difficult. Changle's seafood restaurant has its own suppliers, and ordinary people will not change their suppliers so easily. Gu Hao said after pondering for a while. Gu Hao is not a young man in his teens or 20s. Now that he has a family, he will think twice before doing many things and consider many things. Brother, you are right. This is just an idea. The most important thing now is to get more money and see if we can open a store. As for Changle's seafood restaurant, just as you said, they may not change suppliers easily. But there are some things that you always have to fight for. How can you know if you don't fight for it? We'll talk about it later if we really make some money, but now we are still a long way from opening a shop and buying a boat. Gu Han scratched his head and said. Yes, that's true. Let's talk about it after you make more money. If you really make money, your sister-in-law and I will support you in doing whatever you want. Gu Hao nodded and said. Brother Han, I support you too. Lin Dei also said hurriedly. Dad, Xiaoting also supports you. Dad will make a lot of money in the future. The little girl sat in Gu Han's arms, shouting in a baby voice. Uncle, I support you too. I think you will succeed and make a lot of money. Uncle, can you fry some delicious clams for me tonight? The little guy Gu Zi blinked his bright eyes and said in a baby voice. Okay, it's almost time, I'll go cook. Gu Han smiled and looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 46: A Simple Gathering. As night falls, a table is placed in the yard. On the table, several delicious dishes emit a rich and fragrant aroma, which makes people salivate. Old Zhou came with 2 bottles of Gumianchun in his hands. This is how it is in the countryside. When someone invites you to their home for dinner, you always bring something with you, whether it be fruit or candy, but most people bring cigarettes and alcohol. Lao Zhou also brought 2 bottles of wine this time. They were not particularly high-end wines, but if you bought them in this day and age, they would cost 60 or 70 yuan a bottle. Old Zhou, did you bring some wine? I have quite a lot of wine at home. Gu Han looked at the 2 bottles of wine in Old Zhou's hands, and while speaking, he invited Old Zhou into the yard. It's a rare visit, I won't come back empty-handed, right? By the way, you're too polite. Here are tiger eels, yellowfin croaker, fried clams, and cold pig ears. If I don't bring wine, it won't go well with these delicious dishes. Old Zhou looked at the dishes on the table happily and found an excuse to bring wine. Okay, let's have a good drink tonight. Gu Han didn't continue pushing and took the wine and said. Gu Han was quite grateful to Lao Zhou. In such a big village, the person Gu Han recognized the most was Lao Li from the grocery store. These 2 people helped him a lot on weekdays. Even when his parents passed away a few years ago and he had no money for the funeral, they pooled some money and gave it to his brother to help Gu Hao arrange the funeral for his parents. Not to mention that Old Zhou had been treating Gu Ziding a few days ago. If it weren't for Old Zhou's help, with Gu Han, who had never taken care of a child, taking care of Gu Ziding, the little girl's brain might have really been burned. Therefore, today I would like to take this opportunity to thank Lao Zhou. A drop of kindness must be repaid with a spring. This is a truth that Gu Han has understood since he was in his mother's womb. Gu Han will remember whoever is good to him. There was not much greeting among the crowd. After all, the food would get cold if they talked for a while. Gu Han asked Lao Zhou to sit down and then hurriedly asked everyone to eat. Sister Min, did you cook all this? It tastes really good, much better than what I made myself. It's not inferior to the Changle seafood restaurant in town. Lao Zhou picked up a clam and put it in his mouth, looking at Zhao Ximin with a hint of surprise. He never expected that Zhao Ximin would have such a good cooking skill. Ahem, Uncle Zhou, this is not made by me. This was all made by Gu Han. All these dishes were cooked by Gu Han. Zhao Ximin said a little embarrassedly. Uncle Zhou, these are all cooked by my father. Dad has been cooking for shouting these days. He made a lot of delicious food, including big crabs, huge clams, and razor clams. The little girl's childish voice sounded at the right time. After hearing what Zhao Ximin and Gu Ziding said, a look of surprise flashed across Lao Zhou's face. He had never expected that the delicious food in front of him was cooked by Gu Han. Gu Han can cook, and cook so deliciously. To Lao Zhou, it was like hearing that Japan was flooded by the sea, which was a bit unbelievable. Gu Han, did you really make this? Old Zhou looked at Gu Han stutteringly, obviously still unwilling to believe that Gu Han actually had such great cooking skills. Seeing Lao Zhou like this, Gu Han was not surprised. After all, he used to be a second-rate person, a scoundrel who just ate and waited for death. Being a gangster and being a cook seemed to have always been two completely unrelated professions. I did learn a little when I was hanging out in town. Gu Han just made up an excuse casually without giving any further explanation. That's amazing. I was planning to introduce you to my friend in town as an apprentice in the kitchen, but now it seems that I thought too much. With such great cooking skills, you can be not only an apprentice, but also a head chef. Lao Zhou also remembered what he had said to Gu Han before. My cooking skills are just a little bit at home, not good enough to be put on the table. Come, try this yellowfin fish. This is the way it is cooked in Guangdong and Hongcheng. They call it pan-fried yellowfin fish. Kailan said that yellowfin bream is the most delicious fish in the world. Gu Han hurriedly greeted everyone. Fried yellowfin fish? It looks like just an ordinary fried fish. And who is Kailan? Gu Hao asked in confusion. Brother Hao, this is not an ordinary fried fish. Brother Han said that it must be marinated with sea salt in advance to kill the water in the fish, and then fried to make the fish meat more firm and the flavor more intense. This is a famous dish from Guangdong province in Hong Kong. I have also seen it on TV. As for Kailan, he is a famous gourmet in Hong Kong. Looking at the whole of China, he is considered the best gourmet. Lin Day also grinned and looked at the dishes on the table eagerly. If there was anyone at the table who was the most depressed, it would definitely be Lin Day. Because a piece of meat had just fallen off his finger, this guy had to avoid eating anything. He couldn't touch any of the seafood on the table. He could only bitterly eat the white rice and the vegetables in front of him. But this guy was still cunning. When no one was paying attention, he secretly picked up a few pieces of tiger eel and pig ears and put them into his mouth. Then I'd better try it carefully. Gu Hao became interested when he heard Lin Dei say that. Uncle, I want some too, and my sister does too. Can you pick a piece of meat for us, without the bones? Gu Zi also handed over the bowl and said to Gu Han. Okay, we have everything. Do you want eel? Tiger eels are delicious. Gu Han helped the little guy pick up the fish and said with a smile. Yes, I want big chunks and pig ears. I like pig ears the most. Gugu, if you like to eat pig ears, I like them too. The baby voices of the two little ones rang out in the yard, filling the not-so-spacious yard with laughter. Old Zhou looked at the happy scene in front of him and grinned, with a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Old Zhou lived alone in the village and was used to being lonely. Seeing the happy Gu family, he couldn't help but think of how he had been so happy 10 years ago. If there hadn't been the fire, all the children in Old Zhou's family would have been in high school. Old Zhou? What's wrong? Gu Han looked at Old Zhou, who suddenly became dazed, in confusion. No, we come here to eat and drink. I'm happy to see your family having fun together today. Old Zhou said cheerfully. When everyone heard what Lao Zhou said, they naturally understood what Lao Zhou was thinking and what he was recalling. Well, let's drink. Gu Han raised his glass, patted Lao Zhou's shoulder and said. That night, Lao Zhou drank a lot, and was eventually helped back to the medical station by Gu Han. When Gu Han left, he could vaguely see Lao Zhou lying on the bed, holding a photo frame in his hand, with slightly red eyes. Chapter 47. The rain is getting heavier. The next morning, Gu Han got up early as usual. I glanced at the gray sky and watched the heavy rain pouring down from the sky. The bean-sized raindrops washed the earth, and the occasional lightning and thunder sounded like the roar of a thunder dragon. Today's wind and rain are even stronger than yesterday. Guhan looked at the sky helplessly and muttered softly. Guhan used to like rainy days, especially heavy rain in the summer, which could wash away the heat in the air. On a rainy day, lying on the bed, scrolling through the phone, and having a good sleep, it was so comfortable. But now Guhan really doesn't like rainy days, especially when it is raining so heavily. The stronger the wind and rain, the bigger the waves on the beach will naturally be. This also means that it is difficult to go to the seaside to check the seafood. With such strong winds and rain, the waves are definitely not a joke and there is a danger of being swept away by the waves at any time. The courtyard door was pushed open. Even though Guha was holding an umbrella, his clothes were still wet by the rain, and there were some water droplets on his hair. "Brother, why are you here so early?" Guhan said to Guha, who ran into the house eagerly. "Uncle, good morning." Gu Ziding was also sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her feet and calling in a baby voice. "Well, I just came to see you, Guhan. It's raining so heavily today, and there are big waves on the beach. I think you'd better not go out. It's too dangerous." Guhao came into the house and was relieved to see Guhan was still there. "Brother, I'm not a fool. Why would I go to the beach in such a strong storm? If I get struck by lightning by accident, I will suffer a great loss," Guhan said hurriedly. Although he still wanted to go to the beach to check some traps and crab cages, but seeing the strong wind and rain, and the lightning and thunder in the sky, Guhan temporarily gave up the idea. "Well, I was just worried that you would go there alone so early in the morning, so I rushed here in a hurry. Judging from the situation, it's hard to say when the rain will stop. Even if you want to go, I will go with you after the rain stops. It's raining so hard, there's nothing to do at the dock, so I can replace Xiaolin these few days and go to the beach with you to work." Guha walked away a little and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only to find that the cigarettes were soaked. "Brother, have this." Guhan took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, opened it and handed it to Guhao. When he saw Guhan directly take out a pack of cigarettes and opened it before he could stop him, Guhao felt heartbroken from the bottom of his heart. These cigarettes are so expensive. It's such a waste if we smoke them ourselves." Guhao still felt a little distressed, but he could only take the opened pack of huazi. "These were given to you by others. It would be a waste if you don't smoke them. I gave them to you yesterday, but you didn't want them. I don't plan to sell them. When life gets better in the future, everyone will smoke huazi cigarettes every day. If I smoke other cigarettes, I will cough," Guhan said with a smile. Most of the people in the village are like Guhao. They live by counting money and would not touch good things even during festivals, let alone on weekdays. There's no way. People are afraid of being poor and are reluctant to waste these good things. Still coughing? I see you haven't made much money yet, but you've already started bragging. But this huazi is pretty good to smoke. It's more comfortable than Tashin. I haven't smoked this cigarette for a long time. Guhao took a deep puff of the cigarette and said softly, "I'm not bragging. I believe that as long as you work hard, your life will get better." Guhan continued. "Okay, take shouting to wash up quickly. I'll go back first and wait for a few hours. If the rain is lighter, we'll go to the beach. If it still rains, we'll stay at home quietly and take a rest." Guhao glanced at Guhan and said repeatedly, "Well, that's fine." Guhan nodded and said. After Guhao left, Guhan picked up the girl and helped her wash up. Then he ran to the kitchen and cooked a pot of porridge and ate with the girl. "Dad, aren't you going to the beach today?" The little girl drank her porridge and looked at Guhan with her bright eyes blinking. "The rain is too heavy. Let's wait until it's lighter before watching." Guhan pinched the girl's pink face and said, "Oh, then Dad, can you tell me a story?" "A new story?" The little girl looked at Guhan expectantly and asked. "Okay, but aren't you going to look for Z?" Guhan asked with a smile. "Gugu, let's go find Gugu later. I want to stay with my dad. I can see Gugu every day, but I can't see my dad every day. In the past, my dad only came back once in a long time, and I could only see him once in a long time," the girl said hurriedly. Gu Ziding is still very dependent on Guhan, even though Guhan used to be a bit of a bastard and not even a competent father. But in the girl's heart, she still hopes to stay with Guhan for a longer time. These days are definitely the happiest days for the little girl. She can sleep with her father every day, listen to Guhan's stories every day, and eat food cooked by Guhan every day. This is something she has always been looking forward to. But it has been 3 or 4 years, and it is only in these few days that the little girl has experienced the feeling of being loved by her father. You won't leave and will always stay with Xiaoting, okay? When you make a lot of money in the future, by Xiaoting lots of delicious food and lots of toys, okay? Guhan said to Gu Ziding lovingly. Okay, is it the big Pikachu? I was watching TV with Gidge yesterday, and Pikachu was so cute. Gidge liked it very much, too. Gu Ziding's face was full of excitement. The little girl always believed in what Guhan said. Well, eat quickly. After you finish eating, I will tie your hair and then tell you a story. Okay, but Dad, you have to learn how to tie your hair. The hair I tied yesterday fell apart in an instant, and it was my aunt who helped me tie it later. Got it. I'll give you a nice bun next time, okay? What is a meatball? Is it the same as the meatballs we eat? That's definitely not the case. As for how to do it specifically, I don't know yet. Dad needs to learn to know. Then Dad must learn it. The big and the small were drinking porridge and chatting at the same time. It had been a long time since the father and daughter had been chatting happily in the house. At least before Guhan replaced the original owner, such a scene was rarely seen in the house. Chapter 48 Gu Haitao. The rain finally stopped. It had been raining heavily for several hours. The ground was already muddy and wet all around. It's 3 o'clock already. Isn't it said that summer rain comes and goes as it pleases? I haven't seen such heavy rain in a long time. Guhan said softly as he looked at the dark clouds that were beginning to dissipate in the sky. Dad, are you going out? The little girl asked in a baby voice, lying comfortably in Guhan's arms. Well, Dad is going to make money, lots and lots of money. Guhan rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. Okay, Daddy must make lots of money, then he can buy lots of beautiful clothes and Pikachus for Xiaoting. The little girl said happily. No problem. Guhan said as he picked up the girl and sent her to Guhao's home. Brother, I'm going to the beach. Okay, I'll go with you. The two men already had various tools in their hands. There weren't many tools in total, just a small shovel, pliers, and a bucket. Just as the two were about to start the car, Lin Dei came running over panting. Brother Han, Brother Hao, I'm going too. Your hand is injured, why are you messing around? Just stay at home. Guhan said to Lin Dei with a frown. I have nothing to do staying at home alone, so why not go for a walk on the beach with you guys? Don't worry, I won't go into the sea, I'll just watch from the shore. Lin Dei said hurriedly. Okay, don't go into the sea. If you want to help me earlier, you should heal your wound quickly. Then you can come out to work earlier. After hearing what Lin Dei said, Guhan did not insist. Lin Dei jumped into the car and sat in the back. Guhan stepped on the accelerator, and the brand new tricycle slowly drove out of the village. Just as the car drove out of the village, he saw a BMW X5 driving towards Guhan and finally stopped in front of the tricycle. The driver's window slowly rolled down, and a man who looked a bit like Guhan appeared in front of everyone. He seemed to be 2 or 3 years older than the two brothers Guhan and Gu Hao. He looked quite handsome, with a sharp face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Hey, isn't this Guhan? I heard that you seem to have made some money recently and even bought an electric tricycle? The man could not hide the arrogance on his face at all, and the look he gave Guhan was full of disdain. When he saw the man appear, Guhan frowned slightly and a trace of unhappiness surged in his heart. Obviously, he did not expect to meet Gu Haitao. Gu Haitao is the son of Gu Shichang, Guhan's uncle. He is 5 years older than Guhan and is now running a seafood wholesale business in the town, which is quite large. According to the ants in the village, Gu Haitao is planning to expand his business to the city this year. Guhan didn't have a good impression of the people in his uncle's family. Uncle Guhan's family is rich, and he is one of the few wealthy people in the village. Although his net worth is not worth hundreds of millions, tens of millions is still a very prominent figure in the village. As for comparing with Guhan's family, they can be crushed easily. It was no secret that Gu Shicheng's family looked down on Guhan and his brother. In fact, Guhan's father had severed ties with Gu Shicheng more than 10 years ago, but Guhan was not sure why. Guhan only knew that over the past 10 years or so, his parents had always told him that one must have a conscience and must not be like his uncle. The two families cut off contact, and even after Guhan's parents had an accident, Gu Shicheng's family did not show up. Gu Hao had just become an adult at that time and could not afford the money to take care of his parents' funeral. He had no choice but to find Gu Shicheng. The result was predictable. Not only was he ridiculed, he was also driven out of the luxuriously decorated mansion. Gu Han naturally knew about this matter, and it was precisely because of this that Gu Han did not have the slightest good face towards his uncle's family. Well, I was lucky enough to make a little money by fishing at the sea. Gu Han said to Gu Haitao calmly. Going to the sea? Someone in the village told me last night that you go to the sea every day. Going to the sea is good. At least you won't starve to death. You can earn 30 to 50 yuan a day and be free. You don't have to work so long every day like me. Some days, because the business in the store is so hot, I don't even have time to go home. Look at me, didn't I just get a car? I earned all my money through hard work, unlike you who live an easy life. Gu Haitao said cheerfully, but the contempt in his eyes could be seen by anyone who was not a fool. We ordinary people can't compare with you who run big business. It all depends on how to make money. Only when the money is clean can you feel comfortable when you spend it. Gu Han frowned and said to Gu Haitao. What do you mean? Gu Haitao's expression turned cold and he stared at Gu Han. What can I mean? After all, we are not that familiar with each other, right? Why are you being so sarcastic? Whether you have money is your business, and it has nothing to do with our family. If you really want to show off, I'm sorry, but I can tell you that you have chosen the wrong person. If you continue to act so arrogantly in front of me, you'd better be careful with your precious car. Someone might break the glass of your car someday. You should know that there are no surveillance cameras in this village. There are always some hooligans. You never know what unexpected things might happen someday, don't you think? Gu Han said with a smile on his face, looking at Gu Haitao. You dare? If you dare to smash my car, I will make you pay for it. Gu Haitao felt sorry for his newly bought car, which he had spent a lot of money to get. Now after hearing what Gu Han said, his expression became particularly ugly. Who knows? Besides, I didn't say I would do this. I just don't know if there will be any blind people who will do it by then. Gu Han continued. Just when Gu Haitao was about to say something, the woman sitting in the passenger seat spoke up at the right time. Haitao, don't talk to these people. It will be embarrassing if you talk too much. Let's go quickly, my parents will be meeting us on the street soon, and we have to go to Chang'al Seafood Restaurant for dinner. If we are late, there will be no seats left. Hearing the woman's words, Gu Haitao suppressed his anger, snorted coldly and drove away. The brand new BMW X5 soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 49, After the storm, there are more seafood. Brother Han, that Gu Haitao just got lucky and found a rich wife. Without his wife, how could he have become rich so quickly? To put it bluntly, he is a gigolo. Look at the way his wife looks. Even if she was given to me for free, I wouldn't want her. Lin Dei was a little angry. He looked at the BMW that had already driven away and spat viciously. Okay, his family is rich as their business, it has nothing to do with us. We should just work hard to make money. If we want others to respect us, we have to work hard. Gu Han waved his hand indifferently. Gu Han actually didn't take this matter to heart. In comparison, he was more concerned about what good things would be inside the ground traps and crab cages. After all, after the storm, there will still be a lot of seafood. Everything else is secondary, making money is the most important thing. Gu Han is right. It's their business whether their family is rich or not. We just need to do our own thing. Besides, although we don't have money now, we live a pretty good life. We eat and drink every day and accompany a few kids every day. How do you say that? What do you mean by half a day of leisure? Those people have to squeeze in time here and there to have half a day of leisure time, but we don't need that. Gu Hao also grinned and said with a smile. Hee, brother Hao, that's stealing a little time to relax from busy life, which comes from the poem Inscription on the Monks' Quarters in Helen Temple by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Shi. Brother Hao, your cultural level is too low. Lin Dei said, scratching his head embarrassedly. Get lost. If I were educated, would I need to work as a helper at the dock? Gu Hao glared at Lin Dei and said. That's true. Among the three of us, I have the highest education. I have studied in high school for at least 2 years. Lin Dei said with a smile. The tricycle moved forward slowly, and the group of 3 people arrived at the beach where the traps had been placed before. Now it was past low tide and the tide had risen. Fortunately, it was not a high tide day, so the tide was not very high. Although there were still some waves on the sea, they were much smaller than yesterday's waves. The brothers Guhan and Guhao had already put on their fishing pants and were walking towards the sea carrying a large water tank. The seawater was up to their waists, and the two brothers slowly walked towards the mangroves. When he arrived at the first trap, Guhan could see the fish flapping in the trap from afar. "There's a fish, and it looks quite big." Guhan's face lit up with joy, and he walked forward quickly. When the trap was lifted up, one end of the trap was already full of fish of various shapes, some of which weighed several kilograms. Guhan was completely attracted by the two fish in the trap. One of them was blue-gray all over with a silvery luster, with irregular black spots at the beginning of its lateral line and several brown horizontal stripes on the sides of its body. It looked somewhat similar to the tilapia that is often seen in the market. The other one looked like a shark, but was longer and much smaller than the great white shark seen on TV, with gray-brown stripes on its body. The fish in the trap now weighed about 3 or 4 kilograms. Black sea bream? Cat shark? Guhan picked up the trap, looked at the two large fish inside with surprise, and said with joy, "It's really a black porgy and a cat shark? This black porgy must be 4 or 5 kilograms, right? Is there a black porgy this big? This cat shark is not small either? It looks like 3.5 or 4 kilograms. Guhao said with a surprised look on his face at this moment. The two brothers had never imagined that there would be such big black porgy and cat sharks in the trap. These two species of fish, black porgy and cat shark, are relatively easy to see near the coast. If you are lucky, you can just run to the dock and cast a few rods, and you might catch 1 or 2 black porgy. Of course, the size is usually only 3 or 5 tails, and even those weighing more than 1 kilogram are considered relatively rare, and those weighing more than 2 kilograms are extremely rare. As for cat sharks, it is quite difficult to catch them, but during low tide, people with better luck can still catch 1 or 2. But just as Guhao said, it is extremely difficult to encounter such a large individual, especially in the offshore bay. If you want to catch large black sea bream and cat sharks, you must be extremely lucky. Brother, this is the first time I've seen such a big black sea bream. But it is said that the black sea bream can grow to a maximum weight of 10 kilograms. I saw on TV before that someone in Japan caught a black sea bream weighing 10 or 8 kilograms, and it was sold at a very high price. Guhan said, trying to suppress the joy in his heart. This is all thanks to the fact that my ground cage is big enough, much larger than ordinary freshwater ground cages, otherwise it would be difficult to catch such a large black sea bream. 10 pounds? That would be as big as a small pig? Guhao said in surprise. Who knows? But one thing I can be sure of is that we seem to be making a fortune. In addition to these two big fish, there are many other fish in this trap, such as mudskippers and sea bass. This cage weighs at least 20 kilograms. Guhan grinned. This trap was exactly the one that Guhan had exchanged in the system. There were a lot of fish flapping around in it. It was very heavy to lift it up, and it would be difficult to lift it without some strength. Pour it out quickly. There are really big fish after this heavy rain. Be careful not to get stung by the mud. Getting stung by the mud is no joke. Guhao said with some excitement. Okay. The fish were poured out, and there were several kinds of fish flapping in the huge water tank. The huge water tank floating on the sea also sank a little. The only pity is that these are traps produced by the system, and these seafood did not give Guhan any points. It's really big. Guhao said with joy on his face, holding the water tank. Let's go. There are still 3 traps. Let's see what's inside. If every trap has such a harvest, we will be rich. Guhan said happily. Without any hesitation, the two brothers continued walking towards the other 3 traps. It's a pity that although there are still some fish in the other 3 traps, the fish are not too big and they are not considered to be rare species. I don't know if one of the traps rushed into the nest of aconitum, but it was full of aconitum. The largest one was 2 or 3 pounds in size, and the smaller ones were about 1 pound. Although the next 3 traps did not yield as rich harvests as the first one, Guhan found that the other 3 traps still provided him with some system points. After collecting the 3 traps, he had more than 230 points of sea hunting points. This alone was enough to make Guhan extremely happy. Chapter 50 Crab Pot Air Force. Pushing a huge water tank, we walked towards the depths of the mangroves. Yesterday, Lin Dei put the crab cages to another place. There had been no large blue crabs in the several places where the crab cages were placed for 2 consecutive days. As the saying goes, moving a tree brings life, the same goes for placing crab cages. Moving them to a different location might bring you a little better luck. However, after Guhan checked all 8 crab cages, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. There was not even a single blue crab, let alone a single flower crab, in the crab cages. Brother, the goddess of luck might be taking a break today. There's not even a single crab in these 8 crab cages. Guhan said with a sigh, looking at the empty crab cages. How can there be so many blue crabs for you to catch? If blue crabs were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be so expensive. This box of fish today is already a pretty good harvest. Guha was not discouraged. It was normal for the crab cage to have no harvest. After all, blue crabs were relatively rare and not easy to find. He was lucky enough to catch a few days ago, so it was not unusual to not catch any in the past few days. Going fishing at the sea depends on luck. If you are lucky, you will catch a lot of fish. If you are unlucky, you can only catch some clams and snails at the end of the day. That's true. Guhan nodded. Then he skillfully took out some smelly chicken and pork livers from the bait bag and stuffed them into the crab cages, and once again placed the crab cages outside the crab holes. Although the crab cages didn't yield much, the ground traps did yield quite a lot. As a human being, the most important thing is satisfaction. After all, the fish in this tank can still be sold for a lot of money. Pushing the water tank slowly towards the shore, Guhan did not continue to go into the sea to catch snails and shrimps. The tide had completely risen, and the sea water was a little turbid due to the wind and rain. In such a situation, even if you rushed into the sea, you might not be able to see or touch anything. You should go fishing at low tide to get more. We have missed the low tide today, so it would be a waste of time to continue fishing in the sea. After carrying the bucket to the side of the tricycle, Guha began to look through the seafood in the water tank impatiently. Although he didn't catch any crabs today, there were still plenty of fish. The 4 traps caught more than 30 kilograms of fish. This was the first time that Guhan caught so many fish. The trap produced by the system contributed more than 10 kilograms of fish, and the other 3 traps contributed about 20 kilograms of fish. There were 4 black sea breams. One was big, weighing 4.1 gene, another was 1.6 gene, and the remaining 2 were small, weighing 1.2 gene in total. This cat shark weighs 3.7 gene, 15.3 kilograms. It is very valuable. There were 4 sea bass. The 2 big ones weighed about 2 catties on average, adding up to 3 catties in 8 ounces. The remaining 2 small ones weighed about 1 catty each, adding up to 2 catties in 1 ounce. There were quite a lot of mud crabs, not very big in size, but weighing about 2 pounds and 2 ounces. The most fish here are blackheads. I don't know if they got into the blackhead nest. The 6 blackheads weigh a total of 16.2 gene. Guha said with a smile on his face while weighing the fish. We caught a lot of fish today, the most valuable of which were the big black sea bream and the cat shark. As for the blackfish, although each individual one is not small, and one even weighs 3.2 gene, this fish is not valuable and is one of the cheapest marine fish. Blackhead is the name given by the fishermen in Guhan. In other places, this fish is also called black mullet uzzle and blackfish. The main habitat is the sandy muddy waters along the coast. When young, they like to live in estuaries, mangroves, and other semi-fresh and brackish waters. They are also a common fish on the seashore, and sometimes you can even see a large group of them in the sea. Guhan remembered that when he was working in Pengcheng in his previous life, he saw thousands of black carps at the mouth of Pengcheng Bay. People around him looked at the dense school of fish, but no one tried to catch them. Mullet is not popular among people, and the price it sells for is not high in the market. Sometimes, when the market conditions are average, it can only be sold for 7 or 8 yuan per catty. When the market conditions are slightly better, it can only be sold for 10 yuan or so. The reason why the price is low is that the taste is not very good. Mullet contains more blood and meat, which makes its meat not fresh and tender enough, the taste is not good, and the fish meat is fishy, so it is not popular among people. Market pricing often determines whether marine fish or other seafood are delicious. High-priced marine fish are either delicious or rare. As for the low-priced sea fish, there is only one reason: it is not as delicious as other sea fish. Although this fish is not very delicious, it is quite popular among anglers. Mullet has great impact force and great endurance. It is said that 3 pounds of mullet are equal to 5 pounds of grass carp. If one bites the hook, it is enough to satisfy the angler. If I could exchange 10 kilograms of aconitum for 10 kilograms of grouper, I'd be rich. Guhan said embarrassedly as he fiddled with the larger aconitum in the water tank. Where can we get so many grouper fish? But the black grouper fish is indeed cheap. People here don't like to eat this fish very much. Guhao rolled his eyes at Guhan and said, Never mind. Just because someone doesn't like it doesn't mean no one will eat it. It's still fresh, so we can just sell it at a lower price. Brother Han, Brother Hao, let's go and sell the fish. If we go too late, everyone will have bought vegetables and gone home. Lin Dei stood aside and said hurriedly, Okay, it's almost 4 o'clock. Why don't we hurry up? Those aunties who came to buy vegetables have all left. Guhan said hurriedly. When we arrived at the market, it was obviously much more crowded today than yesterday. Compared to yesterday's strong wind and heavy rain, today's weather was obviously more suitable for going out. The rain stopped, the wind died down, Susie. No, the aunties and uncles finally came out to buy groceries. Guhan and Guhao carried a huge water tank together and came to the place where they had set up their stall before. They skillfully set up a simple stall. Now that Guhan has set up a stall in the market, he doesn't have to worry about anyone harassing him or asking him for money. With a relationship like that with Phylong, most people might not dare to provoke me without reason. Although Guhan also understood that Phylong was not afraid of him, but was worried about his job. Chapter 51, I'm a big customer. Uncle, I haven't seen you out for 2 or 3 days? The rain has just stopped, why don't you stay at home for a while? Guhan looked at Chen Jingtian's father and smiled as he handed a cigarette to the uncle. I can't stay idle. If my daughter hadn't come back and pestered me these 2 days, I would have wanted to come out to sell vegetables a long time ago. By the way, little brother, did you catch anything good today? The old man took the cigarette and looked into the water tank. I didn't catch anything, but I got a 4-pound black sea bream and a 3-pound cat shark. How is it? Do you want to take them back and have a taste? Cat sharks can be braised. First fry them and then roast them. Add more ginger and garlic, and some dried chilies. Simmer them for a while. The taste is simply amazing. It's perfect for drinking. As for black sea bream, for such a large size, I suggest steaming half of it and eating the other half as sashimi. Slice the fish meat from one half of the body into thin slices and eat it with mustard and soy sauce like in Japan. Steam the other half directly, so you can have 2 ways of eating the same fish. Actually, besides making some love action movies, Japan is still a little particular about food, although not as good as our great China. But as a human being, it is not bad to try new things. The black sea bream tastes quite good when used as sashimi, and is no worse than steamed one. The fish meat is fresh, tender, and smooth. If you drink a sip or 2 of wine, life will be so comfortable. Guhan said happily while looking at the old man. After hearing what Guhan said, the old man swallowed a little, obviously he was moved by Guhan. You kid, your talking skills are really good. I wonder how many girls will be fooled by you in the future. The old man said after taking a deep puff of cigarette. I'm not kidding, I'm telling the truth. Black porgy this big is still very rare. What's the point of fresh seafood? It's fresh and lively, and it's pure wild just caught from the sea. The fish stalls around here all sell frozen fish. How can frozen fish compare to fresh fish? Do we eat seafood just to taste the freshness? As the saying goes, $1,000 cannot buy what you like. If those gourmets saw this, they would definitely rush to buy it. Guhan held the 4-pound black porgy, which kept swaying in his hands, full of freshness. Okay, give me this black sea bream and that cat shark. I'm planning to go back and ask my wife to cook them. The old man was also attracted by the fierce appearance of the black sea bream and nodded. Come on, sir, I won't cheat you. A black sea bream this big costs 8,100 per pound even if it's freshly frozen. I'll charge you 160 per pound. As for this cat shark, I'll give it to you at the price of 81 pound. Guhan said happily. Well, it's not expensive. I'll ask my son to bring the money over, please wait a moment. The old man nodded and then took out his mobile phone. Uncle, there is no need to ask Mr. Qian to come here. I am here almost every day anyway. You can come to set up the stall sometime and then bring the money to me. Guhan said hurriedly. That's fine. The old man thought about it and still felt that there was no need to ask his son to come over for such a small matter. Shaolin, help me pack up the fish. The old man quickly closed the stall and slowly walked home with the 2 fishes in his hand. Of course, Guhan also tactfully bought 2 kilograms of Chinese cabbage from the old man. Sometimes Guhan even suspected that the old man was one of those elderly people who bought vegetables from other places and set up a stall in front of the market. After all, the vegetables he brought were different every time. Today they might be cucumbers and Chinese cabbage, tomorrow they might be lettuce and beans, and the day after tomorrow they might be kale and eggplant. However, when he thought that the old man's son was Qian Jingtian, Guhan completely dispelled his doubts. What's wrong with a rich man hoarding dozens of acres of land? With such a large piece of land, he can plant whatever he wants. Finally, it's sold. You're still so generous, Guhan said with a sigh of relief, a cigarette in his mouth. Guhan, it's sold already? Gu Hao asked in surprise. Well, the old man is a big customer. If it weren't for his help, we wouldn't be able to take these 2 big fish away. We are selling these fish in this market, but God knows when we will be able to sell them. These fish cost hundreds of yuan per pound, and not everyone can afford them. Now that these 2 expensive fish have been sold, the rest will be easy to deal with. By the way, brother, you and Xiaolin stay here for a while, I'll pack 2 sea bass and go out first. As Guhan spoke, he also pulled over a bag, put the 2 larger sea bass into the bag, and walked towards the market management office. The market management office is not big. Feilong and 3 of his younger brothers are sitting inside playing cards. Market management has always been a relatively easy job, especially since Feilong has been in charge of Mingzhu Market for many years. There is not much going on in the market on weekdays. Every day, they just stroll around the market and then go back to the management office to play cards and brag. Feilong was playing cards when he suddenly saw Guhan coming to the door. He put down his cards and walked over. Brother, you're here? Did you get anything good today? You shouldn't have anything to do over there, right? Feilong said to Guhan with a smile. Brother Feilong, what could be the problem? I just got some sea bass today, and thought of giving you 2 to try. These are all pure wild, not farmed sea bass, and they taste much more delicious than farmed ones, Guhan said to Feilong while holding a bag. Brother, you are too polite. I can't accept it. I think you should keep it to sell. Such a big sea bass can still be sold for a lot of money. Feilong waved his hands and said hurriedly. In fact, he knew the purpose of Guhan bringing the fish, and he looked at Guhan with a little more respect. Brother Feilong, I caught quite a few fish today, so I'll give you these 2. Don't be polite to me. As the saying goes, gifts come in abundance, right? If you don't accept them, I'll feel bad. Besides, I will often set up a stall here in the future, and I might cause trouble to Brother Feilong in the future. Guhan handed the fish over. This is not possible? How about I buy it from you? Feilong continued waving his hands. Brother Feilong, stop pushing and shoving. I'll leave the fish here. I'm leaving first. I still have to go to the stall to sell fish. When I'm free, I'll treat you to a drink. Guhan stuffed the bag directly into Feilong's hand, and without waiting for Feilong to speak, he turned around and left the market management office. Seeing Guhan walking away, Feilong also walked into the house with the bag. Looking at the 2 sea bass jumping around in the bag, his opinion of Guhan became much higher. At least he is a smooth guy who can take it or leave it. Chapter 52 Fishballs. Expensive fish are not easy to sell, especially in the small county town of Xinyang Town. There are very few people who can afford the fish that costs hundreds or even hundreds of yuan per catty. However, ordinary people can still afford some fish that cost only 20 or 30 yuan, and they are also commonly eaten fish. Look, there are already quite a few customers at the stall making purchases. Mudfish is a relatively economical fish with tender and boneless meat. Especially since the mudfish that Guhan caught this time was still alive and kicking, it was welcomed by quite a few people. In the blink of an eye, they were sold out by the uncles and aunts in the market. As for a few smaller sea bass and black porgy, they were also bought by some gourmets, even though the price was a little higher than that of mudfish. What really made Guhan depressed was the 10+ kilograms of blackhead fish. Up to now, he had only sold 2 that weighed a little over 1 kilogram. This blackfish is indeed not very popular. People's desire to buy it is not overly strong. Many people just take a quick look at it, then shake their heads and leave the stall. Brother Han, what should we do with the remaining 10 pounds of blackfish? Should we take them home to eat? This fish is not as delicious as other fish. Lin Dei looked at the several blackfish swimming in the water tank and shook his head helplessly. Aconitum is indeed not very popular among people, but if we can't sell it now, it's okay to eat it ourselves, although it will have a slightly fishy smell. But we can't eat so much, how about selling it to those buyers? I just don't know if they will buy aconitum. Even if they do, it may only be 2 or 3 yuan per pound. Gu Hao said after pondering. They buy it, but the price is definitely low. The price of blackfish is not high this year. I just passed by those fish stalls and they only sold frozen fish for 8 yuan per catty. Ours is alive, so we only sell it for 12 yuan per catty. If I go to the buyer, the remaining fish will only be enough to exchange for 100 or 80 yuan. There is no need to make such a trip. Gu Han shook his head, somewhat unwilling to make a trip for the 100 or 80 yuan. Then what should we do with the fish? We can't possibly eat it all by ourselves, right? Gu Hao glanced at Gu Han and said. Well, keep it for yourself. Brother, I'll go buy some vegetables, and we'll go home and process the aconite. It's average when steamed or braised, but it's quite suitable for making other things. Gu Han thought about it carefully, then ran to the Mingzhu market and started buying vegetables for tonight. In a short while, Gu Han arrived at the stall carrying large and small bags of food and helped to close the stall. The three of them also rode motorcycles to Daxing village. When I returned to the house, the girl was not at home. She must have been taken back by Zhao Xinin. After simply changing his clothes, Gu Han came to the courtyard. He took the chopping board and skillfully picked up the remaining 4 blackfish in the bucket and threw them heavily to the ground. The blackhead fish that was originally swimming happily in the water tank suddenly froze up, its head buzzing. Brother Han, what are you going to do with these aconitum? These 4 aconitum weigh 14 pounds. Can we eat them all? Lin Dei also moved a small stool to Gu Han's side and looked at Gu Han in confusion. I'm sure you can eat it. Besides, I'm not asking you to eat it all at once. Can't you put it in the refrigerator? Gu Han rolled his eyes at Lin Dei, but he didn't stop his hands as he skillfully gutted and scaled the 4 fish. The kitchen knife in his hand flew around, his movements were smooth and fluid, without any sense of delay or obstruction, and the 4 monkfish were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. However, all this is far from over. The kitchen knife falls accurately and moves skillfully, completely separating the fish skin from the fish meat. 2 pieces of pink and tender fish meat appear on the chopping board. Brother Han, what are you doing? Lin Dei was a little surprised at Gu Han's smooth speed in killing the fish, especially when he saw Gu Han skillfully removing the bones and taking out the meat. He was full of doubts. Make fish balls, otherwise the fish would be wasted. The best way to handle this cheap fish is to make fish balls. Mullet can also be made into fish balls. As long as the fishy smell is removed well, the taste is pretty good. Gu Han said as he removed the bones. Just as Gu Han said, people usually make fish balls out of these large and not expensive fish if they don't want to eat them. Fish balls are not a rare commodity, but most of them are made from freshwater fish, such as grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, etc. In Guangdong province, dace carp is also used to make fish balls. In comparison, there are relatively few people who use marine fish to make fish balls, and generally only some people living by the sea do so. Fish balls are good. I've eaten fish balls made from Spanish mackerel in town before. They tasted great and were very chewy. Lin Dei perked up when he heard Gu Han say that. Well, the Spanish mackerel balls are pretty good, and the fish balls made from blackfish are not bad at all. It's just that we need to remove as much of the blood as possible, otherwise it will be a bit fishy. Gu Han said happily. Soon, Gu Han had processed all 4 blackfish. Gu Han also rummaged around in the kitchen, took out 2 small wooden hammers, and started beating the fish. I did not choose to use a meat grinder. Firstly, I didn't have it at home. Secondly, the fish meat ground by a meat grinder would completely lose its elasticity, the fish meat fibers would be completely destroyed, and the fish balls formed would then also have no elasticity. Gu Han would usually use a wooden stick or knife for chopping and cutting, and the wooden stick was obviously better. Gu Han once remembered that when he went to Guangdong province in his previous life, he saw someone beating beef with an iron rod. The beef balls made were more elastic than the beef balls he usually ate. Just as Gu Han was about to pound the pieces of fish meat into fish paste, the courtyard door was pushed open, and Gu Hao and Zhao Ximing were pushing a baby walker, with 2 little ones, Gu Zi and Gu Zitting, following them. Dad! The little girl ran over happily when she saw Gu Han. Uncle, what delicious food are you making? The little guy Gu Zi came to Gu Han's side first, blinking his bright eyes at the fish on the chopping board. After spending these days together, the little guy is no longer as afraid of Gu Han as before. Make fish balls, but now we have to pound the fish meat into fish paste first. Guhan said as he glanced at the two little guys beside him. Dad, are we going to hit it with a wooden stick? The little girl pointed at the wooden stick in Guhan's hand, her delicate pink face full of confusion. Well, just pound the fish meat into fish paste, and then scoop it with a spoon, and you can make fish balls. Guhan explained patiently. Then uncle, can you let us try it? I can help. Gu was eager to try. Yes, Dad, I can help too. The little girl also became interested. Chapter 53 Gidge, the fish balls I made are delicious. Okay, 2 is just right, 1 for each of you. Guhan smiled, took out a chopping board from the kitchen, took the knife away, and patiently taught the two little guys how to hammer. Uncle, how about I do it? Zhao Simin hurried forward at this time. Sister-in-law, let the two little guys play for a while. It's okay. Let's go have some tea. Guhan waved his hand and picked up Gu Zishuan, who was sitting in the walker. The little guy is still 2 months away from turning 1 year old. He looks chubby, pink, and cute. Being held in Guhan's arms, she was still babbling, her little hands pulling Guhan's clothes, and she was looking at Guhan with her bright eyes blinking. Come on, call me uncle. Guhan teased the little guy with a doting look on his face. Iya, Iya. The little guy shouted incoherently. He walked into the house holding Gu Zishuan. Zhao Simin did not follow him. She was still a little worried about the two little guys, Gu Zi and Gu Ziding, and supervised the two little guys to work in the yard. Inside the house, Guhan took out a stack of cash from his pocket. He didn't receive much cash from selling fish today. It was only about 100 yuan. After all, the bulk of it was still with the old man, and the money had not been collected yet. However, he still made some money a few days ago. Now, Guhan has a lot of money in his hands, about 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Brother, I've thought about it. It's just like the saying goes that brothers should settle accounts clearly. It's not that I want to settle accounts with you so clearly. I know how you treat me in Xiaolin. But there are some things that I think I should calculate more carefully. In this world, there are still many brothers who turn against each other because of money. I believe that you would never treat me like this. If you really wanted to do this, you could have ignored me a few years ago. Brother, Xiaolin, how about this? From now on, whoever of you follows me to work at the beach, I will divide all the profits into 4 parts. Brother, you and Xiaolin each take 20%, I take 40%, and the remaining 20% will be used to purchase fishing gear or save it. Didn't I say it before? When I get some money, I plan to buy a boat and open a seafood store. So I plan to save the money first and see if there is a chance to buy a small boat to go fishing in the future. Guhan looked at the two of them seriously and said. If there were people that Guhan trusted the most in this world, they would definitely be Gu Hao and Lin Dei. But even so, Guhan still wanted to settle the accounts clearly. After all, there were too many people who turned against each other because of money, even the closest relatives. It is not uncommon for relatives to go to court. Guhan's words made the two of them fall into a brief silence. In fact, they didn't care about money, whether it was Lin Dei or Gu Hao. But just as Guhan said, the amount of money still had to be clearly understood. After all, even if they were two people, they couldn't guarantee whether they would change in the future. The temptation of money is far beyond imagination. Once this number becomes large, God knows what will happen. Brother Han, everything will be as you say. Lin Dei said after thinking for a while. I don't care. I just help out from time to time. After Xiaolin's hand heals in a few days, I will go back to the dock to work. Gu Hao nodded and said. Gu Hao was never able to let go of everything and follow Guhan to go fishing. After all, the burden at home required him to ensure that he could have a stable salary every month, and fishing was not very stable after all. What's more, there is no guarantee of good luck every day. Most of the time, the money earned is just enough to satisfy one's food and drink for a day. Okay, it's settled. But brother, you really don't plan to go fishing with us all the time? Guhan glanced at Gu Hao and said. As for me, forget it. The work at the dock is more stable. I also said that day that I want to provide a guarantee for everyone. Even if everyone doesn't get any rewards in the future, at least I can hold on for a while. Gu Hao said after thinking for a while. That's fine, but when I really make money, I'll open a store and let my sister-in-law run it, and I'll pay her a commission. Then we'll have the store to back us up, and you can come and work with us, brother. Guhan said with a grin. Forget it, those are too far away. Let's talk about it after you make money, Gu Hao said happily. At night, the family sat together again. There was a pot of fish ball and seaweed soup on the table. As soon as the two little guys, Gu Zi and Gu Ziding, came to the table, they stared at the fish balls floating in the pot with their big eyes. Gu, I knocked all of this. My hands are so tired from knocking so hard. No, Mom knocked you over. Mom knocked you over a lot. And it was my uncle who turned the fish into meatballs in the end. Then I helped too. Gidge, smell the soup, it smells so good. Well, my uncle's cooking is much better than my mother's. This soup is also delicious. Gu Zi, can you please talk properly? Are you itchy again? Mom, it's delicious. I had noodles cooked by you at noon, but they were a little salty. No, the noodles cooked by my aunt are also delicious. The playfulness of the few people also amused the people in the room. Everyone was grinning, even Gu Zishuan, who was sitting in the walker, was laughing happily without knowing why. When the two little guys saw Zhao Ximin scoop a bowl of soup and put it in front of them, they couldn't wait to pick up a fishball and put it in their mouths. The next moment, their already bright eyes suddenly widened, their faces full of joy, and their little mouths mumbled incoherently praising the freshness and tenderness of the fishballs, saying that the fishballs they made were the most delicious in the world. When the others saw the expressions of the two little guys, they picked up a fishball and put it in their mouths, then began to praise them continuously. Brother Han, I think if we take these fishballs to the market, they will definitely fetch a high price. I have never eaten such chewy fishballs. If we don't get anything from fishing, we can set up a stall to sell fishballs and make money. I think Xiaolin's suggestion is good. These fishballs are better than the ones I've eaten before. My fishballs are nothing special. The really delicious fishballs are from a place called Dahao in Guangdong. Mr. Kai Lan said they were delicious after eating them. When I make some money in the future, will I take everyone there to try them? Kai Lan is still the best. He eats and drinks every day, has beautiful women by his side, and has money. This is the life of a man. Why? Are you jealous? How can I not be envious? This is the life that countless men yearn for most. Chapter 54, Silver Dragon appears. Sunshine always comes after the rain. After 2 days of wind and rain, the weather finally cleared up. In the morning, the first ray of sunshine penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the ground. The whole Daxing village seemed to be covered by a layer of golden gauze. The morning light was warm and soft. A rooster from an unknown family in the village crowed loudly early in the morning, waking people up from their sleep. The village became lively in the morning with the loud crowing of roosters. Wisps of smoke rose from the village. Some early rising women went to the beach after breakfast. It's such a nice day today, Guhan said as he looked at the morning light shining through the window. Dad, the sun is so big. Xiaoting likes the sun, the little girl said in a baby voice while drinking soy milk. Well, Dad likes it too. Drink slowly. After you finish, Dad will take you to your aunt's house. Guhan pinched the little girl's pink face lovingly, his face full of tenderness. I know, Dad. We must catch a lot of fish and big crabs today. The little girl nodded hurriedly. Okay, Dad will try his best, Guhan said with a smile. The father and daughter sat at the table eating breakfast and chatting occasionally. After Gu Ziding had eaten her fill, Guhan hugged the little girl in his arms and walked out the door towards Guhao's house. They had just arrived at the door of Guhao's house when they heard Wang Suewa's slightly panicked voice not far away. Oh no! There's a dragon on the beach. No, it's a cutlass fish, but it looks like a dragon. The silver dragon is dead. This is a very bad omen. The women in the village were still the same as usual. They had already gone to the beach outside the village early with a few companions to see if they could take advantage of the better weather today to catch some snails and clams. If not, they could just pry some oyster meat. But Wang Suewa had just walked to the beach when she saw a huge creature about 4 or 5 meters long being blown to the shore by the waves. When they got closer, Wang Suewa and several women in the village were dumbfounded, their eyes full of shock. Aunt Wang, what's the fuss so early in the morning? Where are the dragons? Dragons are legendary creatures, okay? Gu Hao also walked out of the house at this time, hugged Gu Ziding in his arms, and said to Wang Suewa, who looked panicked. Boss Gu, it really is a dragon, and it is now on the beach. It is 4 or 5 meters long, silver white in color, with reddish pink mane on its back. This is a silver dragon. There has always been a legend in the village that there are silver dragons in the sea, and the one on the beach now is a silver dragon. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. The silver dragon died on the beach, which will definitely bring bad luck to the village. This is a bad omen. Wang Suihua looked a little flustered and anxious. Is there really a silver dragon? It died on the beach? After hearing this, Gu Hao was also shocked and started to murmur in his heart. Ahem, Aunt Wang, how could it be a dragon? Dragons are just legends. And don't panic too much. These bad omens of bad luck are all lies. Gu Han scratched his head awkwardly. He had already guessed what Wang Suihua was talking about. You are young and you don't know. It is said that a dead silver dragon was found in the village 100 years ago. Since the discovery of the silver dragon, the village has never been at peace. The village also suffered from a plague and many people died. There was also an earthquake that collapsed some houses. Wang Suihua said anxiously, her face full of anxiety. I seem to have heard the old people in the village mention this matter. Gu Hao's expression also changed and became particularly serious. As if sensing the sudden panic on Wang Suihua and Gu Hao's faces, the little girl pinched Gu Hao's cheek and said in a baby voice, Uncle, don't be afraid, Dad said it was a lie, so it must be a lie. Okay, brother, please help me look after Xiaoting. I'm going to go to the beach. Gu Han said with a smile. Gu Han did not believe in the many strange legends circulating in the village. After all, Gu Han knew better than anyone that most of them were just rumors. It's like I haven't been back to the village for half a year, and there are rumors in the village that I was beaten to death outside. The reason why there are so many legends in the village is that the villagers have little knowledge and are not very familiar with the outside world. Even Gu Hao only has a junior high school education, and the most cultural thing he does on weekdays is to read various immortal cultivation novels on his mobile phone. I'll go with you. Xiaoting will be left in the care of your sister-in-law. Gu Hao was still a little worried about Gu Han going to the beach alone to check. After all, in his heart, he was more willing to believe what Aunt Wang said. Okay. Gu Han said calmly. After saying that, he walked towards the beach. After taking a few steps, he saw Lin Dei running towards him. Brother, something big has happened. I heard from Aunt Li and others that a silver dragon died on the beach. Lin Dei said while panting. I've heard about it too, but it can't be a dragon. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an oarfish. Gu Han patted Lin Dei on the shoulder and said. Oarfish? Lin Dei was a little confused. Well, let's go and take a look and we'll know. If it is silvery white all over, 4 or 5 meters long, with a pink or red dorsal fin on its back, then it should be an oarfish. Gu Han said indifferently. A group of 3 people came to the beach. As for Wang Suihua, she was already panicked and dared not come to the beach. She was now informing the whole village. As soon as he arrived at the beach, Gu Han saw several women with pale faces standing on the beach, looking from a distance at a silver-white corpse about 4 or 5 meters long not far away. Second son of the Gu family, don't go over there. An ordinary-looking woman glanced at Gu Han and said. Gu Han knew that the woman in front of him was Li Mei, who had chatted with Wang Suihua about Li Keizi's sex skills a few days ago. Gu Han even suspected that Li Mei might have had an affair with Li Keizi. Aunt Li, it's okay, I'll go over and take a look, nothing will happen. This thing is not the silver dragon you mentioned, it's just a hairtail, a larger hairtail. If it's fresh, it might be a good addition to the meal. But I don't think it's possible. When this thing is found, it should have been dead for a while. Gu Han waved his hand and said indifferently. Second son of the Gu family, don't talk nonsense, otherwise you will suffer bad luck. God, Mazu, he is a child and cannot speak, you adults should be magnanimous. Li Mei hurriedly clasped her hands together and muttered to herself. Chapter 55 It's not fresh anymore, can't be eaten. Ignoring Li Mei, Gu Han smiled and took Lin Dei and Gu Hao towards the huge corpse. After taking a closer look, it turned out that the corpse in front of him was not a dragon's corpse, just as he had guessed. It was an oarfish that was 5 meters long. The oarfish is the longest bony fish in the world. Due to its huge size, it is often considered a monster that sweeps across the seabed and destroys everything. Especially in China, many people even mistake it for a silver dragon. Of course, the main reason is that the oarfish is very rare, and generally lives in the deep sea at a depth of 200 to 1,000 meters. Many fishermen may not even see one in their entire life, so it is also given a layer of mystery, and not many people know this fish. But Gu Han is different. He has experienced the particularly developed internet era in later generations. Although he has never seen it, he has heard of this kind of fish on various short video platforms. Oarfish rarely appear in people's sight. There is even a saying that unless there is an earthquake, the oarfish will be frightened and swim to shallow water for refuge. Therefore, its appearance indicates that a major earthquake will occur, so it is called the earthquake fish. More often than not, they are found on the beach after a storm, or near the sea when injured or dead. The oarfish is really long, but it's a pity that it doesn't look a little fresh. It must have been dead for some time. Gu-han said softly after taking a look at the oarfish in front of him. Brother Han, what kind of fish is oarfish? Why have I never seen this fish before? Lin Dei asked hurriedly. Nonsense, this fish lives in deep water and will only appear after it dies. How can we possibly see it under normal circumstances? Gu-han said with a blank look at Lin Dei. Oh, then can this fish be eaten? How many days will it take to eat such a big fish? Lin Dei continued to ask, his foodie nature clearly revealed. It's edible, but it probably isn't delicious. If it were delicious, let alone at a depth of 200 meters, even at a depth of 1,000 meters it would have been caught and served on the dining table long ago. Besides, this fish isn't very fresh. Gu-han said as he fiddled with the oarfish. That's true. Then what should we do with this fish? Leave it to be washed away by the waves? Look, the ants in the village are all terrified. They all say it's a silver dragon. Apart from being a little longer, it doesn't really look like a dragon in any way. Lin Dei looked at the oarfish with some regret. Especially after hearing that the fish was no longer fresh, he gave up the idea of letting Gu-han take it home and cook it. What can we do? Just call the fishery department. There aren't any wounds on the fish, so the best thing to do is to ask them to take it back and make a specimen. This thing is a rare commodity. If it were made into a specimen, it would still have certain research value. Gu-han said calmly. That's right. We who live on the seaside have rarely seen this thing, let alone ordinary people. Lin Dei nodded hurriedly. After the call was connected, we received a notification very quickly and the Fisheries Bureau sent someone over immediately. We didn't have to wait too long. About half an hour later, we saw several people walking quickly towards the beach. Leading them was a middle-aged man, about 30 years old, and quite handsome, a bit like those middle-aged uncles in TV dramas. Hello, I'm from the Binhai Province Fisheries Bureau. My name is Fong Jianhua. As the middle-aged man came to Gu-han, he stretched out his hand and greeted Gu-han. Hello, Mr. Fong. My last name is Gu-han. Gu-han also responded calmly. Well, hello Mr. Gu, thank you for calling us. The discovery of this oarfish is of great significance to us. Over the years, we have been collecting scientific research information on oarfish, but it has always been too difficult to find this fish. Because it lives in the deep sea, it is generally difficult to catch it. Sometimes, even if we hear that there are dead oarfish on the beach, many people don't think of contacting the Fisheries Bureau and just bury them hastily, causing us to miss opportunities again and again. Now I really want to thank you for providing us with the information. Fong Jianhua said repeatedly. Just as Fong Jianhua said, nowadays many fishermen, when they find the corpses of some rare or even never-before-seen marine creatures, will hastily bury them or completely ignore them and let them rot and sink to the bottom of the sea if they have no edible or selling value. This causes those obviously very precious species to be missed in vain. This also caused the Fisheries Bureau and major marine biological research institutes to miss many opportunities for scientific research and investigation. At the very worst, these corpses can be made into specimens and exhibited for scientific popularization. Now that he heard about the appearance of the oarfish, Fong Jianhua immediately brought his men to Daxing village. You're welcome. I just saw that the fish was not fresh and difficult to handle, so I was wondering if your Fisheries Bureau wanted to take it back for research or make a specimen. Gu-han said embarrassedly. After hearing what Gu-han said, Fong Jianhua's eyes twitched. He didn't expect that Gu-han called them because the fish was not fresh enough and could not be eaten. Okay then, Mr. Gu, we'll get busy first. Fong Jianhua said hurriedly. Fong Jianhua took his people to get busy, doing measurements, taking photos, etc., and conducting a meticulous investigation. Hey, handsome guy, did you find this fish? At this time, a delicate-looking girl came to Gu-han, blinked her bright eyes, and said to Gu-han. I didn't discover it. The ants in the village found it. I came to take a look after I heard about it. Gu-han glanced at the girl in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The girl was very pretty, at least much prettier than many girls Gu-han had seen. She had a standard oval face, picturesque eyebrows, a small nose and mouth, fair and delicate skin, and she exuded a youthful aura. Oh, then how do you know this is an oarfish? Are you also a student of Ocean University? The woman asked puzzledly. Me? I'm just an ordinary fisherman. I've only seen this oarfish once in a book. I wanted to take it home to eat so as not to waste it, but I found out it wasn't very fresh. Guhan said with a smile. You can't eat this. This oarfish is very valuable for research. If you eat it, we will miss a precious research opportunity. The woman said hurriedly. So didn't I call you to come? Guhan said with a chuckle. That's true. Thank you for this time. I'll go help first. After the woman said this, she ran back to the oarfish and started to work. Chapter 56. The crab cage is empty again. Brother Han, that girl just now was so beautiful, just like the stars on TV. How does that phrase go? What comes first and what comes second? On the tricycle, Lin Dei looked at Guhan excitedly and said. She has a curvy figure, long legs, fair skin, and a slim waist? Guhan blurted out these words. This sentence was absolutely the most suitable to describe the girl just now. Yes, that's right. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. Lin Dei said hurriedly. She is indeed beautiful, but it has nothing to do with us. Don't think too much about it. When I make money in the future, I will find you a sister-in-law who is no worse than that girl. Guhan said with a smile. Guhan was not so narcissistic as to think that the extremely beautiful woman just now had anything to do with him. The idea of a beautiful woman throwing herself at a man's door only happened in TV dramas. In reality, it is more particular that a dragon pendant and a phoenix should be paired together. It is still difficult for most men to get their hands on a beautiful, rich, and white woman. Brother, what you said sounds so weird. Find me a beautiful sister-in-law? Wouldn't that mean she would be your wife? If you want, just find a beautiful woman yourself. Lin Dei rolled his eyes at Guhan. Nonsense, who doesn't like beautiful women? But let's not think too much now. We are penniless. Do you really fantasize about beautiful women coming to you for free? When you make money and become rich in the future, will you still worry about the lack of beautiful women? Guhan said happily. That's true. If you have money, you will never lack a wife. When I make money in the future, I will find a beautiful wife and then give birth to a little one as cute as Xiaoting and Xiaoi. Lin Dei's eyes were full of anticipation. Guhan did not stay on the beach to guard the people from the fisheries bureau. He just made a phone call and asked them to take away the body of the oarfish. As for other things, they naturally had nothing to do with him. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to go to the beach early and see if you can get some seafood. It is still that remote beach. The waves today are obviously much smaller, but the seawater still seems a little turbid, and yellow foam can be seen on the beach from time to time. Shaolin, just stay here and don't go into the water. Your wound hasn't healed completely yet. Soak in the seawater when the time comes. It's going to be very sour and refreshing. Guhan did not take Lin Dei into the sea, but asked him to guard beside the tricycle. Okay, Brother Han, I got it. You guys go ahead. I just need to read some novels. I recently read a novel about traveling through time and cultivating immortals. It was really exciting. Lin Dei waved his hand, took out his cell phone and started reading. The brothers Guhan and Gu Hao ignored Lin Dei. They carried a bucket and a large water tank and walked towards the sea. Collecting traps is a matter of luck. Guhan had good luck for a few days and made a little money. But it doesn't mean that Guhan's luck will last forever. Sometimes he is unlucky and the fish he catches are pitifully small. Just like today, among the 4 traps, only the one exchanged by the system contained 5 barramundi and 1 needlefish, and there were no other fish. Balang, also known as true trevally or big-eye mackerel, is a common economic fish along the domestic coast. It has a large yield and firm meat, making it one of the cheapest fish. This kind of fish is mostly sold in the market as fresh frozen fish. When it is cheap, it is only about 10 yuan per pound, and it can even drop below 10 yuan. However, it has no bones, so some people will buy it to taste it. However, although this fish is sold cheaply in the market, if it is placed in a Japanese restaurant, it can suddenly become a very expensive fish. A 30-40 gram balanga fish can be sold for 68 or even 88 yuan after frying, charcoal grilling, or rock grilling. Grilled horse mackerel and rock grilled horse mackerel are fish that Japanese restaurants often trick people into ordering, and the cost is only 3 or 5 yuan. The horse mackerel that Japanese restaurants are talking about is the cheap balong fish in front of you. It has to be said that it is not without reason that people in later generations said that the Japanese food and dentistry industries were more profitable than selling flour. As for the needlefish, it is a little rare, whether in the market or at the dock. Even if it is seen on weekdays, the number is still relatively small. Even though the needlefish is relatively rare, the price is not attractive at all. The highest price is only about 20 to 30 yuan per pound. The reason why it is sold at such a low price is that the taste of this fish is not very good. It is oily and has a strong fishy smell. The most important reason is that the needlefish has more bones than ordinary marine fish. Seeing that the 4 traps only caught 6 fish, and that they were all fish that couldn't be sold at a high price, Guhan became a little frustrated. Brother, the goddess of luck is not at work today. There are only these few fish in these 4 cages, and they are not big. I don't know if these 6 fish can be sold for 50 yuan in total. Guhan said embarrassedly, scratching his head. Do you really think you have such good luck every day? It's good enough to have some fish. It seems that this trap has the most fish in the past 2 days, while the other traps don't seem to have any fish. This is really a bit strange. Guhao asked puzzledly, looking at the trap given by the system in front of him. Hee, brother, maybe it's just that the location is good. Let's go, there are still 8 crab cages. If these 8 crab cages can give me a few pounds of blue crabs, it won't be too bad. Guhan quickly changed the subject. That's right. Now we can only rely on those crab cages. If there are no more crab cages, we can only wait for the tide to go out. Guhao nodded and said. Soon, Guhan came out of the mangroves. The depression on his face was visible to anyone who was not blind. There were 8 crab cages, but there was not even a single blue crab. There were only 2 flower crabs, and they were very small. Guhan threw them back into the sea. Brother Han, are these just a few barramundi and needlefish? All of these fish together may not be able to be sold for $50, right? Lin Dei looked at the fish swimming in the water tank with some surprise. This was the first time he saw such a dismal harvest after placing the ground trap. The 5 barramundi in the tank weighed at most 1.5 kilograms. As for the needlefish, it was not big either, only about 1 kilogram. All these fish together can't even be sold for $50. Well, I don't know what happened today. The fish didn't come. If I had known earlier, I would have brought a few pumps to pump out the water. I don't believe that there would still be no fish. Guhan sat directly on the beach, took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed them to everyone, saying viciously. Hee, brother Han, that's the sea, you can't smoke. Lin Dei took the cigarette and said with a twitching eye. Nonsense, I'm just complaining. There haven't been any crabs in the crab cages for several days. It seems like we can only wait for the tide to go out and see. Who knows, maybe we can get some good stuff out of it. Guhan said embarrassedly. Chapter 57. This is the real harvest of sea fishing. Guhan felt that his luck today was extremely bad. He only caught a few fish in the trap, and they were relatively cheap fish, not very big. But when the tide receded, looking at the beach, and even when the 2 brothers took advantage of the low tide to rush into the beach to catch snails and fish, they realized what true cruelty was. There wasn't much on the beach today, so Guhan was responsible for finding some clams and snails in the mudflats. Guhao kept turning over the stones, hoping to see if there were some octopuses or crabs hidden underneath them. Even conger eels would be quite good. But after 3 consecutive hours, when the tide had completely risen, there were only a few pounds of clams in the 2 people's buckets, and nothing else. Brother, did you find any blue crabs and octopuses over there? Guhan asked, looking at Guhao who was covered in mud. Don't mention it. There are only a few flower crabs and more than 2 kilograms of clams. I don't know if all the things in this bucket can be sold for 20 yuan. Guhao weighed the bucket and looked at the dismal harvest inside, looking particularly depressed. Then I'm better than you. I have almost 3 kilograms of clams and 2 kilograms of white clams. I should be able to sell them for 20 yuan. Guhan said with a grin. Today can definitely be considered the first time that Guhan came to the sea to catch such a dismal harvest. Apart from clams, there were a few worthless fish. Even though it was his first time trying to catch seafood, Guhan was lucky enough to catch a 2-pound white eel, which is much more valuable than clams. But now, everything the 2 of them have caught, including those fish, may not be able to be sold for $100. You have to know that these are 2 young laborers. Even if they go to the dock to help, they can earn 100 yuan a day. Brother Han, our luck today is a bit bad. The seafood we picked up is pitifully small. Lin Dei said as he glanced at the unremarkable seafood in the barrel. This is normal. Otherwise, do you really think you will have such good luck if you go fishing every day? If you can catch grouper, lobsters and crabs every now and then, who would go to work? If that were the case, I would have gone fishing every day. Why would I have to go to the dock to help out? Gu Hao rolled his eyes at Lin Dei and said. Just as Gu Hao said, no child smiles every day, and no one can make a fortune every day by fishing. In Gu Hao's opinion, the reason why Gu Han was able to obtain such a rich seafood before was mainly due to the blessing of Mazu, otherwise how could he make so much money in a short time? Now that luck has finally returned to normal, this is what real sea hunting should look like. If there were big crabs and lobsters available every day, women like Wang Suhua in the village would have been so unhappy with their revelry every night. They would not have to get up early and run to the beach late every day to pry those oysters and touch those clams like they do now. Yeah, then what should we do with these fish? Lin Dei took a look at the seafood in the bucket and scratched his head embarrassedly. Just take these things home and eat them. Give the needlefish to Lao Li. This fish is not very tasty, so let Lao Li take it back to digest it, and return the motorcycle to him at the same time. We can fry the remaining barramundi ourselves. This thing sells for 10 yuan per pound in the market, but if you take it to a Japanese restaurant, it will cost 68 yuan per catty. Gu Han waved his hand and said. Gu Han did not plan to go to the market to sell fish. After all, this thing could not be sold at a high price. Instead of spending several hours in the market shouting at the top of his lungs, it would be better to take it home and finish it himself. 68? Brother Han, you are not lying, are you? Are Japanese restaurants making that much money? These 5 barramundi weigh only about 1.5 pounds, which is 15 yuan at most. According to what you said, in a Japanese restaurant, these 5 fish alone can be sold for more than 300 yuan? Lin Dei exclaimed. Well, the Japanese restaurant changed its name. It's no longer called balong fish or real trevally, it's called horse mackerel. It's meant to deceive people like you who don't understand. Gu Han said happily. It's really dark. Gu Hao's eyes twitched slightly. No, it's very black. Luckily, I don't like Japanese food. No, I haven't eaten that either. Can you eat the fish fillet if it's not cooked? Will it be fishy? Lin Dei's face was full of doubts. Come on, when you have money in the future, you can treat us to a meal. Gu Han said happily. The 3 of them did not continue to stay at the beach. They turned the tricycle and headed towards Daxing village. At the entrance of Daxing village, Lao Li was still reading a magazine with great interest as usual. There were 2 people in the village who loved reading books, Lao Zhou and Lao Li, but Lao Zhou liked to read some literary works, such as some prose collections and some world classics. Old Li likes to read miscellaneous magazines such as Playboy or Tiger King. He can read them hundreds or thousands of times and still enjoys them very much. He is very happy. Old Li, give me a cigarette of Heetiangxia. Gu Han went straight to the counter, patted the cigarette cabinet and said. Second son of the Gu family, you are teasing me again. How can I sell this to Heetiangxia? If Heetiangxia doesn't have it, Huazi will have it. So, what good stuff did you get today? Old Li stretched his neck and looked into Gu Han's bucket. Huazi, don't do it. I smoke Huazi to relieve my cough. You give Bao Ta Shan to me. And your wife, I won't ride her anymore. I'll drive her back to you later. Gu Han said happily. Hey kid, that's my motorcycle, not my wife. Besides, I don't even know where my wife is now. Old Li rolled his eyes at Gu Han and took out a pack of Taschen cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet. Didn't you say that the motorcycle is your wife? I just happened to catch a fish today. Do you want to give it to you? I can't eat this fish. It has too many bones. Gu Han took out the needlefish and said. Needlefish, this fish is actually not bad, but it has a lot of bones. Since you gave it to me, how could I not want it? As Lucen said, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a turtle bastard. What's more, it's the fish you gave me, so I will definitely accept it. Old Li said with a smile. Okay, here's the money for the cigarettes. Gu Han pretended to take money out of his pocket. Why do you want more money? I'll give you 3 packs of Taschen, 1 pack for each of you 3. I don't take your fish for nothing. Old Lee waved his hand and took out 2 packs of Taschen from the cigarette cabinet again. Old Lee, you are still very open-minded. Okay, I'll go back first. I'll treat you to a drink later. Guhan didn't hesitate and waved his hand. 1 fish for 3 packs of Taschen is not bad and it saves a lot of effort. Chapter 58, No Good Things Come Out. The oarfish had been taken away by people from the Fisheries Bureau, but many people in the village were not happy, especially Wang Suihua and several other women. The group's harvest today was very dismal. They didn't even dig up a few pounds of clams. They only pried up a few oysters on the beach. It was far less than what they had obtained in the previous few days. Wang Suihua and a few others also attributed the cause to the oarfish, even though they had already learned from the people at the Fisheries Bureau that the oarfish was not a silver dragon or some magical sea monster. However, deep-rooted ideas make these people more willing to believe that it was the death of the oarfish that brought them bad luck and led to the reduction in seafood. After being spread by Wang Suihua and several other women, such words became very popular and spread throughout the village, with some people even believing them without a doubt. There is no way. There are too few educated people in the village, and even fewer people who really study seriously. As soon as he got home, the little girl greeted him happily. Now, what she looks forward to most every day is the arrival of the afternoon, and she always waits patiently for Guhan to come back every day. Dad, did you catch any big fish and crabs today? The little girl stretched her neck to look into the water tank. She loved fish and crabs very much, especially since Guhan always found different ways to cook them. There are only a few fish, but they are delicious. Daddy will cook them for you later, okay? Guhan said, looking at the little guy lovingly. Okay. The little girl did not show any disappointment, and was still cheering and jumping for joy as usual. In Gu Ziding's heart, it didn't matter whether there were big fish or big crabs. What mattered was that Guhan could stay with her. Uncle, Aunt Wang, and the others in the village said that a silver dragon was found on the beach. It was a very big silver dragon. The silver dragon will bring bad luck to the village. At this time, Gu Zi also came to Guhan, raised his little face, and said seriously. It's not a silver dragon at all, it's just a bigger cutlass fish. If it wasn't stale, I would have brought it back and cooked it for you. Guhan said with a smile. Ah? You can't eat dragons. The little guy shook his head hurriedly. Laughter and joy could be heard in the room again. Everyone was sitting at the table chatting as usual. The 2 little guys began to chatter and giggle from time to time. Even the youngest, Gu Zishuan, was sitting in a walker, babbling. Simple and warm, without any falsehood. In the next 2 days, Guhan still took Guhao and Lin Dei to the beach to catch fish every day. But maybe it was because the goddess of luck was taking a nap and being lazy these 2 days, Guhan didn't get many fish every day, especially the crab cage, which was empty for several days in a row. If it weren't for the ground cage given by the system, which allowed him to catch some fish from time to time, his harvest would be even more dismal. After 2 days, Guhan could only sell the fish he caught for about 200 yuan. This was definitely the worst harvest he had had in recent days. Not only did Guhan have a poor harvest, the women in the village also didn't make much money in the past few days. The women once again blamed the oarfish they had encountered before, and even regarded the oarfish as a bad omen. On the contrary, Guhan didn't take it to heart. What really made Guhan depressed was that his points were increasing too slowly. Due to the poor harvests over the past few days, Guhan's points only increased by 100 points. The points that could be provided by worthless seafood were really too limited, unlike some valuable seafood, which could provide dozens of points per kilogram. More than 300 points are still not enough. The fish caught in the system's traps don't provide points. If the fish in the system's traps could provide points, the points wouldn't be as bleak as they are now. Guhan muttered secretly in his heart. Guhan wanted to exchange for a fishing net, but the points required to exchange for fishing nets in the system were quite high. Even the cheapest hand-cast net required 500 points, and a gill net required 800 points. As for the purse seine and trawl nets, the points required were even higher. Fishing requires a lot of fishing nets, and there are many types of fishing nets. The more common ones are hand nets, gill nets, purse seine nets and trawl nets. Among them, purse seine and trawling are not suitable for ordinary fishermen, as they still require a boat or a relatively wide sea area to set up. Ordinary people usually use hand-cast nets and gill nets, which can be set up by themselves even without a boat. Guhan wanted to get a hand-cast net or a gill net, so that even if he didn't catch any fish with the ground trap, he could still catch some fish with the fishing net. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough points, and even the most common handcast net was difficult to exchange for. As for going out to buy some fishing nets, Guhan had thought about it. However, the crab cages he bought before have not yet paid for themselves, which makes Guhan more willing to trust the fishing gear produced by the system. But it's almost there. I'm only a little over 100 points away, and then I can redeem it for a handcast net. Also, the charge of the small sand shovel is approaching 100 points, and then it will trigger a reward. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Guhan was still looking forward to the charge of the small sand shovel. After all, the last time the charge was released, Guhan harvested a big bucket of oil clams. Brother Han, what are you mumbling about? Let's set off quickly. Today is a high tide. If we are lucky, we might be able to get a lot of good things. Lin Day also came to Guhan at this time and said with some excitement. This guy's hand has been mostly healed these days. Young people's wounds heal quickly. Even though such a large piece of flesh was lost, it was almost fully recovered after a few days. Lin Day had not been able to work at sea for several days and his heart had long been restless. Now that there happened to be a high tide, Lin Day was more excited than anyone else. Yeah, that's right. It's a high tide. Let's go and see if we can get anything good. Guhan also stood up and nodded. If we were to ask people who live by the sea what days they look forward to the most, it would definitely be the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. As the saying goes, the 1st and 15th days have high tides, and the 8th and 23rd days have beaches everywhere. The 1st and 15th days of the lunar month are the days when high tides come. The arrival of high tides means that the tide will recede very deeply and rise very high at the same time. The deeper the tide recedes, the more the coast will be exposed, and more seafood will be stranded on the shore. As long as you seize the opportunity of low tide, the day's harvest will not be more than in the past. Sometimes, if you are a little luckier, you can still find a lot of expensive and rare seafood. Chapter 59 The Tide Arrives. Naturally, the three of them would not miss the extra high tides that only occur twice a month, so they hurried out early in the morning. When they arrived at the beach, only a few figures appeared on this deserted beach. Brother Hao, Brother Han, there are still some people out chasing seafood in this high tide. Lin Day said as he glanced at the few people scattered on the beach. Well, get out of the car quickly and collect the trap first, otherwise who knows who will get there first. Gu Hao said hurriedly. Gu Hao's worry was not without reason. There were actually quite a few scoundrels among the people who went to the sea. Although most of the time, no one would go through the traps and fishing nets that others had placed on the seashore, there were still some bad people among the people who liked to do sneaky things. In the past, many fishing nets and traps set up by people in the village were turned over and the fish inside were taken away in advance. What's more, this sea area can be regarded as an unowned land, and some people have become even more unscrupulous. If there were no people on this beach in the past, there would be no need to worry about someone stealing the fish. But today, when the tide receded, there were still some people on the beach, and Gu Hao was naturally worried that the fish and shrimp in the traps would be taken away in advance. Brother is right. We should collect the traps and crab cages first. Otherwise, if they are snatched away by others, we will lose a lot. Gu Han nodded hurriedly. After parking the car, the three of them immediately headed towards the mangrove forest. Fortunately, there were not many people near the mangrove forest, and most people were unwilling to go to such a place. There were too many mosquitoes in the mangrove forest, and those mosquitoes were poisonous and dense. For many people, going in there would be a torment. Except for professional fishermen, most people are reluctant to go into the mangroves. Arriving at the edge of the woods, Gu Han was the first to check the 4 traps. The harvest in the traps today was far more than in the previous days. When he lifted up the cages just now, he felt the heavy weight, even for the other 3 traps he bought. Brother Han, there are so many fish. There are mudskippers, croakers, and yellowfin breams? Lin Day shouted with joy as he looked at the trap that Gu Han picked up. My luck has improved. There is actually a spotted mousefish here. This spotted mousefish must be about 2 kilograms, right? Gu Han said with a cheerful laugh. The 4 traps had a great harvest today, pouring out more than 30 kilograms of fish, and forced the water tank to sink a long way under the water. The trap of the system was especially fruitful, catching a 2-kilogram grouper, which was the best harvest in the past few days. The fish in the water tank were swimming happily, and Gu Han and the others had smiles on their faces, especially Lin Day, whose mouth was almost grinning to his ears. And this is far from the end. The crab cages that had been empty for several days finally brought everyone a considerable harvest today. There were 4 large blue crabs weighing about 1 pound, one of which was a roe crab with a plump navel, which made the 3 people very happy. In addition to the 4 blue crabs, there were also 1 or 2 kilograms of flower crabs. The crab cage is finally not empty. I haven't caught a crab in 3 or 4 days. It seems my luck is good today, Guhao said happily while tying up the crabs. There are still quite a few flower crabs. The tide is low today, and even the seafood in the traps has increased. It seems that the rising water in the morning must have brought in a lot of seafood. Guhan nodded and said, looking at the fish in the tank. Guhan was delighted with the rich harvest. What excited him the most was that his system points increased rapidly in just a short while and reached as many as 500 points. The increase in points also means that Guhan can redeem more things from the points mall. At least based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a big problem to redeem a larger hand casting net. Brother Hao, Brother Han, these fish and crabs should be able to sell for a lot of money today. We haven't made much money in the past few days, but today we can finally make some money, Lin Dei said excitedly. That's not all. The tide is receding. After the tide goes out, there may be a lot of things on the beach. If we are lucky enough to get some valuable seafood, we will make a fortune. Guhan patted Lin Dei on the shoulder and said, That's true. Lin Dei was already looking forward to what the situation would be like after the tide completely receded. The 3 men moved the water tank to the vicinity of the tricycle. They were not in a hurry to go into the sea. Instead, each of them held a cigarette in his hand and waited patiently for the seawater to recede. Brother, you stay here and watch over these fish and crabs. There are still quite a few people coming to the beach today, and I'm a little worried. If one of them is accidentally taken away by someone, it would be a huge loss. Guhan glanced at Guhao and said, It is different from the past. In the past, there was not even a single person on this beach. But today is the day of low tide, and some people came to the beach to catch seafood, although they are still scattered. But Guhan still felt that someone should stay in the car to guard the fish and crabs. These fish and crabs worth hundreds or thousands of dollars, there was no guarantee that someone might have bad intentions. Don't worry, I'll be guarding here. You and Xiaolin can go down to the sea to fish for things and see if you can catch more clams and snails. Guhao understood Guhan's concerns and nodded. Brother Hao, what clams and snails? You must have some valuables when the tide recedes. I heard someone caught a 3 or 4 pound yellow flower when the tide receded. A pound of this wild thing costs several thousand yuan. If we can get one, we will be rich. Lin Dei was already imagining that he would catch a few stranded yellowtails and make a lot of money. Come on, how can we be so lucky? It's already quite good to catch a few big octopuses or a few sea bass. If wild big yellow flower is so easy to come across, the price won't be so high. We have lived by the sea for so many years, and in the village, only Li Mei had the chance to catch a large yellow fish weighing more than 1 pound. No one else has ever been able to catch this thing by going to the sea. Even if you go out to sea and trawl, you can only catch a few of these things. Guhao patted Lin Dei's head and said, That's true. This thing is really rare. Lin Dei said embarrassedly, scratching his head. Maybe we are lucky. Look, we have caught so many fish today. Our luck is much better than before. We still have to have dreams. What if they come true one day? Guhan said with a smile. Although he was reluctant to believe that he could catch the yellow croaker, Guhan still had a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. Chapter 60, Abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin and fish maw are easy to obtain, but conch is not. The speed at which the tide receded was amazing. It seemed like in the blink of an eye, the coastline receded far away. The beach that was once covered by seawater is now completely exposed before our eyes. The muddy mudflats are fully revealed, and the reefs and low-lying puddles can be clearly seen. The tide receded very far, hundreds of meters away. People around looked at the vast beach in front of them and walked towards the beach carrying large and small buckets. Some people had already taken action. Guhan and Lin Dei naturally did not want to fall behind others, so they hurriedly carried 2 buckets and walked forward. The muddy mudflats were so thick that one had to take 1 deep step and 1 shallow step when walking on them. Fortunately, both of them had gotten used to such mudflats over the past few days, and their walking speed was no longer as slow as before. Although it was not as fast as walking on flat ground, it was neither fast nor slow. They did not stay at the shore, their goal was still the deeper mudflat. With quick steps, they also went deep into the mudflat, their eyes were like torches, scanning everything around them. The tide was indeed different. Guhan had just taken a quick look when he discovered that there were many holes on the ground. He could even see some clams that had not had time to lie on the sand. Even though the oil clams are not very big, they are good stuff. They taste a little better than flour clams. Guhan skillfully waved the sand shovel and began to dig along the small holes on the mud surface. Brother Han, I also have something here, a lot of clams. It's just too troublesome to dig them out. I must bring some salt out next time. Lin Day's face was also full of joy. When the tide receded, there was a lot of stuff on the mudflats. Many seafood products did not have time to leave with the seawater and were left on the beach, eventually falling into people's buckets. Guhan did not stop at all, and kept waving the small sand shovel in his hand, and threw the plump oil clams into the bucket one by one. The holes in front of him were all full of oil clams, and there were quite a lot of them. Guhan was also happy to keep searching. Lin Day on the side was also not idle. Although digging razor clams is quite difficult, these things can drill into the mud quickly and dig deep holes, so they can often slip away if you are not careful. However, Lin Day was not a newbie in the sea hunting industry. The shovel in his hand always landed accurately in the mud, blocking the way for the clams to escape. He could dig one out with a little prying. Unfortunately, the clams he found this time were razor clams, also known as nail clams, which could not be sold at a high price. If you come across some king clams, then that goddess of luck has really opened her eyes. Guhan and Lin Day were busy, and not far away there were some scattered people looking for things on the beach, and from time to time they could be heard cheering. Among those who go to the sea, there are real fishermen, but not many. Most of them are people living in the city who take advantage of the low tide to bring their children or friends to experience the fun of going to the sea. Guhan ignored those people and dug oil clams in an orderly manner. Pits appeared in the mudflats, and the number of oil clams in Guhan's bucket increased. His figure slowly came to the edge of a reef. Just as Guhan was about to continue digging for clams, a large object caught his eye on the edge of the reef in front of him. A conch was hiding on the edge of the reef. It was quite smooth, without too many protruding thorns. It was bluish-gray in color, with some fine hairs on the top of the shell, and the shell also looked slender. When he saw a conch hidden under the reef, Guhan's breathing became a little rapid. Guhan had heard of and seen conchs, but had never eaten them. This thing was definitely a high-end seafood. Especially in Guangdong province, countless gourmets are willing to spend huge sums of money to buy seafood. Even in Guangdong province, there is a saying that abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin, and fish maw are easy to get, but conch is not. This is enough to show how rare conch is, especially large ones, which can cost hundreds of yuan per pound. Even Mr. Kailan has praised conch as one of the most delicious conchs in the world. Guhan had never thought that he would be able to encounter such a conch here. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to see this thing on the beach, especially a large conch. The conch in front of him was not small at all. Guhan took it in his hand and weighed it, feeling its heavy weight, which was about 2 kilograms. A smile already appeared on his face. I'm rich now. Such big conches must cost at least 300 or 400 yuan per pound, right? Guhan smiled happily. Conch is definitely the most high-end seafood. The bigger the individual is, the more valuable it is. If the conch weighs more than 1 kilogram, the price can easily reach more than 200 yuan per kilogram. Even in Guangdong province, the price is as high as 300 or 400 yuan per kilogram. As for individuals weighing more than 2 kilograms, they are priceless. After all, individuals weighing more than 2 kilograms are too rare. Of course, there are also conchs that weigh 2 or 3 taels each, but small conchs usually cost less than 100 yuan per pound. Now looking at the conch in his hand, Guhan could hardly hide the smile on his face. Without making any excessive noise, he quickly threw the conch into the bucket. Guhan then continued to search along the huge reef, trying to see if there was any chance to take away the conch's entire family. Unfortunately, my wish was not fulfilled. I only saw a few flower crabs on the edge of the reef, but didn't find anything else. Seeing that there were no conchs on the reef, Guhan once again started digging for clams on the mudflat. As he found more and more clams, the energy in the small sand shovel in his hand increased, and it was about to reach 100 points. Guhan also hurriedly stopped what he was doing, threw the small sand shovel into the bucket, changed to another sand shovel and continued to dig out the clams. The tide is about to rise. We can't release the energy now, otherwise it would be a waste. Guhan muttered softly. The low tide lasts for a certain period of time. Guhan has been on the beach for more than an hour now. The tide will rise soon, and he doesn't want to waste his 100 points of energy on this. Just as Guhan was busy in an orderly manner, Lin Day, who was not far away, exclaimed excitedly. He was seen walking towards him quickly with a huge conch in his hand, with a smile on his face.